We wanted to make sure and keep people safe, but federal law enforcement left the scene and left us there.
Governor, Ernesto, with the New York Times, have you activated the National Guard? I noted that Sheriff Witt has requested for additional assistance. Can you tell us whether they're going to be playing a role in keeping?
Yeah. Yes, the answer is yes, we have, as we said last week, and we staged those troops. I'll have General Menke talk about where they're at, and again, use this as an opportunity to stress to Minnesotans the frustration you have, and as you saw this, they killed a man, created chaos, pushed down protesters, threw gas indiscriminately, and then left the scene, and then we're left to clean up. I understand the anger. I understand trying to parse who were the law enforcement on the scene when you got there after a man was killed is difficult for folks who are out there. But I can't stress enough, our goal, and I'll have General Menke talk about what the role of these Guard troops are in conjunction with incredible work from the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, from mutual aid across, and of course the State Patrol, of trying to get to the point where what we're saying is we can handle this and Minnesotans can express their First Amendment rights and have our folks on the streets and get these people out of here. And so, John, if you want to talk a little bit, but the answer is yes, there's activated. He can talk to you about numbers.
You're watching CramerSez.
So the question is, what's the National Guard doing right now? So we have, we have been on state active duty for over a week. So we've had soldiers prepared in the metro area to respond in a much rapid manner than if they were not mobilized. So we have a request from the Hennepin County Sheriff to support them, and that is to help them free up additional resources for other work that they need to do. And we have started coordinating with them this morning on that, and that first area of support will be assisting them with their requirement to provide security to the Whipple building. So we'll be helping them there. And then we are in parallel planning with other organizations within the state of Minnesota, to include the State Patrol, the Minnesota DNR, and other local agencies to render assistance if requested.
Can you say how many are now employed?
I would say that the number that we have is adequate for the requests that we have right now, and I will also tell you that we are bringing more resources that will be able to respond in a timely manner that are not fully mobilized yet, but we are mobilizing more soldiers as we talk at this time. I'd like not to get into specific numbers for an operational security standpoint, but right now we have all the resources to meet the requests that we have.
I would note on this one, too, that we'll be billing the federal government for the cost of the National Guard because they are incurring the costs that are falling on us by their reckless actions. Yes, sir.
You alluded to this earlier, but are you rejecting the narrative that has been presented by federal officials that this man, this 37-year-old citizen of Minneapolis, posed a threat to these agents? And are you rejecting the idea that he played some role with the weapon in leading to
I'm rejecting the rush to judgment within 15 minutes of this, which they did last time. That's why you need to have a fair investigation. And that's why a video can show one thing, but what happened beforehand. But they already will slander this individual. They've already made this the case. And I will just say, you will all start to see it, and some of you probably have. There's multiple angles of this. And I'll go back to what we talked about before. They're telling you not to trust your eyes and ears, not to trust the facts that you're seeing in front of them. And at some point in time, your reporting, and I think the reporting this week has been spectacular across Minnesota, that there's not two sides to every story. But in this situation, what I'm saying is we need to have a fair investigation, understanding what's happening, and held accountable. We continue to hear, and we heard it from the Vice President, that these folks can do whatever they want. They can have full immunity. And what I'm telling you is they will not. There will be justice. Minnesotans continue to gather the information. So I won't say where it is because I think it's irresponsible to make that judgment. But what I see with my eyes and what you're going to see with your eyes makes that pretty hard to believe. And I would imagine as a federal officer, they would have come out and sounded like these professionals sound and say, we need to gather the information, we need to gather all the facts, we need to put them forward, and then we can make some informed decision based on the fact. They've written the narrative already. And the audacity to critique the police chief of Minneapolis after what work that those heroic officers are trying to do, and to be critiqued by this guy, I mean, I don't know, I've said it a lot, but America, as you're listening, enough is enough. enough is enough of this. End this. End this. And we see them moving to Maine. If you're in Boston, you're in Chicago, you're in Philly, you're in Miami, it doesn't matter. We can't live like this. Our children are in trauma. A 5-year-old, you saw the picture, the bunny hat and the Spider-Man. Is there not like some narrative to throw around, to parade around in some coat you had made and act like you're a tough guy or whatever? These are people's lives, and we have rule of law. So I'll let the investigation play itself out. We will do our best to find it, but I don't know, you kill a man and then you just leave your law enforcement, you just leave him. Is there a single case in American history where you just like walk away and say, I guess that just happened and we're not going to clean up our mess? I'm proud of Minnesotans. I'm proud of law enforcement here and our partners, and we'll get to the bottom of it. I think we have time for another one. So, yes, ma'am.
Brittany Number with CSTV Channel 5. Our ICE commander has said in a press conference within the hour that they're calling on state and local law enforcement to, quote, help coordinate to get violent criminals off the street. What's your response to that request?
I'm better off to let these guys, the professionals, I have my thoughts.
So the question
You're watching CramerSez.
is federal law enforcement on getting violent criminals off the street, if I understand the question?
Greg Levino said that in a press conference. He was calling on state and local law enforcement. So what is your response to that?
State and local law enforcement are always ready and willing and able to arrest violent offenders. We do not stand down from that, no matter where we get that information from. If there are violent offenders or violent criminals or violent crimes, we will investigate and we'll bring those to justice. If the federal government would like to work with us, to continue to work with us as they have in the past, to locate those violent offenders, we are always open to those discussions and always willing to assist. We do not ignore that. We are ready and able, and we do that. All of you as part of the media hear us arresting violent offenders all the time. We have not stood down. That is our mission. The federal government is not alone in arresting violent offenders. State and local law enforcement does that every day at great risk to their life, at great risk to the community. We do it because we want a safe Minnesota, and the federal government is not the only one to do that.
A completely different view on what we are watching here from Governor Tim Walz, calling for two things. Number one, calling for ICE to leave. Number two,
folks, we're going to keep watching this as this continues to build in Minneapolis and St. Paul. What we're watching is the deep state's last gasp. That's what you're watching, folks. This is what it looks like. They've got one last chance before everything is exposed. One last opportunity. If you don't think that that's what this is, if you don't realize that what this is a color revolution happening on our own shores, the things that they did in Egypt, what they've been doing in Iran for the last few weeks, these tools that they've used in foreign nations against these people for eons, they're now using those exact techniques and tactics against us, the American people. Tim Walz says that it's ICE. All Minnesota has to do is open up their prisons, open up their jails. The illegals that they already have there, hand them over to ICE so that ICE doesn't have to go in the street and track them down. Minnesota could help. The police in Minnesota could help. The sheriff in Minnesota could help. The governor, the mayors, everybody in Minnesota could do their fucking job and help ICE do their job, but instead they're fighting them. Why? Because of the corruption. They're hiding, they're pushing it back for just a moment. Just hold back for just a moment. Hold back for just a moment. It is to the point to where if Americans, as Americans, we don't come together left and right and call this bullshit in Minneapolis out for what the fuck it is. They are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. They are not doing what they're elected to do. They're supposed to protect the people, all the people, and they're not doing that. Well, I don't know. I got a buddy who just called. His name is Dan. Dan, I'm live on air right now. Give me you're on with us. I'm not going to give your last name, but just give a 2-minute synopsis of what you think is going on. Dan is what I call the angry American. Go ahead, buddy.
I'm the astute American. I'm the American who pays attention to the invasion of our country by the CCP, Mexico, and the globalists. And this is all a planned insurrection that is obviously set up to destroy by creating chaos across our country. This is only the tip of the iceberg. You have no idea, unless you're paying attention, how deep the roots of this particular thing that's going on in Minneapolis is. And if you don't pay attention, then it's your problem, because it becomes our problem.
Yep.
You people that don't pay attention are the problem.
Yep. Yep. Dan, I'm gonna hang up on you and continue. You can watch this, by the way, on YouTube if you want to catch up with me. Just go to YouTube. I'm on there right now.
Thank you.
You're welcome, buddy. See ya. Okay, folks, everybody in the country understands what the fuck is going on here. You don't have to be a brainiac. The only thing you have to have is have your head in the sand to not see what the fuck is going on. The story that they gave us yesterday of this little boy, Leon Ramos, right? They lied. They have to lie. They have to lie. They cannot tell you the truth because the truth is too horrible. It's horrific. Daddy abandoned the kid in the snow and ran. They caught him, by the way. Mommy wouldn't come out of the house. You see, Daddy left the house with the child in his arms. He was leaving. He got picked up by ICE. Daddy drops the child in the snow and takes off for the border. Leaves Mommy and the baby in the house. Mommy won't come out to get her child because she's afraid that she'll be nabbed by ICE. And what's the media do? The media says that they kidnapped a little 4-year-old, that they detained a 4-year-old. All they can do is lie. The mainstream media is nothing more than liars. You know that. I know that. There's no reason to even believe them anymore. My son said this morning that we ought to outlaw lying, that when you become, a politician, we should outlaw lying, that you can't legally lie to the American people. And I said, listen, Mike, I said, they'll find different ways to make it work, right? That's what they do. They'll find a get around. So, no, I want them to lie to me. I want to know what they're willing to say to keep their power. Tim Walz is in trouble. Jacob Fry is in trouble. What's his name? The AG of Minneapolis or of Minnesota is in trouble. They're in trouble, folks. They know they're in trouble. They know what they've done. They're acting like the guilty people that they are. My wife says, that what we've got going on is, well, let's look at it this way. Why did the Democrat Party pick Tim Walz? This unknown governor. They had Shapiro, who was fucking awesome. But no, he's too Jewish. Yeah, he was too Jewish. And they couldn't bring on Mayor Pete. He was too gay. No, they couldn't have those guys on the ticket for the Democrats because they knew it wouldn't work. So what did they do? They got Tim Walz, the guy that seemed really gay and as far to the left of Judaism as possible. He's with the Muslims. He's a buddy of the Muslims. And he tapped into all that money. Folks, when you've got $700 million going out of the airports of Minneapolis to the world because they're carting our tax dollars out and giving it to their brothers and sisters and building estates in Somalia and other places around the country, when that's happening, the governor of the state knows that. I worked in politics for 15 years at the highest point. I didn't work down in the little offices. No, I was walking into the governor's offices, right, here in the state of Indiana. Whatever the fuck was going on in Indiana, that office knew. If there was big money coming in, they knew. If there was big money going out, they knew. If there was corruption and crime, if somebody was getting paid off, they knew. What has been going on, not only in Minnesota, but what's been going on around the country, they know it. Everybody knows it. It's what I've been telling you for the last 5 years. It is so fucking corrupt, we can't fix D.C. until we fix home. Home has to be fixed first. If you don't fix home, D.C. will never get fixed. I posted this morning, I don't know if you saw the news out of Arizona, but the Arizona governor says it's all right to shoot at ICE agents. If they're walking up on you masked and they're telling you to stop, they're commanding you to stop, they're all uniformed up, but if they come up masked and they don't tell you that they're ICE officers, it's all right for you to shoot them. That's what the governor of Arizona said this morning, or last night, rather. Are these the people that are wanting to bring the temperature down? Well, MAGA, that's what you get. You brought it on yourselves. We're enforcing the law, folks. We're enforcing the law. I think it's going to, you think that this is a problem? What's going on in Minneapolis right now? You think that's a problem? Wait until Trump starts picking up the Clintons and the Obamas and the Bidens and the Comeys and the Brennans and all the others. Clapper, Strzok, you know all the names. Page, all of them. Wait until he starts picking up the traitors. When do the traitors start hanging? You hang traitors, right? Folks, this is what we're in the middle of. We are in the middle of a color revolution in our own nation. The CIA and the deep state is running a color revolution in this nation. They have captured the media. Every one of the people in the media that is espousing this bullshit today need to fucking go to jail. I was in broadcasting my entire life. Do you know what the number one thing about broadcasting was? Don't knowingly lie. That was the number one thing. Don't knowingly lie. Don't lie to your listeners. Don't lie to the advertisers. Don't knowingly lie. Why? Because our whole thing in media is trust. Either you trust us or you don't. We don't trust the media. Why? Because they lie. But we turn them on. We turn them on. You're going to see the ladies of The View get in trouble here shortly. They're going to cry free speech, free speech, free speech. They're going to cry that you're doing the same thing to us that you tried to do to Jimmy Kimmel. You're limiting our free speech. Let me put it real blunt before they start doing all this bullshit. You might want to record this or at least save it for later. You don't have free speech when you're on broadcast. You can do it all day long on cable. I can say anything I fucking want on here. Right? I'm streaming. This is not across the airwaves. Don't ask me why those are the rules. Those are the rules. That's the way it's been for a long time. You don't have freedom of speech when you broadcast to the public. You don't. I can do it here. I can lie to you all day long here. But I go to the airwaves. Nope. The rules change. Why? Because they didn't want people going onto the air and knowingly lying. That's what's happening on a daily basis. They know what happened with that little baby. That baby was not detained. That baby was rescued. It was abandoned by its parents and rescued by ICE. That's the story. Because that's what happened. That's why they can't be trusted. That's why we formed the CramerSez Project. We're forming a new grassroots news service that we want powered by we the people, that we generate the news. We know what's going on. We don't need these motherfuckers. We get more in-depth information within moments than they get in hours. We're already telling the story. Oh, but you guys lie a lot. And no, we don't. The situation that's going on right now, we're seeing Tim Walz. What is Tim Walz doing? Tim Walz has to lie. He has to lie. Why? Because he's lost the narrative. He's trying to say that, well, they're saying that this has already happened. Listen, Renee Good lost her life because she tried to escape and in the process almost ran over an officer. Did she blatantly go right toward him? No. Did she hit him? Absolutely. Did he fear for his life? Yep. Does he have the right to shoot her when that happens? Absolutely. Not murder. But that's the lie they're telling themselves to justify what they're doing in the streets. They're going to burn down your house based on a lie. You think it gets better? I've been telling you for the longest time, no, it only gets worse. It gets worse and it gets worse and it gets worse. Why does it get worse? It gets worse because people are stupid. People want to be victims. They want to be victims so that they can show everybody how badly they're being treated. They want to be the victim so that they got the payoff. Well, if you crave victimhood that badly that you will go into the street and make a cop think that he may run over and not go home to his family, if that's what makes you happy to be a victim, knock yourselves out, you dumb fucks. You get what you deserve. I've never gone up and punk faked a cop, not one time. Wouldn't do it. I wouldn't suggest doing it to anybody you know, let alone a cop that's armed. Don't make them think that you're crazy and you might kill them, that they might not go home. This young man today, 51 years old. 51 years old. He's not a young man. He's not an idiot, right? He's aged. He's got some experience under his belt. And what he decided to do is go down as a protester. Oh, no, he was just an observer. He was armed with a firearm. He's no longer an observer. When you go to protest and you're armed, you're not a protester. You're an insurgent. On J6, I went to the Capitol. I carry wherever I go. I didn't carry that day. Why didn't I carry on J6? I didn't want any confusion whatsoever. I left my gun in the hotel room safe. Why didn't I take it to the protest? I had the right to do it. Why didn't I take it? Because I didn't want anybody thinking that I was there to do what they claimed that we were doing. I talked to other Americans, they said the exact same thing. I was there to protest. I wasn't there to have an armed insurrection with my government. It was to protest what was going on. And the people inside didn't do their jobs. They were supposed to stop that process. And it was 10 days. It's all in the Constitution. It's all legal. It's all lawful. We have the right to demand it. They stopped Congress and not certify. They certified a fraudulent election, folks. That was a fraudulent election in 2020. Fraudulent. 315,000 votes, we know for sure, out of Fulton County, Georgia. That's just one county. Trump only lost by 11,000 votes. 17,000 votes. Total, over the country, Trump lost by 17,000 votes. That's it. They just found, listen to this, they just found 315,000 votes in Fulton County, Georgia, where 90% of the vote went to one guy, and it wasn't Trump. That is statistically impossible. Fulton County, Georgia corruption led to a coup, folks. I didn't carry a gun in. I was there to protest. If you're showing up to a protest armed, you're not there to protest. Well, I'm carrying it for my own protection. Okay? When ICE tells you to stop, then you stop. Why didn't he stop? Was he lawfully carrying? Is that why he fought back? Is that why he lost his life? I've been to jail, folks. There is no crime that you can commit that is worth your own life unless you've killed somebody else. Yep. I've been to jail. The cops, they got me. I go, okay, you got me. We'll work this out in court. No reason to fight you guys because you can kill me justifiably. So I ain't going to fight you guys, but you guys are all morons. The people out in the streets are morons. They're justified in their mind that they're right, that you have done something wrong, Trump has done something wrong, and therefore they're fighting the fascists, they're fighting the Nazis, and they get to do anything they want. In their mind, they've justified why it's right. Been talking about it for the last few weeks that these people are in a mass formation psychosis, no different than the Salem witch trials. Or whenever people go crazy, and remember Beatlemania, mass formation psychosis? Today, we're having the same thing. And by the way, it's caused by the exact same group of crazy fucking people. Women. Not just women. Let's be very specific. It's not just women. It's crazy liberal women. There's a new acronym for them. It's called AWFUL. Have you heard about this? AWFUL. 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 Affluent, white, female, urban, liberal. Awful. That's who they are. They're awful. They show up and make everything terrible. We just had a friend of mine die. And I don't know why she did it. The gentleman who died was high-paid executive for a big company. He lives in $1 million home. And this friend of the family, for whatever reason, went around and said that they needed to raise $4,000 for the burial cost for this dude because his wife was unsure how she was going to pay for everything. What? By the way, her name is Karen. No shit. Living up to the name. I love you, Karen. But that is an overstep. You know, our buddy died just a few days ago. The family has time to get this taken care of. He was well insured. I'm sure he took care of everything else in the family. I'm sure he's fine. They don't need $4,000 to burn him up in the incinerator. I don't know what this is about. But that's what Karens do. That's what's on the streets. The effeminate men, the beta boys, the cucks, the guys out on the streets who just want some kind of attention from these crazy fucking bitches. It's women. It's not men. It's women driving everything. You see it time and time again. The crazy bitch at Target. Packed 2 carts full of shit, went and parked them up front, made a big deal. It's just so they can feel virtuous. Folks, their lives are so empty. Our country is so fucking awesome that people have so much spare time on their hands to be upset for people who are here illegally. The people who refuse to follow our laws, these motherfuckers are going out and breaking the law, getting themselves killed. For what reason? One reason. They're idiots. They're cucks. They're sheep. They're being led to their own slaughter. There's a thing called a Judas goat. The Judas goat is used to lead sheep to their slaughter. Sheep won't go to their slaughter on their own. No, they need somebody to lead them. They won't follow a human, but they'll follow a goat. So what you do is you put this goat down the chute. The goat starts walking down the chute. The sheep follow it. They let the goat out right before the sheep come to their end. Right before they come to their demise, they let the Judas goat out. They call it a Judas goat because the goat's a traitor to the sheep. Follow me. That's what the NGOs are. That's what George Soros says. That's what all of these organizations that are funding all of this violence in our streets. Do you think it's organic? No, it's not. I've been working on a documentary about George Soros. I'm glad this happened. We were looking for stuff where people would tie to directly. We could not find content where people on air or broadcasters would tie what's happening in the streets directly to George Soros. In the last 2 days, they have. Alex Soros, the little cocksucker that was over in Davos, starting Gavin Newsom around. That's who's causing this shit. You see, I can say it out loud. I don't have to worry about defamation or slander because we now know what they've done. We've got the records. We've seen the money flow. It comes from Soros, goes into the Tides Foundation. Tides Foundation takes it out and sends it out to all these other little NGOs. By the way, it's not just George Soros' money, it's yours as well. Billions of dollars have been poured into these NGOs. These groups are funded by your hard work. That's why they're screaming and yelling. They're coming to an end. Trump is strangling them on all sides. He's strangling out all of the NGOs' money. He's killing the drug dealers. That's the other way they get their money. These people are not lawful, law-abiding citizens. They've got an agenda. Do you remember what happened back in the 70s? See, I'm old enough to remember what happened in the 70s. The kids today think that this is all new. We've been through this before. They tried it in the 1970s. It didn't work. It didn't take. Remember the Patty Hearst bullshit, right? Patty Hearst, she was kidnapped. They held her up for ransom. And then a few weeks later, she's helping these motherfuckers rob the fucking banks. Oh, I had Munchausen. What is it? Munchausen by proxy. Was it not? That's not it. What's the other one? There's another one. Not Munchausen by proxy. It's when you fall in love with your oppressor. That's what she said. Oh, they brainwashed me. They convinced me that they were just and that their story was right, and I had to go into a bank and help rob it with them. Patty Hearst was the heiress of the Hearst fortune. Do you know the movie? What was it? Citizen Kane. The movie Citizen Kane. That's about Hearst. Rosebud, he's talking about his lover's clit. That's what he called her clit, Rosebud. When you see him drop the snow globe at the end of the movie and he says, Rosebud, he's talking about his lover's clit. You see, you guys think that because you're so advanced with all your little devices and everything that things are different today than they were back then. They're not. Humans are humans. That's what I know. That's what I understand. I'm in marketing and advertising. You think that you're any different from the men and women of Rome? Really? You think you're that much more advanced? You're not. In fact, you're more swayable today than those people were. I can sell you something easier today than I could 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 2,000 years ago. Why? Because you're fucking programmed and stupid. You're convinced that you've got to do this or you've got to do that because you see it on TV. You hear an ad on the radio, got to go check that out. Is it good for you? Is it bad for you? You don't know. My job is to convince you not to care. That's what advertising and marketing is all about. Why do you think that I took off so well in politics? I joined politics about 15 years ago. Why? Because there was a lot of money to be made. That's the number one reason. There was a lot of money in politics. Now, it's not from you, right? It's not from taxpayers. That's what they want to make it. No, it's capitalism in motion. Republicans have a lot of fucking money. They spend a lot of fucking money on advertising. I'm a Republican. I want to help them. And so I can make a lot of money while helping them get elected. And by the way, I'm really, really good at it. What I'm known for best is the attack ad. We call it a contrast ad. It's not an attack ad. We're just telling the truth. See, I never lie in my ads, ever. I don't have to lie. They will say all kinds of stuff in the media about my ads. And then I ask one thing, was it a lie? It wasn't? Okay, then shut the fuck up. They don't want you knowing that what I just told you is the truth. That's what I've been doing for the last 5 years. On a regular basis, I have come to you on a regular basis and told you the truth on a daily basis. Here's what they're doing. Most recently, Republicans joined Democrats to put a kill switch in your fucking car. They want to be able to stop your car in the future at some point. You know, just in case you're driving erratically. You may be drunk. The car will sense that and just shut off. Then you just got to go back to the government and ask for permission to start your car back. Prove to them that you weren't doing anything wrong. That's what Republicans just voted to put in your cars this last week. They've all got to go, folks. All of them. And if I had my choice, there'd be a few of them that would go to the gallows right after the next elections. It's a good thing I'm not the king. I'll be right back after this.
Thank you for watching CramerSez Live.
This concludes. You're watching the CramerSez Project.
Global news with local views.
CramerSez returns after this message from our partners.
For decades, the Smith-Mundt Act protected Americans from U.S. government propaganda meant for foreign audiences.
But in 2012, the Modernization Act gutted those safeguards, allowing taxpayer-funded misinformation to flood our media and minds.
Over the last 10-plus years, we've seen the damage.
Take COVID-19 messaging as an example.
The government pushed relentless vaccine campaigns and lockdowns, often suppressing dissenting science, leading to widespread distrust and division.
Election narratives.
Federal agencies amplified Russia collusion stories and censored social media, influencing public opinion and elections under the guise of fighting disinformation.
Climate change agendas.
Billions in funding promoted alarmist green policies, downplaying economic impacts and alternative views to push globalist initiatives.
This isn't freedom, it's manipulation.
Urge President Trump to overturn the Smith-Mundt Modernization Act and restore protections against domestic propaganda.
Take action today. Sign the petition now and make your voice heard while you still have the chance.
To learn more about the CramerSez Project, our mission, and how you can become a part of it, please visit thecramersezproject.com.
You're watching CramerSez.
Over the last 5 years, I've had one message consistently. Don't trust me. Here's what's going on, but don't trust me. Don't take my word for it. I could be incorrect. I might have the facts wrong. Do not trust me. Go out and look elsewhere for it. That's what my approach has been. See, I don't trust anybody. Friends will send me shit and I go, that doesn't look real. Let me take a look at that. So I dig into it and I'll call them back. Nah, it's not real. Did you post it yet? Yeah, you might want to take that down. That ain't real. Because I don't want to put stuff up that isn't the truth. Do we get it wrong sometimes? Yeah, we get it wrong sometimes in the heat of the moment, but we go back in and correct it. Oops, we were wrong. Sorry. But we weren't wrong about Renee Good. No, she was a terrible mom. Horrible. She was a horrible human being. The fact that she's dead does us all some good. Maybe now her children have the opportunity to grow up someplace, hopefully, that is not as toxic as the environment that she was raising them in. For those of you who aren't aware of it, she liked to put her cigarettes out on her kid. So did her girlfriend. But we're not supposed to talk about that. That destroys the narrative. What's going up in Minneapolis right now is going to continue. We got a snowstorm coming. We'll see how that turns out. Let's see what's going on here. We'll go back over here. See what's going on. We'll keep an eye on this. Folks, what's been going on in our nation? And I'm going to break this down, and I want you to understand, I am not anti-woman. I am not. I love my wife, and in fact, she's the queen of our house. I do anything that I can to make her life better. In fact, I've got 4 granddaughters. I love them all. I do everything that I can to make their lives better. But women are not men, and men are not women, and we're different. Did you know that if you dissect the human brain, that women, there's a band that goes between our brain, right side and left side. There's a band of tissues, connective tissue. And men, it's like this. Women, it's like this. It's double. Scientists believe that that's why women are far more emotional and intuitive and all the brainy things, right? Because they're different. It's different. There's a difference. And no matter how many dresses you put on or how much makeup you put on or if you cut your dick off and put tits on, you can't grow that piece. It is what it is. And emotions are never good in decision making. You don't want to make make emotional decisions. Those are rarely good. And what we're seeing is effeminate men and toxic feminine women in the streets. How many gray hairs do you see out there screaming and yelling at the wind? Their husbands are sitting at home. In fact, there's a whole thing on social media that men are not doing their part because they're not standing by their women when their women are out in the streets. They're not supporting their wives out in the streets. They're staying at home. You know why? Because the men ain't crazy. They're not participating in the mass formation psychosis. Talked about it a lot over the last few weeks because it's important to understand that what happened during the Salem witch trials is going on right now. Okay, what happened during Beatlemania, Elvis mania, is going on right now. Same exact thing. The bullshit that happened during COVID, the mass formation psychosis that happened then, right, is happening now. They see the truth. They're told a different narrative. They latch on to it. Do not care about the truth. Truth doesn't matter because the truth defeats their narrative. Does it get changed? Does it move past this? Yes. There's only two ways it happens. Okay? The first way is that these women come to their senses. Not going to happen. No, they're fully locked in. They're ready to go. The second way is that the patriarchy slaps them across the face. That's how it happens. It's what happened the last time. There was a point where it just came to an end. Remember? COVID started, and then one day it was over. It just came. It was the most important thing in our lives. Had to do all these things, abide by all these rules, stand 6 feet apart, wear a mask, wear 2, wear 3, wear 4, be as virtuous and righteous as possible at all times. Call out people who aren't following all the rules. Do all that. Do it. And then one day it was just all over. And if you ask people today, well, why aren't you getting your mask? Why aren't you getting your COVID shot? I had COVID. I've got natural immunity now. Really? It works now? See, there's mass formation psychosis. They wanted to be liked and allowed to do all the shit that everybody else was doing. And so they were not only willing to go along with the lie, but make you live that lie as well and cause you harm if you don't do it. Same thing's going on right now. They're justifying everything they're doing in the streets in Minneapolis. They're justifying in their minds what they're doing is right. You can't change them. They are the Japanese that got left in the jungles after the war was over. They continued to fight for years. Why? Because they, in their mind, they could not conceive that the emperor would ever give up, that he would ever bend the knee to America. The emperor wouldn't do that. For that, I'm going to fight, fight, fight. I can justify it in my mind. I'll kill them all. Because the emperor would never do that. They're believing a lie today that a little 4-year-old was left out in the snow by ICE. That ICE went to the house. Hey, is Leon here? Get that little punk out here. Get that little motherfucker out here. We hear that he's been coloring outside the lines. He's got to leave the fucking country. That's what they want you to believe. When in reality, Daddy ran, Mommy wouldn't come out and do her part. They abandoned their own child for their safety. Daddy's been caught. He's been reunited with his son. He and his son will be deported together now. They're both going back to wherever he came from. Because they're here illegally. Now, these idiots in the streets, think about just how moronic this is for Democrats. The last Civil War was started because they said the right to own people was a human right, and if you don't let us do that, we're going to kill other people. That's what the Democrats said back in the 1860s. And for that, they went to war. They said, we have the right to own other people. Today they're fighting over, we have the right to cheap labor, legal or otherwise. We have the right to undocumented people in our country, and we're willing to kill our neighbors over that right. That's Democrats today. Now, let me ask you, do you think you can compromise with these people, deal with these people? No, because the first thing they do is they lie to themselves. They lie to themselves by convincing themselves that they're a victim. The motherfuckers up in Minneapolis, there's this guy named, hi, I'm Kyle, I'm with a TV shows into, folks, he is an NGO paid person. He doesn't have a job. He's in a hotel room in Minneapolis. He doesn't have any job. How's he paying for his how is he paying for it? NGO money. He's saying get out in the streets. He's saying, I warned you this was going to happen. I told you they'd start killing us. Yeah. Stop following the lawful orders of the police and you're going to get shot. I don't know what's so confusing about that. Maybe it's the cold affecting their brain. Maybe that's what it is up there in Minneapolis. You know? Maybe that's what it is. Folks, we can do this. We can do this shit all day long where we allow them to play the victim. But at some point, they've got to be smacked in the fucking mouth. The women and the effeminate men. There was a video on social media, it's been a couple of months ago. It went viral for me. Millions of views on this video on X. There was a dude that was at a concert and he was getting beat up by 4 or 5 women. And they had him on the ground and they were hitting on him and kicking him and punching him. And then when he got up, he started knocking them the fuck out. Every single one of them. Listen, as a woman, you want to hit me, that's your prerogative. But I reserve the right to smack you the fuck back. I don't care who you are. But you don't hit women. Nope. I don't know where that rule got written. I don't know where that came from. You hit me, I knock you out. You hit me, I knock you out. I don't care if you're 4'5". I may not punch you, I may kick you to the curb, but you don't get to touch me. You don't get to spit on me. You don't get to do any of that shit to me. And you don't get to make me fear for my life. You walk up on me like you're going to hit me, I'm going to knock you out the moment you get close enough. Why? Because I'm experienced, and I don't fight fair, and I'm willing to take a charge. Well, he hit me first. You're damn right I did. You shouldn't have been there. You walked up on me. I will never walk up on you. I'm not a bully. Bullies do the walking. You ever notice that? Bullies walk up on you. That's how I know that you're a bully. I'm going to stand my ground. I don't need to move. That's what's happening with ICE. They don't need to move. They have the authority to be there. The people around them are what they think are bullies. You think you're a little badass because you've got a 9 mil in your pocket? You're a moron. Those men are professionally trained soldiers who became ICE officers. Before they were nabbing illegal aliens up off the streets, a lot of them were in foreign lands, our enemies. I don't agree with the militarized police. I'm not crazy about it. But you need it when you need it. Let's see what we got going on here. Okay, let's see. My son's calling in. Mike, we're on air. What's going on out there today? Are you seeing any craziness?
A bunch of frozen lines. It's getting pretty crazy out here today.
Okay, well, he's out. He's a plumber. He's getting called like crazy. If you're in the Lebanon, Indiana area, call Flowrite. Florite. You got your lines closed or frozen. So are you hearing what's going on in Minneapolis? They've gone crazy, bub.
No, I've been working for the last hour and a half, 2 hours. What's going on?
They had another shooting in Minneapolis. A guy got shot by ICE officers. He had a gun on him. He was going to, they tried to stop him. He fought them, and in the process, tried to go for his gun, and he got killed dead. As they say down in Florida, doorknob dead. So let me ask you, buddy, what is your prediction of what happens next? You think he gets more peaceful with the snow coming in across the nation, or does it get worse?
I think it's going to get worse regardless of what the weather is going to do. It may slow down some of the lazier people, but I still think it's going to continue. And one of the reasons I think that is I believe it's being funded.
Yep.
So if they're getting paid to do this, they're not going to stop.
Nope. You're absolutely right. Thanks, buddy. I'll call you back here in a bit. You know, it's interesting that what he's saying is 100% true. These guys aren't going to stop. The ones on the front line, what I call the tip of the spear, the guys out there in the vest, why are they out there? They're out there for one reason. They think they're going to be a hero. They want to show how bad they are. And they're getting paid. They're the ones guiding everybody else. Oh, don't do this, do this, do this. By the way, I heard today that all of the lines that were set up during the George Floyd riots and so on, all of those have been resurrected. All of the social media privately encrypted channels that they were using during George Floyd, all those are coming back to life. So what we saw during George Floyd is bound to happen again here. It's all starting over again. Why? Because we're experiencing two things at the same time. A mass formation psychosis, all of these crazy fucking bitches, and all of their effeminate men, all the drag stars, all the drag queens, all the dudes with dinglings that think they're women. By the way, you're insane. We're done talking about this anymore. You are fucking insane. Men can't be women. You can pretend all you want. Men cannot be women. Women can't be men. And when you tell them that, what do? They become irate. They lose it. Just like Michael Fanone did in Congress yesterday, or on Thursday. Michael Fanone's a tatted up cop. Somebody used words and got him to the point where he was ready to punch people out and got removed from Congress, from the congressional hearing. The guy who's the hero cop for the left, he was there as a special guest of the Democrats for being a hero for J6 and got kicked out because he can't control his temper. Seem odd? Yeah, because the whole narrative's falling apart. They're waiting for their knock on their door. You see what Trump is doing? Everybody's been saying nothing's ever going to happen, nothing's ever going to happen. I keep telling my buddy Dan, love him to death. He keeps saying, nothing's ever going to happen, nothing's ever going to happen. And then something happens, and then the next day he goes, well, it's not enough. Okay? It's a process. There's a process to all of this. There's a process. And that process is you investigate, you get your ducks in a row, and then you execute. But let's look at what's going on in this nation right now. Trump is a genius, and I think that this is going to play out in this fashion. Do you trust the justice system of our nation right now? I don't. Don Lemon got charged by the judicial system, and the judge said, no, I won't sign off on the arrest warrant because I don't believe in it. I don't believe that what he did, that's not the judge's job. The judge doesn't have that authority. They do. They're exercising it. But that's not justice. If the DA says, we believe there's enough evidence to charge this person, the judge is supposed to sign off on it and say, okay, go get him. They go get him. And what does Don Lemon have to do? Don Lemon has to prove that he's innocent. The state's saying he's guilty. He has to prove that he's innocent. Now, everybody says that you're innocent before proven guilty. We believe that, but the state doesn't. The state believes you're guilty from the get-go. That's their job. Their mission is to make sure that let's go ahead and bring this back up here. Let's listen to what they're having to say here.
Federal troops, federal authorities get out of Minneapolis. What's your reaction?
My reaction is that Governor Walz and the mayor need to work with the federal law enforcement officials. They need the state and local law enforcement to work together with our law enforcement officials, not only to enforce the law. The law needs to be enforced, not enforced selectively, but enforced, and they need to work together. And that's how you keep people safe in our communities, in their homes. And also, I think that would help greatly in terms of identifying the people who are here illegally and pose a real threat in terms of crime and other problems for our country. If Governor Walz or Mayor Fry are concerned about that, then work with law enforcement, work with ICE and DHS, and then go through that process of identifying the criminals and the people who are here and make our communities unsafe.
Yeah, Minneapolis is a sanctuary city, self-declared. What's the benefit of having a sanctuary city? I mean, they seem to see it as a good thing. Give us your perspective.
Well, that said, a sanctuary city de facto does not work. Which laws should be enforced, John? The ones you favor, the ones I favor, the ones... No. All laws have to be enforced fairly and openly, and that's what's going on. And that's what the governor and the mayor are impeding, and that's why you're having these problems. And to the extent they disagree with federal policy, then we have many ways to work on that as far as changing our laws or adjudicating our laws. But they are elected to maintain law and order and keep people safe, and they're not doing it.
I want to put up an X post from your fellow Republican Senator Lindsey Graham. He writes, "My perspective on such matters is that law enforcement officers who risk their lives to enforce our laws and protect us and our property should be respected. If you disagree with that, it is not a blank check to do anything you like. The recent physical and verbal assaults on ICE and Border Patrol agents have led to a very dangerous situation. The protesters are actually endangering their communities more." Just give us your thoughts on that.
Look, we have to get all the facts in this case. Very important. And leaders have to de-escalate it and get calmness. And we can't just go by what we saw on videos on social media. We've got to get the facts. But in a situation where an individual appears to have approached law enforcement, intervened while they're trying to do their job, and he has a loaded handgun with them, think about that. Those law enforcements are out there risking their lives. Imagine if that was your husband or your wife out there trying to enforce the law to keep us safe. And so we've got to keep perspective here, and we've got to get the facts. But at the end of the day, I was governor of our state for 10 years. And I'll tell you what, I knew number one, I had to work to keep our citizens safe. Peaceful protests, yes, but enforcing the law, local and state and federal law enforcement officials working together with elected leaders, first and foremost, keep people safe. And that's what actually protects our right to protest and our First Amendment rights to speak out, is not selective enforcement of the law, but enforcement of all of our laws.
100%. That's the issue right now, is that they're picking and choosing. They're telling the story in such a way that benefits them. They're not telling the truth. They're telling a story. I got a person in here, Cody M7299. I'll transfer, let me put this up here. Let me take stuff here for a second. I'll transfer, I'm going to take all this other shit off here for just a moment here. $200. I assume they're saying $200 to anybody that can prove that people are getting paid. I can prove that people are getting paid. I know it for sure. I'm doing a documentary right now. Now, you see, this guy's an idiot. Whoever wrote that's an idiot. They don't understand how the process works. There are paid protesters. Not all of them. Nope, not all of them. The smart ones. The stupid ones are doing it for free. Yeah, the stupid ones are doing it for free. Isn't that funny? Here's how I know. Soros and his NGOs, his groups, his foundations give money to the Tides Foundation. The Tides Foundation launder that money, give that money to other groups. Now, sometimes they lie about how much they're giving, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they tell the FEC and the organizations, the IRS, exactly what they're doing. We've been following that. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad. Majority of the time, they're good. So I said, well, maybe they're making mistakes. But that money goes from George Soros to the Tides Foundation to these NGOs. And the NGOs, those people that you see in the yellow jackets and the yellow vest, those are NGO professionals. Those are paid agitators. They go and they're the ones that direct you not to talk to the conservatives, don't talk to the press. Ones that are in charge, that have the vest on, those are NGO paid people. So where's my $200, you fucking cuck? Oh, you have to show me proof. I just gave it to you. That's exactly how it happens. You'll see it in the documentary. It's not hard. You see what Lenin, when he took over Russia, who did he count on? He counted on the useful idiots. He said, we're going to count on the people who will do it for free. They will go rape, pillage, and loot for free. We don't need to have anything to do with them. All we have to do is get them excited. They'll join us and they'll do it for free. Now, if you think that every one of those protesters out there is getting paid, you're a moron. And insinuating that has to be the case for anybody to be getting paid, you're a moron. And you're being dishonest. You're a liar. You're lying to yourself first. I know. I've seen the money. I've seen the trails. That's what we're showcasing. That's why these people are in such disarray. And the NGOs are in the streets right now. And that's who's in the streets. It's the NGOs. It's the money that's being used against our nation to tear our nation down. Nothing's ever good enough. If they would spend this amount of money trying to make our nation better instead of trying to open it up to the third world, give everything to everybody for free, everybody can just stay at home and not have to work. And if they were doing that, or if they were making lives better, but they're not. They're making them worse. What they want is open borders. They want Sharia law. How do I know? Because that's what they're working on. There's a new book by Kurt Schweitzer. I believe it's Kurt Schweitzer. That it's called the Invisible Coup. Go read just the first chapter of that. That's what made me buy it. Yeah, I had to go read it. I had to buy it after I read the first chapter. What was the first chapter about? First chapter is about a 100-year process that Mexico's elite is going through to inundate the Southwest with enough Hispanics that at some point they could rise up and say that they're going to take it over, and that there would be enough Hispanics in the Southwest that are still, loyal to Mexico to say, yeah, we want to return all this to Mexico. That's going on right now. That's just one of the things that's going on in the nation right now. One of the battles that we're fighting. That's why illegal immigration is so bad. You see, the Democrats wouldn't have any problem of giving half the nation to all of that desert land, all of that land. They wouldn't have any problem giving that back to Mexico if it enriched them, if it gave them more power. You all think that they're operating on the same agenda that you are, that they've got the same love of this country that you do, that they've got the same ideals that you have, that they have the same ideas about what's good for this nation. They don't. My dad was famous for saying, if they wanted to fix it, they would. It's not fixed. Must mean they don't. He was very simple. He was right. If the feds wanted to fix the problem, they would. If Governor Walz wanted ICE to get out of the streets of Minnesota, he would open his jails and let them go in and take the men and women that are in jails. No fighting, no guns, no running. You go from one cell to another cell. But Tim Walz won't let you do that. Jacob Fry won't let him do that. They're denying federal officers the ability to go in and do it easy. They're making it hard on them. So what happens next? What do you think happens next? We'll talk about that when I get back.
You're watching the CramerSez Project.
Global news with local views.
From the halls of Congress
Across the nation.
around the globe.
You're getting the latest news and conservative views.
You're watching the CramerSez Project.
Global news with local views.
CramerSez returns after this message from our partners.
They lied about it. They tried to hide it.
It was 100% unconstitutional. That's what we were saying in 2024.
I could have sworn that yesterday we learned that the FBI tapped my phone.
And today the NLPC has been vindicated by Senator Grassley's document dump, revealing Jack Smith illegally and unconstitutionally spied on American citizens.
Jack Smith spied on members of the United States Senate. What is this, East Germany?
Grassley's document dump has revealed that Jack Smith's team illegally seized call logs from Ron Johnson, Lindsey Graham, Mike Lee, and Josh Hawley in the unconstitutional 2023 Arctic Frost Probe.
From the outset, we said Jack Smith's appointment was unconstitutional. A federal judge vindicated that view. Now we see the connection between unconstitutional prosecutions and illegal evidence gathering.
The NLPC has been on top of this story from the beginning. Follow or subscribe to the NLPC on this platform for more, or visit at nlpc.org.
To learn more about the CramerSez Project, our mission, and how you can become a part of it, please visit thecramersezproject.com.
You're watching CramerSez.
Tim Walz says that he's going to be billing the federal government for all this extra trouble that ICE has caused in his cities and all the problems that he's having. He's going to be billing the federal government for having to bring in the National Guard. All he would have to do is open his fucking jails. Open the jails, Tim. Make it easy on those officers. They're having to go around house to house to go pick up these people that they know that you have. They have all the same records you have, so why aren't you allowing them the easy way of doing it? Well, because. because they're traitors. Folks, they are giving aid to illegal aliens in our nation, foreigners in our nation. They're aiding in keeping them from law enforcement. That's aiding and abetting. That is a crime. That's a federal crime. That's not a misdemeanor. That's a felony. And it's not just one, it's several. So at what point are we going to start seeing handcuffs going on these motherfuckers? At what point does the military come in and take over so that we can get past these dirty judges? Because that's the next step. You realize that's what happens. The military coming in, the Insurrection Act, means that your civil rights are suspended. Now, generally, they'll just do it in a county. They won't even do it over the entire state. They'll do it over the affected area. So when the Insurrection Act goes into place, it doesn't affect you in California or Indiana. Most likely. It will not be a national declaration of martial law. Just where the problem is. What happens when that happens? You don't have civil rights anymore. You don't have constitutional rights. They went out the door. It's gotten so out of hand, the military has to come in. And when the military comes in and you get in trouble with the military, you go in front of a tribunal. You don't have the same rights. You're under martial law. Now, depending on how long that runs, depends on how they're going to utilize that. Imagine going in and telling Tim Walz, listen, you don't have the protections you have. Nope, you don't have that, you don't have that, you don't have that. You're going to need to tell us what happened. No, there is no fourth, fifth right. You don't have any rights. We gave you the opportunity to do things the right way, and you chose to make it hard on yourself. People in your community are now getting, 2 people are dead. 2. Because Walz and his minions won't do what they're supposed to do. But they can't. Because George Soros and his group is making sure that that'll never happen. Oh, you don't know this, George Soros. I do. That's what I can say for sure. See, here's the thing. I am very careful about what I say. You guys think that I just spout off, but I know all the rules. I've been doing this a long time. You can't say something slanderous or defamatory about somebody. You can't do it. Even a private citizen. Even somebody as big as Alex Soros. I can't say it about him because he'll sue me. Now, little guys most likely aren't going to sue me. They'll get pissed off and claim they're going to get their attorney to come after me without even having a number to an attorney, let alone have one. Anyway, Alex Soros has those kind of resources. So does Reid Hoffman. Do you know who Reid Hoffman is? He was Jeffrey Epstein's little buddy. He was always flying down there to the island. Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, by the way, Reid Hoffman, not poor, multi-billionaire, he said the same thing. Oh, I wish Musk would stop saying those things about me, but he didn't sue him, did he? When Musk said that Reid Hoffman had an Epstein Island problem, everybody knows what he was inferring. Everybody, including Reid Hoffman. And did Reid Hoffman, who sues everybody, by the way, he was the one who funded E. Jean Carroll's case against Trump. It puts in context for you who he is, what kind of a disgusting human being he is. He's been accused of being a pedophile by one of the richest men on the planet. He's got the ability to sue Musk. Why doesn't he sue? Here's what I think, folks. The Epstein files, we're going to see them. And we're going to see them sooner before later. There's people on there that Trump needs. Not friends, maybe not even enemies, but there's somebody on there that he needs to get the agenda done, that he wants to get done. There's somebody on there that still needs to be as useful to him, either as a friend or a foe. You see, I don't think that most people understand how what Trump is doing works. Most people just go out and say, I want this, 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 and this. Well, if you tell everybody what you want, some people will put roadblocks in the way to make sure that you don't get it. That's why Disney, when he bought all that land in Florida, he learned his lesson in California. When he started buying all that land down by Kissimmee, Florida, he kept it quiet. Why? He didn't want anybody knowing what he was doing, because if he did, they'd raise the prices on all the land. So he went in there before they realized what was going in. He bought up all that farmland, all that swampland. He bought it all up cheap, pennies on the dollar. The last few guys made some bucks because they realized what was going on. Well, Trump's doing the exact same thing. You don't tell everybody what you're going to do until you do it. Get ducks in a row. People have been saying, well, why hasn't Trump done this? Why hasn't he done that? Why don't we see anybody arrested? They arrested 2 people. They indicted 2 people. What happened to those 2 people? Letitia James, James Comey, what happened? The judges let them go. The corrupt judges let them go. We saw what they did. We know what they did. We know how they lied. We know how corrupt they are. It's okay to lie on your government forms if you're a congressional member or if you're a mayor or a DA or a judge. If you're in politics, you get to do whatever the fuck you want as long as you're on the right side of the people in your party. You realize that? If they don't like you, they throw you to the wolves. But if they do like you, they'll protect you like crazy. That's on the left and on the right. It's not right. I don't agree with it. I'm not one of those people that do that, but that's the way that life is. You do it in your own families. Get a disagreement with somebody down the street? Do you take your mom and dad's side, right? Or do you take the neighbor's side? Most people are going to take their parents' side. Now, I'm one of those guys, I'm honest, right? That's why my parents and I didn't talk for a long time, almost 40 years. Why? Because I don't pick sides. Nope. I don't give a shit. Not my argument, not my circus, not my monkeys. And they wanted me to be on their side. Got all pissed off because I wouldn't pick a side. I can see where you're both wrong. No, I ain't going to do it. You guys have been doing this. It was her and my mom and her sisters. I'm not getting in the middle of it. And because I wouldn't get in the middle of it, I was a problem. Because I wouldn't pick a side, I'm a problem. Okay, I picked a side, my side. I don't want a part of any of this anymore. Do not call me, do not be a part. I don't want to be a part of it. I'm tired of the fighting. I'm tired of going through this process. Aren't you? Nope. They love the drama. So I didn't talk to my parents for almost 40 years. Why? Because I didn't like the drama. Imagine what I feel about this bullshit going on right now. Tim Walz, he's a drama queen. He's a little fucking fairy. You know it. I know it. He sucks cock. Everybody knows he sucks cock. He loves it. You can look at Tim Walz in 2 seconds and know for a fact that dude loves it up the ass. Now, of course, I'm being hyperbolic here. But we all know what we see. That's not a tough dude. Tim Walz is the dude that when the Nazis rolled into town was the first one to go, the Jews are over there. All the Jews are over there. Go get them. He's nervous. He's not taking command. And even his police chief, or chief of police, is a cuck. They're all nervous men. Not a single one of them is going up there and saying, this is what's going to happen. What are they doing? Everything is somebody else's fault. Everything that's happening in it's their city. Either they're in control or they're not. Are they in control? No. Somebody else is making everything happen. Tim Walz can't stop the federal government from doing what they're doing. Why not? He's the mayor, or he's the governor. Why doesn't he tell his troops to tell them to stop and get out? Why doesn't he do that? He's got the authority, right? That's what he wants to make his sheep believe. The useful idiots believe. That's what he wants them to think. Because he knows one thing, folks. They're stupid. They're morons. They will do exactly as they're told. They will continue to do the same thing over and over and over again because it's what they do. They don't do anything else. All they know is what we're seeing right here on our screen. This is as bright as it gets. By the way, those people in the yellow jackets are paid protesters. All the people in the yellow, those are paid protesters. That's how they stick out of the crowd so people know who to go to. So for the dick that says, oh, I'll give you $200, those 2 people right there. We go to their bank accounts, we will find out that they have been paid through one of the NGOs. They wear that to stick out. The guy in the orange hat, that's a possibility as well. They wear, everybody else is wearing black. You got these 2 motherfuckers out here not trying to blend in. They want to be seen. Why? Because they're the agitators. They're the paid ones. They're the ones that drive it. This dude Kelly that just got arrested. What was wrong with him? Paid agitator. The guy that's going to jail that was crying, he was the one that went in there with Don Lemon. He was crying when they arrested him. Imagine that. Yeah. Let's check in and see what they're saying here.
Why is Mayor Frey omitting the fact that this person had a gun and drew the gun against the ICE agents? And why is this only happening in Minnesota when there are ICE offices and ICE enforcement going on all over the country without incident? These politicians in Minnesota have a lot to answer for.
Yeah, the gentleman shot today was not only carrying a loaded handgun and 2 large capacity magazines, but he was not carrying ID, which is interesting. Laura Reese, formerly with the Department of Homeland Security, now with the Heritage Foundation. Laura, thank you.
Thank you.
Our coverage of today's deadly confrontation between federal agents and protesters in Minneapolis continues when the Fox Report returns.
The CramerSez Project will return
after this important message.
Introducing Tusk.
With Tusk, you get uncensored news and secure browsing,
all while protecting your privacy.
Choose the news you trust and take control of your internet.
Join the free speech revolution with Tusk.
Download Tusk today at tuskbrowser.com.
Are you frustrated with the opinions and agendas the mainstream media calls news? Join the CramerSez Project, a grassroots movement to save free speech and deliver unfiltered truth powered by everyday Americans. We're building the first people-powered news network, 24/7 streaming, citizen journalism, and real facts without spin. If you're ready to dive in and fight for liberty, head to thecramersezproject.com today and sign up to become part of the team or put your name on the list to be notified when subscriptions are available. Join us today at thecramersezproject.com.
To learn more about the CramerSez Project, our mission, and how you can become a part of it,
please visit thecramersezproject.com.
You're watching CramerSez.
Welcome back. My name is Kramer. This is the CramerSez Project. For the last 5 years, we've been looking into what's going on in the news, and it's interesting that most people will take a headline and just run with it. They don't read the story. They don't find out what's really going on, and rarely do they go into the content and click a link to go to the next story that tied this one to that one. Why? Because they're lazy. Most people don't want to investigate deeper than their own biases. Does that make sense? If you hear something about that guy down the street, well, you already don't like that guy, so you believe everything. You know what I learned? 2 things. The importance of understanding how dangerous the telephone game is, right? The telephone game is that game where you say something to one person next to you, they have to whisper it to the next person, and by the time it gets all the way around the circle, what you said initially has been so adulterated and bastardized that it doesn't match anything that you said initially. Ever done that test? It's interesting. Humans are incapable of repeating the same thing around a circle of 30 people. I don't know why, but there's somebody in that group that for whatever reason didn't hear it right, didn't ask, well, what did you say? What'd you say? They just make it up in their own mind. So by the time you get back around to the end, that's why we have songs where people will be singing and you'll go, what the fuck did you just say? Because in their head, those have been the words to that song for years. Right? Radar Love. I'm next to a person that's going, Red Hot Love. No, that's the name of the song is Radar Love. Do you hear radar there now? Now that you know that the name of the song is Radar Love, why would they say Red Hot Love instead of Radar Love? I don't know what Radar Love means. It's a stupid song title, but nonetheless, that's what it was. But people were singing Red Hot Love. Why? In their head, that's what you couldn't change it. Couldn't make them, they don't hear it any other way. It's the same way here at the media and the news. They read the headline, they're told something, and then for the rest of their lives, they will believe that. You can't convince them otherwise. I've got conservatives that on a regular basis will get into a democracy. We're both. I can hear some of you saying it right now. There's enough people in this white right now that somebody's going, oh, he's one of those people. You're an idiot. That's your cognitive dissonance. That's what I was just talking about. You've got it in your head so thick that you won't even go check it out. Why would I tell you a lie? I want you to understand that I'm bringing you truth on a regular basis. Why would I lie to you if the whole thing is to convince you that I'm telling you the truth? Why would I lie about something so trivial? Why? I wouldn't. That's your cognitive dissonance. We are both a constitutional republic and a democracy. We're a democracy because we vote. What does that have to do with what's going on in Minneapolis? I'll explain. Their cognitive dissonance is no different than yours. Do I have it? I'm sure I do. But I try not to. I don't try to get locked into any kind of thinking that's going to get me killed. That's what's happening in Minneapolis. They're locked into a line of thinking that going up face to face with armed soldiers who are just trying to get illegals off of our streets, that somehow that's going to benefit them or work out in their favor. They've been convinced that. Folks, at what other point in your life did you ever say to yourself, I want to go protest armed cops who are trying to get the bad guys off of our streets? Obama got 10 million off the streets, didn't have this problem. Why? Well, because it was the way he wasn't. It's the same people. Tom Homan? Obama gave Tom Homan a fucking award for how efficient he was in getting the illegals off the streets. That was Obama. So when did Tom Homan become a Nazi? Before or after? Because he was much more efficient under Obama. He was a much better Nazi under Obama than he's been allowed to be under Trump. The citizens won't let him do the same job under Trump. They allowed him to be a full-blown Nazi under Obama. Didn't have any problem when he was taking all the people off the streets under Obama. That's why you can't believe the lies. That's why you can't believe what they say. It doesn't matter. They're fucking liars. They're liars. I don't care what they say. I've said for a long time, if Joe Biden told me I was on fire and I could fucking feel the heat, I would not believe a word that Joe Biden told me. I would reject what he was telling. Even if I could see the fucking flames, I wouldn't believe him. That's how much of a liar he is. Hunter Biden's laptop, it was all fake. The same lies, and the way they told the same lies back then, they're doing right now in Minnesota. They're doing about Minneapolis. They're lying to you on a daily basis and telling you that you're the problem. That you, if you want law and order, that you're the problem. If you don't want people here illegally stealing the billions of dollars that we work for on a regular basis, have you heard that if we can just get rid of the fucking waste, fraud, and abuse, we would never have to pay taxes again in this nation? Do you get it? But they don't want that, because that right there is control, folks. Us paying taxes. Have you heard Trump keep teasing the fact that if we could just get rid of this shit, that the tariffs would be enough to take care of everything? But we're paying trillions of dollars every year, putting money into other people's pockets who are ripping us off. And now they're the ones that are telling us that we're racist. We're xenophobic. We're the most hateful people on the face of the earth. We're Nazis and we're fascist if we just want the laws enforced. That's all we want. We want the people who aren't supposed to be here to go home. We feel for them. We don't want to hurt them. If there was a way to get them out here efficiently to where it wouldn't destroy everybody's lives, we'd be for that, but they won't do it. Our country is so great. We're so rich. There's no way they want to go back to their shitholes. Would you? You know how it is. You go on vacation, you're at a nice hotel, this is fucking awesome. Then you go back to your shithole. Nobody wants to leave on the last day. Everybody regrets going back to the shithole they came from. They're no different, folks. They're humans. That's what I keep telling you. The secondary problem is they're human, just like you and I. The problem is that they're from a different culture. It doesn't matter their skin color. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how they dress or what religion they worship. What matters is that they are not connected to the 21st century. They came from a time and a place where you shit in a hole in the ground. I shit you not. My wife worked for a company where it had a bunch of Indians and Pakistanis. This is 25 years ago. And back then, the Pakistanis and the Indians were breaking the toilet seats off with inside the factories because they didn't know how to use a restroom. You see, they were used to shitting in a hole in the ground, so they were standing on top of the toilet seat and squatting on top of, instead of sitting on it, they actually had their feet on the toilet seat, sitting, squatting into it. They didn't quite understand how it worked. And then when they were told, this is what the funny one was, when they were told that you sat on it, they said, that's gross. You're going to sit where somebody else sat? And they went to go poop? Yep, that's what we all do. Doesn't seem to be a problem. Don't need to dig a hole. Everything's pretty good. And if you don't like doing that, those paper things right there, you put it on there. It's a little barrier between you, the seat, and your ass. It's that simple. They don't even understand that. Why? Because they're from the 7th century. They live in the desert in tents. This lifestyle is new to them. There's no way they can ever benefit any of us. I put a video out the other day. How do they benefit us? What do they bring? What do they bring? Have you seen anything beneficial from Somalia come into our community? Or no? We've got the first generation, well, actually, we're on to our second and third generations of welfare people, welfare recipients in the Somali community. They're not getting out. No, it's too lucrative. Why get a job? You get a $2,500 check and you work on the side. They're not stupid, folks. We are. We're the stupid ones. I'm not a racist. I just don't like being ripped off. I don't care what the fuck your color is. I don't care if you're polka dot. I don't want you ripping me off. And if you are, you got to go. Aren't you the same way? Most people are. But the Democrats have convinced themselves that they're virtuous and they're righteous by standing in the way of ICE doing their jobs. These are laws passed by Democrats and Republicans together. They signed their names on the line and they said, this is the way that we want to run our country. Now Democrats are saying, we're going to change the rules. By the way, the reason this is happening, and this is what you're going to find interesting in the documentary that I'm working on right now, is that the way that these NGOs work and the way that Soros works is that he takes the billions of dollars that they get from the government. They combine that with his billions and they pour it into these groups. And then he comes in and says, well, this is the way I want you to operate. And then these NGOs, because the money's been separated so many times, they're now able to go in and take the money that George Soros couldn't give to a candidate directly. They can go through the NGOs. So if he's got 40 or 50 or 60 NGOs, right, and he wants to give $100,000 to a candidate, all he does is he goes to those NGOs and says, I want to give $100,000, and they take the money out and they split it up so that each one gives the legal amount. That's the first way it works. The second way that it works is that he goes in and he goes in now that he's given these large contributions to these candidates. You got to be this, this, and this. It's being said right now, there was an article in New Yorker magazine that said that Democrats are upset now at Soros because they can't even have a moderate position on immigration. Because if they have a moderate position on immigration, these are Democrats saying this, not Republicans. Democrats are saying that if they have a moderate position on immigration, that George Soros will pull his money and they'll lose their election. That's what moderate Democrats are saying. That not to lose, to be able to go to Congress and have their power and be able to be a bigwig, that they can't do what's best for their people. One guy is making the decision for all the people that they represent. Do you think that the 170 some or 600,000 that they represent in their district, do you think that just one of those people out of the 600,000, do you think that just one of them disagrees with George Soros just a little bit? See, George Soros isn't a constituent for most of these people. He's a donor. He doesn't even live in the district. But the congressional member or the Senate member, they're voting the way George and Alex want them to vote, not the way that the citizens of the state want their constituents, the people that voted for them do. That's why it's got to stop. This NGO bullshit's got to stop. Act Blue, got to stop. Red Win, or Win Red, got to stop. By the way, Act Blue, Win Red's doing the exact same thing. Have you heard about what's happening with Act Blue? Yeah, the money, the funneling system that the Democrats use to funnel money to candidates is through Act Blue. I've gone knocking on doors. You see, here's one of the things. I got a buddy, I love him to death. But he's always bitching and moaning. And I tell him, get out there and do something. Don't bitch to me unless you've done something. When nothing's been done after you've been out working on stuff, you're trying to find out what the truth is. If nothing's being done from that point on, then you can bitch. But if you're sitting at home and watching TV and just yelling and screaming at the TV, shut the fuck up. Don't want to hear from you. If all you do is go vote once, every 2, 4, or 6 years, don't want to hear from you. Shut the fuck up. We're tired of hearing from the armchair quarterbacks that are going to tell us how to run the country from their armchair. They don't do shit. They're not in the streets. They don't go to court. They don't go to the city county meetings. They don't go to D.C. They don't talk to anybody. They just sit there and bitch and moan. You know who you are. I'm talking to some right now. All up in arms about what's going on. And, it's somebody else's fault. It's your fault, motherfucker. The people who bitch and moan but won't go out and do anything. Why? Because nothing's ever going to be done? Yeah, you're not the one doing it. You're absolutely right. Nothing's ever going to be done because you're not doing anything, you lazy fuck. You sit there on your couch, you sit there in your chair, you bitch and moan about what everybody else isn't doing. Nothing's ever going to happen. Who do you expect to do it? The people who are the criminals and the corrupt? Are they going to be the ones to do it? Are they going to turn themselves in? Really? You're stupid too. I've been saying the same thing for the longest time. They're not going to hold themselves accountable. They never will. They can't. They won't. Nobody does. You don't. Do you call the cops and you look down at your speedometer and you realize that you've been going 80 miles an hour in a 55-mile-an-hour zone? Do you call them and say, hey, listen, I'm sorry I'm speeding. I'd like to come by the police department and get a ticket, please. Do you do that? You don't? Then shut the fuck up. They're not going to do it either. When they break the law, they're not going to call the cops and say, oops, sorry, come and get me. That's not the way it works. That's not human nature. No, they're going to try and hide it. That's what's going on in Minneapolis right now. They're hiding what's going on. Let's jump into this real quick and see what these guys are talking about. Let me see here. Let me see if I can do this here. Can I do it that way? I hate this thing. Go ahead.
ICE is on the ground there in Minneapolis, and I should say across the country, enforcing immigration law passed by Congress. And in a place like Minneapolis, of course, they're doing it without any local police support, which makes it very dangerous, which makes it very difficult, particularly when you have agitators and others that are going to congregate and try to disrupt those operations. And so what ends up happening is that you have to surge more law enforcement in there to do what local police should be doing, which is crowd control, any riots, and things of that nature. But, Mayor Fry and Governor Walz have basically told the Minneapolis police, the state police and others to stand down. And so DHS and federal law enforcement are having to step up and step in.
So they're hanging the federal agents out to dry, essentially, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they're very clear about what they think about ICE, calling them a propaganda machine. I believe Governor Walz even today said that DHS is not a law enforcement agency. So he's clearly misinforming the residents there in Minnesota and Minneapolis. And so it's not surprising that there's a handful of them that decide to take matters in their own hands. And so the governor and the mayor, they continue to blame ICE. They continue to blame President Trump. They need to look in the mirror and think about what they're saying, how they are characterizing a federal law enforcement agency. It's almost as though they think ICE is some second-rate rent-a-cop law enforcement agency, and nothing could be further from the truth. They enforce immigration law. They have arrest powers. And they exercise those on a daily basis. And so I think it's very, very dangerous what they're doing.
Just on the videos that I have seen, I mean, if I were an ICE agent, I would have trouble being as restrained as these ICE agents generally are. I want to play for you some sound from Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. He's criticizing the White House, as he often does. Listen to this.
Do I have any confidence Donald Trump will do the right thing? No, I don't have a lot of confidence Donald Trump will do the right thing. I do have a lot of confidence that the majority of the American people will do the right thing. And quit referring to these people as law enforcement. They are not law enforcement. We have law enforcement who do an incredible job. And to listen to Greg Bovino denigrate the work of our people who are out there cleaning up their mess, no, I don't have a lot of confidence that he himself will do it.
So there he goes. These people are not law enforcement, he says. Yeah. Your response?
It's remarkable. That's just misinformation. That is providing the residents there in Minneapolis bad information. And so it doesn't surprise me that then they take action into their own hands if they believe that they're not actually law enforcement. Of course they are. And so throughout that press conference, I mean, Governor Walz is doubling down on bad information, being just out of control. An unserious person is the best way I know how to put it. He's supposed to be the governor of a very large state, and he's not protecting his residents. What he should do if he wants to bring the temperature down, as he says he does, is to surge not only Minneapolis police, but state police, as well as, if he needs to, the National Guard, which he had at his disposal. Surge them in there to deal with the violent protests that you see, particularly late at night and probably over the weekend. And over time, that will dissipate the crowds. But if you leave it if you don't allow them to do that and you just have ICE on the streets, I don't see how that's going to end very well. And it will likely require bringing in the National Guard at the federal level.
We are expecting Kristi Noem, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary, to come out with a news conference about 45 minutes from now. That's when it's scheduled. Whenever it begins, we will certainly have it live. But if you could handle this crowd, Chad, that's protesting right there in Minneapolis at the moment, how would you do it? I mean, would you tell them to go home? Would you wait them out? Would you send officers in? What's the best way?
Well, I think you certainly observe them, and if they are peacefully protesting, I think that's one matter that the local police have to decide. Obviously, they're blocking streets, they're blocking intersections. All of that is against the law. They should be on sidewalks, on public property, not impeding traffic and doing a variety of other things. So the local police will have to decide that. However, if it starts to turn violent, if they start breaking windows, looting businesses, burning cars, doing things that are illegal, then I think the response needs to be swift. And here's the problem with Minneapolis and Governor Walz. History has shown that he refuses to do that. I mean, we saw it in 2020 where he was late to act. Portions of his city were burning, and what did he do? He had to call President Trump to ask for help. He doesn't have the leadership, and he doesn't have the foresight to solve this problem, history has shown. And so I don't have a lot of confidence in him. I don't believe the Trump team has a lot of confidence in him. And so that's why you continue to hear the president and others saying, if you don't do your job, I will. President Trump's been very clear throughout his first term and even in this term that he prefers to have locals handle their business. We saw this in Portland. We saw this in Seattle in 2020, and even in Minnesota and elsewhere. He allows the local leadership to do their job with their resources. But if they fail to do it, he is also not afraid to act to make sure that he's protecting those Americans in those cities.
A reminder that his own siblings refused to endorse him for vice president and, in fact, said it is not an office he should be allowed to hold. Chad Wolf, formerly with the Department of Homeland Security. Chad, thank you.
You're watching the CramerSez Project.
Global news with local views.
CramerSez returns after this message from our partners.
Franklin D. Roosevelt said,
"In politics, nothing happens by accident. If it happens, you can be sure it was planned that way."
I don't make a habit of quoting FDR, but on this point, he's 100% right, which makes Vice President Vance's comments from last night even more important to pay attention to.
The only way to honor Charlie is to get to the bottom of exactly how this person was radicalized and who else was involved in it.
Hi, I'm Peter Flaherty, chairman of the National Legal and Policy Center. Since 1991, the NLPC has investigated and exposed the high crimes and misdemeanors of politicians and corporate leaders alike. Our mission is about one thing: accountability, not partisanship, just like Vice President Vance was talking about last night.
That is political terrorism, but it's not just the people who are killing the cops. It's not just the people who are engaging in throwing the Molotov cocktails and in the riots. Where was the money come from? Who was organizing this violent activity? That is not going after Democrats unless, by implication, you're saying every single Democrat is involved in planning political violence.
For the past several years, NLPC is focused on who's funding the violence on our streets and the radicalization of our kids. Oddly, the same names keep popping up. Names like Soros, Hoffman, and Gates. The protests and the riots aren't happening by accident. The violence is not spontaneous. The left strategy is clear: encourage arson, vandalism, and looting, and then blame the violence on the law enforcement response. The protesters are well-funded and equipped, and the NLPC is digging deep into exposing those responsible for supplying these groups with the masks, shields, and other devices being used to perpetuate violence in the name of social justice. To learn more about our mission or to join it, follow and share us on this social media platform or visit our website, nlpc.org.
To learn more about the CramerSez project, our mission, and how you can become a part of it,
please visit thecramersezproject.com.
You're watching CramerSez.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. CramerSez Project live this afternoon on a Saturday as we watch our nation melt down. At the same time that everything's melting down, right, and heating up in Minneapolis, the rest of the nation is under a winter advisory. Have you seen what's going on across the country? I've got a buddy down in St. Louis with the Gateway Pundit. He's saying that they're already getting snow. And here in Indiana, it looks like it's just starting. I haven't seen what's going on across. There we go. There it is. Yeah, it looks like it's time to head outside and do some shoveling here in just a few moments. So I'll be doing that here shortly. Let's go back over here and see what these guys are doing. Let's see what they're doing here in Minneapolis. Well, we'll go back to them when they go on live. Here's my prediction. More of the same. There's no incentive for the ones in the streets to stop. There's no incentive for those in Tim Walz's government to stop. It's going to continue. Let's see what this. They're giving the update.
And audio of the event that resulted in the death of a 37-year-old man. The video freezes just before the shots are fired, but you can hear the gunfire in the background. Our viewers might find it disturbing.
Go. What the is wrong with you? Get the people! What the is wrong with you? Honestly!
So still difficult to evaluate exactly what transpired there, but we should note that based on later comments, it's quite obvious that the person who was shooting the video was not a fan of ICE and law enforcement. Let's bring in Nicole Parker, Fox News contributor and former FBI special agent. Nicole, is there enough in that video for you to make a judgment as to what happened there?
You know, we're going to leave it up to the professional investigators who are conducting this investigation. Like Bovino said, the truth will come to light, the facts will come, and it is an evolving situation. But what I can tell you is that you do not have to agree with immigration laws. You don't even have to agree with what ICE is doing. You can strongly oppose what they are doing. You can go protest. You can go peacefully protest, make your voice heard, and do whatever you'd like, even in the negative temperatures that they're facing in Minnesota. Frankly, there are many other things I can think of that I would be doing if I was in Minnesota right now rather than sitting in those temperatures. But regardless of that, they have that right to do that. But when you cross the line, you may not impede, assault, or obstruct any federal law enforcement officer from performing their duty. And the moment that you do that, you have now broken the law. And it is very clear, and in the press conference given by Bovino, it was very clearly made. The point was clear. An individual approached the law enforcement officers, the agents, while they were executing a lawful warrant, and an individual approached them with a semi-automatic 9mm handgun. You are not allowed to ever approach a law enforcement officer with a firearm. At that moment, you're putting your own life in jeopardy. I'm not sure how this individual, again, no law enforcement officer ever wants to have to use deadly force. But what were they thinking? Did they think that there would be no consequence for, putting a gun, in the view of a federal agent while they're executing their lawful duties? And then the law enforcement officers tried to disarm him without having to use deadly force, obviously, because that's how we're trained. You try to de-escalate the situation. You only use deadly force when it is the last-ditch effort and you believe that your life or another person's life is in imminent danger of death or serious physical injury. And so based on what has been told thus far, those were defense shots, according to the agent, because when you are involved in an agent-involved shooting, the first thing that they do is that they're going to pull aside those agents that were involved, they're going to separate them, and they're going to speak to them. And when they are ready, they will provide a statement. But when an individual believes that their life is in danger, a federal law enforcement officer, you do have the right to use deadly force. And I find it very tragic because, again, law enforcement officers, federal agents, this is not what they want to do. They don't want to do this at all. It is a last-ditch effort, but they deserve to go home alive at night, too. And again, make it very clear. This agent will be asked to legally articulate why they did what they did. And the way that some of these, politicians, Tim Walz is making it sound, it's so insulting. He says these aren't even law enforcement officers. He says that they're harsh and they're cruel. My final suggestion to the people of Minneapolis and the entire country is do not impede or get around federal agents when they are executing their duties, and you will have no problems. It's very simple.
You've already gotten into my second question, which is, the governor and the mayor there seem to be encouraging not only these protests, but the boisterous rebellion against ICE and Border Patrol officers.
I think it's very irresponsible. I think that's, we've talked about it over and over. But again, these individuals, they don't care. If they cared, they would not be doing this in the first place. Minnesota would not even be to this point. But Governor Walz and the mayor of Minneapolis continue to, cause a lot of rhetoric coming out of their mouths that is riling people up. But I also believe that, yes, there are people that are frustrated. They are, citizens probably of Minneapolis in the area. But like many others that you've spoken to today, I believe that there's many professional agitators. These people look for opportunities. This is an opportunity. This is a moment. They're coming in. It's not a coincidence that these individuals have these masks ready to go. I mean, law enforcement, they'll look into that fully. But again, you have the right to peacefully protest. You do not have the right to put a gun to a federal agent or any law enforcement officer. And if you do, there will be a consequence.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Folks, we're going to see more of this. From the Gateway Pundit, story, graphic warning, insane leftist bites finger off a federal agent during Minneapolis chaos. There you go, right down. If you see that there. You can't see the headline, but graphic warning. Insane leftist bites finger off a federal agent during Minneapolis chaos. Folks, it's no longer a fucking protest. When people are bringing guns, when people are actively violent, it's not a protest. I said on January 6th, the moment they went into the building, it stopped being a protest. I left. I was there to protest. I was at the steps of the Capitol. I didn't go into the building. That's not what I was there for. I didn't spit and yell at cops. I didn't try to beat up on cops. That's not what I was there for. I was there to yell and scream at the men and women inside that fucking building. That's what I was there for. Everybody around me was there for the exact same thing. There was a group of people, they weren't there for that. We're seeing the exact same group of people do the exact same bullshit in Minneapolis. The people that did J6 are in Minneapolis right now. You'll never convince me otherwise. The men and women that were there wanted things to be done lawfully. We didn't go into the building. If we wanted to take that building that day, we would have taken it and we would still hold it to this day. Why? Because we're the heaviest armed group of people on the face of the earth. If we want to take it, we'll take it. We didn't want to take it. We wanted to do things lawfully. What happened? You got what you got in Minneapolis right now. Folks, it continues. Federal officer lost a finger today to a protester, bit it off. Let's see here. In a disturbing incident amid ongoing anti-ICE protest in Minneapolis, a Homeland Security Investigations HSI officer had his finger bitten off by a rioter, according to a post from Tricia McLaughlin, Assistant Secretary at the Department of Homeland Security. McLaughlin shared graphic photos on X showing the injured officer sitting in a vehicle, his uniform kicked in mud as a gloved hand tends to his mangled finger. One image shows the severed fingertip bloodied and raw, and another shows it preserved in a small plastic container, presumably for medical evaluation. These are the protesters, the peaceful protesters. Let me again, mostly peaceful protesters don't bring guns to a protest. As I was saying earlier, when I went to J6, I had my gun with me in town. It is my lawful right to carry it everywhere I go. I don't care what your municipality says about it. I'm going to carry that gun because that piece of paper in Washington says I have the right to carry it. And if you nab me up and you arrest me and you say, oh, you got a pew-pew on you, you're not supposed to have one, then we'll see each other in court. But I'm not pulling it out on the cops. They're not going to be the ones that I have to defend myself against. It's the DA. Having a shootout with the cops on the streets of Minneapolis ain't going to benefit me in any way, shape, or form. Guess what happens? There's one of me. They've got walkie-talkies. Instantly, there's going to be a whole bunch of them. Even if they don't have walkie-talkies, pew-pew, gun goes off. What happens? They come running. Cops are like cockroaches. You know, there's a piece of food, drops on the floor, cockroaches run for it. Dog runs for it. The cat runs for it. Cops hear shots, they run for it. Unless you're in Uvalde. Then they sit back and they hold and wait. But generally they run toward the gunshots. Now, there's a lot of contention right now that it's all ICE's fault. If they weren't in the streets, well, they went to the jails and the governor said, no, you can't have the illegal aliens that we have in our possession in the jails. We're going to hold on to those criminals. You don't get them. We're just going to release them, you know, when their time is up here. But you can't have them. That'd be the easy thing. You see, they're criminals. They're in jail in Minnesota and Minneapolis because they're criminals. They're also illegals. Tim Walz and the mayor won't let those illegals go. We won't let those criminals go. No, he says that ICE, that they're the criminals, that they're the problem because of what they're doing in the streets. They're in the streets because Tim Walz won't give him the criminals. So they have to track them down the streets. This is what happens. It'd be so much easier. Democrats could make it so much easier, but they hate you and they hate this country and they need the narrative. They need it for one simple reason. The reason is they're corrupt as fuck. Now, I'm not saying that Republicans aren't corrupt, but we found $19 billion in corruption just out of one town. A sanctuary city that's got $19 billion rolling into it, $700 million rolling out, going to the airport, going to Somalia, going to Northern Africa, $700 million. We know it for sure. And again, Tim Walz has to know about that. Jacob Fry has to know about that. I say that because I've been in politics for the last 15 years, and I can tell you I've worked at the top from the governor's office. I've never worked at the president yet. It's coming. But I've worked at the governors of states around the country, and guess what? They all know what's going on in their state. If there's big dollars in their state, they know who's got it. They know who the big donors are. Oh, that's Bob over there. Bob's rich. He owns a car dealership. You ought to go talk to him. He's got all the money, and he's a big donor. He likes to give it out. Why do you think that Kamala and the Democrat Party picked an unknown from Minnesota to run for VP? I'll bet you go look at the FEC filings. What you'll find is the vast majority of money to put her and him. That's why they were able to spend $1.2 billion. No, I'm sorry, it was 1.5, right? 1.5 or 1.6. $1.5 billion to lose. They had all that money. They were just blowing it everywhere. They were paying people for concerts that they didn't play in a concert. There's all kinds of money laundering going around everywhere. Beyonce made a bunch of money They were handing it out everywhere. We're digging into it now. What we're finding is, folks, it's exactly what you think it is. The corruption is there. And it ties back directly to these people or Act Blue. So we go in and we ask Act Blue, did you give this money? The people are at the door saying no. Hey, Act Blue says that you gave $10,000 last year. Did you give $900 a month? Honey, I wouldn't know what to do if I had $900 right now, let alone giving it away every month. That's what we were told. Not by one person, not by two people, not by three, but by 100% of the people whose doors we knocked on. If they came to the door and we were able to ask them, did you give this much money to Act Blue and the Democrats? Every single one, not one, not two, not three, 100% said, no, I did not give that much money. Or no, I didn't give any money. It wasn't, well, possibly. No, it was always, I didn't give that much money. In particular, one of the things that I caught on to, that I started looking at, are what we call rounding errors. Are you familiar with a rounding error? Yeah, a rounding error is when you need to get closer and closer and closer to a full amount, right? $10 billion was put in. You've made all these little donations across the country, and now you've got a problem because the way that the system works, you have to have exact amounts. So you've got these donors that are giving a dime. Several times a day, they're giving a dime. They log on to the system and they give a dime. One guy in particular that I knocked on his door gave a dime 3,700 times in one day. He donated a dime 3,700 times in one day. That never happened. You see, when I saw that, I asked him, specifically when I went to his door and asked him, it's all on video, by the way. We'll be playing it here shortly on the CramerSez project. But when I went knocking on that door and I asked him specifically, what happened with this money? I said, have you ever given that much money to, and he went, no. Okay, I got one for you. Would you have ever made a single dime donation? Would you have ever gone in and just donated a dime? Would you have ever done that? No. Would you have done that 3,700 times in one day? No. By the way, we went through the process. It's impossible. You cannot do it. You cannot give a dime a day by donating it 3,700 times through the front end of the website. It's too slow. It's impossible. Cannot happen. There's not enough time in the day to make 3,700. Even if you're going as fast as you cannot get 3,700 donations done in a day through their system. Cannot do it. It's impossible. They're saying that he donated a dime 3,700 times in one day. Impossible. See, those are the weird things that I look for. The signs, the anomalies, that ain't quite right. That ain't quite normal, because that's where the lie is. They want you to believe that they've done everything legally. They've done everything above board, but we found out that they're not, that they're crooks, they're criminals. And they're lying to you right now. What's happening in Minneapolis is a big lie. Why? Because of the crime and the corruption with the Leering centers and the daycare centers. How many of those centers are there that nobody's there? They tried to make Nick Shirley look like a racist, like a bigot, like he was lying. Oh, he showed up at the wrong time of day. Look, they're closed. There's nobody here. The Krasnsteins did that. They're cunts, both of them. They're in trouble too. You know, they'll be arrested. They'll be part of that process. Then we've got Good Trouble and the rest of the fucking influencers from social media. They're all showing up in Minneapolis telling you how bad everything is, monetizing off of the coming revolution. You see, I'm not going to go up there and do that. When we head out, I'm working on this documentary. As soon as I'm done with it, we're headed out. Where are we going? We're not going to the front lines and try to get cool pictures of people getting tear gassed. No, we're going to dive into the corruption, the actual politicians. We're going to their homes and asking them, did you get this much money from this group and this? This Leering Center says they gave you $30,000 for your campaign. Is that true? Did you know about the fraud that was going on? That's how it happens, folks. I'm not concerned about the front lines. They're going to take care of themselves. I want to go after the criminals and the crooks and the corrupt. Don't care about what's happening on the front lines ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, they're all there. They got cameras there. They got shit going on. If you want to see that, you can see that. I want to find the corruption. Do you know what ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, and the rest of them aren't looking into? The corruption. They're showing you the sizzle. They're selling the sizzle. See, I've worked in broadcast my entire life. That's the sizzle. What you're seeing on TV right now is the sizzle. If they're lucky, someone will get shot dead on TV and they'll catch it if they're lucky. If it bleeds, it leads. I don't make the rules, folks. That's the way it is in broadcast. That's the way it is in broadcast news. How many stories do they bring you of things that are going right in our country? That's not what the news is about. The news is about all the bullshit that's going on, all the things that people are doing wrong, how you're being bled dry and being robbed blind and the corrupt. That's what it's all about. They try to, smooth things out at the end of the newscast with a, hey, have you seen this story about Bobby? Bobby just won $10,000 in this weird way, and he's going to give it to his community. He's not going to keep it for himself. This little 7-year-old kid won this $10,000, and he's decided to give it to all of his friends in the neighborhood, going to donate it. That's what they tell you. But if you ask them to go investigate anything, dig into anything, they don't. They're gossipers. That's all they do. They gossip. Here's what happened. And then here's another 16 hours of programming based on our opinions on what we think about what happened. That's not news, folks. That's propaganda. That's entertainment. It's not news. That's why the CramerSez Project, we're moving towards news. We want a news organization that is people-powered from the ground up, not the top down. All the social media platforms, with the exception of TikTok. By the way, TikTok is a piece of trash now that they've got this new ownership. It sucks. Anyway, moving on. All of the platforms, Instagram, Facebook, and so on, they're all top down. You've got to be a major creator before you can start really getting reach, right? TikTok was the opposite of that. TikTok, anybody could be a star. All of a sudden, you could be TikTok famous. You didn't need to be a movie star or a rock star or a politician. You could be Judy from the block. And all of a sudden, you're doing something crazy. You got a new dance or whatever, and you're famous. You got all kinds of followers. That's what TikTok did. It allowed the people to be able to communicate among the people easily, not being gatekept from the top down. But this technology that they created is too good. People like myself can go in there, and if they've got a message that sells, it goes crazy. They can't have that. So they've got to silence. They've got to censor. It's already started again, folks. The censorship that we thought we'd gotten rid of by getting rid of the Chinese, doesn't matter who owns it. The censorship is still there. They're not stopping that bullshit. It's just as bad today as it was before. Oh, no, it's not. Yeah, it is. By the way, go on and look at all the music is gone. Did you see that? They don't have any music rights. So you go to put music to your video, there's no music to choose from there. It's all bullshit. It's a bad product. Should have just been shut down altogether, but somebody saw the benefit to be able to still control us, so they're going to get control of it. Oh, Trump let that happen. He absolutely did. Not crazy about it. But you see, now that TikTok is in the U.S., here's what's going to happen. TikTok is under capitalist rules now. I don't know if you realize that, but it'll just disappear. Yep. TikTok will be one of those things like MySpace. It'll just disappear. As people learn that they're not going to be able to make the same kind of money that they made when the Chinese owned it. Why? Because they were disrupting our system on purpose. You think that all that money was coming through was earned by you? See, there's this thought, there's a rumor, hasn't been confirmed yet, but there was a rumor that China was doing a lot of that. They were buying a lot of your goods. You had clients here in the U.S., but they were also paying for a lot of the goods, and they were just paying you direct. You shipped out your stuff, they went to addresses, they got destroyed, the product got destroyed. They didn't care. They wanted to build a group of people that were dependent upon TikTok. And if they ever took TikTok away, then you guys would scream and yell. That's what happened, isn't it? We can't live without TikTok. What about you, Kramer? You're on TikTok. Yep. I don't monetize off TikTok. Never have. Not one dime. Got all kinds of money sitting there. They won't give it to me. Never would. fact, I'm going to fight with them right now because there's a subscription that I was a part of that I can't get out of. And every month they're dinging me for a higher and higher cost. But it's based on an old account, so I can't get it. I can't get it shut down. And they're, well, we can't do anything about it. Gone to my bank, gone to my credit card, everything. Nobody can do anything about it. Well, what's going to happen is I'm just going to stop paying the bill. I'll just turn off the credit card. Fuck it. I don't give a shit. But it's a worse product than it was. They destroyed it. Why? Because they bastardized it. What they had was great. They couldn't let it be. They couldn't let people just communicate. No, they had to have control. Well, I'm not going to be controlled. You're not going to be controlled. Some of you were. Let me talk about that real quick, and then we'll get back to what's going on here in the news. One of the things that I have a real hard time with is people that they get upset when I'm honest with them, when I tell them the truth. Listen, I want you to understand, from my vantage point, just because you follow me doesn't mean that I'm going to say things that you agree with 100%. Right? If we all went out to dinner, all of us, all of my followers across all the platforms, if we all went out to dinner, none of us are going to order the exact same meal. We're just not. And if we can agree on that we're going to all have the exact same thing to eat when we sit down to eat, if we're not going to agree on that, then how do you expect us to agree on anything else 100%? We're not going to. So when I say things, I don't say things to hurt your feelings or butt hurt you. What I do is it's to make you think, to grab you out of that moment where you're not thinking correctly. I had a buddy today telling me that we had to do this. I go, no, you can't do that. He says, well, what if ICE came up to you and demanded your ID? I tell him to fuck off. I'm an American citizen. I don't have to do that. Go find somebody that's here illegal. Well, you just wouldn't show them? No! They don't have the authority to ask me. They can't compel me. I'm an American citizen. Well, you wouldn't just do it to make their job easier? No! They don't have the right to ask me. No, they have the right to ask me. I have the right to tell them to fuck off because I'm a citizen. We don't have to comply with that bullshit. If you're here illegally, you do. If you're here as a green card holder, you do. If you're here as a non-citizen, if you're visiting our nation, you have to. You have to comply. You don't have my rights. I'm an American citizen, you're a visitor, or you're here illegally. You do not have my rights. I'm special. Yes, I'm superior to you in this country simply because I'm an American citizen. We go to your country, things change. You've got more rights, depending on what your constitution or your government is. You've got more rights than I do. I'm a visitor. Folks, this is the dishonesty that we're seeing over and over and over again from the left. They want you to believe that we're the same. We're not. Oh, he didn't get due process. He didn't get due. Yeah, he did. Did a judge sign off on it? Well, where's the warrant? They don't get warrants. They get a decree of removal. There's a term for it, but it's not a warrant. The judge says, get him out of here. They don't need a warrant. That's why they're saying now that, and I don't know if I agree with this one. I want to see how this pairs out. I'm not crazy about this one. How they're justifying that since it's an immigration policy and immigration rights, citizens' rights do not transfer to illegals. They have protections, not rights. Illegal aliens don't have rights. They have protections, right? So these protections are not the same as American rights. So entering a domicile without a warrant, not crazy about that. That's a slippery slope as far as I'm concerned. As long as they say that only sticks to immigration and that you have to be a non-citizen for that to be able to ever be used, okay, I get that. Knock down as many doors as you need to. But the problem is that you're going to be knocking down the doors of houses that legals live in too. And you can't knock down their doors to get to the guy that's there illegally. See, that's where I'm splitting hairs. So I'm one of those people. I'm an absolutist. You have the right or you don't have the right. Somebody says, well, I just make it easier on them. No. They do not have the right to treat me like an illegal. If they try, I'll tell them very politely, guys, I'm an American citizen, not going to be showing you my ID today, but I wish you all the luck in getting the illegals out of this nation. I'm an American citizen. I don't have to show you shit. You know that, and I know that. Obey your oath and go find the illegals. Good luck, guys. Somebody said the other day, they said, well, that would never happen to you because you're white. Are you a fucking racist? What kind of racist are you? Have you seen the list of the people that they're getting? Did you see the dude from Great Britain? White dude. Mm-hmm. A lot of white dudes from France, a lot of white dudes from Western Europe, a lot of white dudes. Rapists, pedophiles, murderers, drug crimes, all kinds of different, dangerous, violent, white dudes. No, it's not about race, folks. That's how you know that they're racist, because that's what they want to use. Oh, he picked up a brown dude. He picked up a black dude. This is all about race. No, it's about illegal immigration. A lot of them happen to be brown. A lot of them happen to be black. But a lot of them happen to be from Great Britain, and they're white. A lot of them happen to be from, France, and they're white. A lot from Germany, and they're white. It's not about race. You're here illegal. They every time they talk about illegal immigration coming from the South. What? Well, South America, that's where it all comes from. Are you fucking insane? Do you know how many Chinese we had come in? Do you know how many Africans we had come in? You're telling me they invaded through the South from Africa? Yeah! Moron. I had to explain this to a Democrat. I had no idea what I was talking about. How'd they cross our border? If they're from Africa, how did they cross? They flew into South America and they walked, you dumbass. I don't think that people understand. If you haven't traveled, you don't understand that, when people talk about walking 1,500 miles, you would never walk 1,500 miles. Why? Because you're rich. I'm not rich. Yes, you are. We are the richest nation on the face of the earth. We are the richest nation this world has ever seen. Even our fat people, or even our poor people are fat. Our poor people are fat. You ever seen that anywhere else? You ever gone to Africa or South America and seen fat people, not with their bellies bulged out? No, that's a sign of starvation. No, that's not being fat. I'm talking about when they're fat. Like the little Muslim girl that was talking about her SNAP check. If she didn't get her SNAP check, we're going to starve. She looks like she was going to fucking pop out of that burqa. Mm-hmm. Our poor people are fat. That's how rich we are. Go to someplace else on the planet. Find out what their people look like. Go to, what is that place over there in Africa that everybody was starving at? See if you can find a fat person over there. Ethiopia. Remember that back in the 80s? Yeah, back in the 80s, the Ethiopians were dying. Sam Kinison said, move them out of the desert. There's no food in the fucking desert. Why do we keep taking food to the desert? Move these motherfuckers out of the desert. Get them to where they got a shopping center and a store. No, it's because, folks, they live in the 7th century. We are the George Jetsons of this planet. China's got some advanced cities, but once you get outside of the cities, it's the same exact thing. It's poverty. You get outside Mexico. Mexico City is phenomenal. You get outside of Mexico City, poverty. We've got poor sections of town, but our poor sections of town are nothing like the poor sections of Mexico City. Go to Brazil. You want to see poverty? Go to Brazil. Go to Peru. Go to Ecuador. That's poverty. You're not poor. You're spoiled. Americans are spoiled. You're poor. You got a $1,000 phone in your hand. Do you know what the average income is for most people around the planet? The average, $100 a year. My wife and I just went and had dinner. The snow's coming in. I said, let's get out before we get snowed in. Let's get some teppanyaki, have some hibachi. That was a $100 meal for lunch. I spent $100 on lunch today. We're rich. Our nation's rich. Most people can't spend that amount of money. I realize that. I realize the life that I have, I've been blessed. So I don't take it for granted. They can all be taken away tomorrow. That's the other thing that most people don't realize, that what you have right now today can be taken away so easily. You don't have any rights, folks. You don't have any rights that you're not willing to die for. We'll talk about that when I come back.
The CramerSez Project will return
after this important message.
Introducing Tusk.
With Tusk, you get uncensored news and secure browsing.
All while protecting your privacy.
The news you trust and take control of your internet.
Join the free speech revolution with Tusk.
Download Tusk today at tuskbrowser.com.
Are you frustrated with the opinions and agendas the mainstream media calls news? Join the CramerSez Project, a grassroots movement to save free speech and deliver unfiltered truth powered by everyday Americans. We're building the first people-powered news network, 24/7 streaming, citizen journalism, and real facts without spin. If you're ready to dive in and fight for liberty, head to thecramersezproject.com today and sign up to become part of the team or put your name on the list to be notified when subscriptions are available. Join us today at thecramersezproject.com.
To learn more about the CramerSez Project, our mission, and how you can become a part of it,
please visit thecramersezproject.com.
You're watching CramerSez.
One of the big questions that everybody is asking, Dennis here is asking the same question that I think everybody's asking is, fuck this. Why the fuck is Waltz and the other asshole, Jacob Fry, not locked up yet, and that fucking terrorist bitch Omar still alive? Yeah, well, we'll take that down now. No, they've got to all be, they've all got to be taken care of. And folks, this is what I've been telling you, that it doesn't take much to start to understand that what Trump has done is that before he could take care of home, he had to take care of the world. I know that's hard to understand, but Trump didn't want the rest of the planet coming after him when he gets ready to dismantle what he's going to dismantle in this nation. If the Republican Party has any hope whatsoever of ever getting another election through this system, the system itself has to be fixed. It's corrupt from top to bottom. There are both Republicans and Democrats that are traitors to this nation. Mike Pence, traitor. 100%. I've known Mike for a long time. Don't trust him any farther than throw him. He lives right up the road from me. Yep. Don't trust him any farther than I can throw him. He's a traitor. We saw it happen on January 6th. He sold us out. Not the Republican Party, not MAGA. He sold out his nation and was rewarded. They let him know that morning. He got a challenge coin that day. Somebody handed him a coin. I can't remember who it was, but they were all excited. As soon as he got done, they wanted to commemorate that moment. So when Trump starts doing what he's doing, got to do, to have faith in this nation, to go forward, for us to move forward and believe in law and order and justice, these people that have done what they've done over the last 10 years, 20 years, have to be held accountable. They have to. Accountability is what keeps law and order in place. That's what Trump is about to do in Minneapolis. There's going to be some accountability up there. There has to be. If we don't have accountability and these people don't go to jail, then why wouldn't I do what they're doing? I'm serious. You're thinking, well, the reason I wouldn't do it is because I have a job and I have... Why work? Why not just do what the fuck you want to do and just worry about, feeding yourself? Why not do it a large group that we see in the black community? They're doing it. They've realized, why fucking play the game? Lost my mic. Why play the game? Sorry about this. I've been in broadcast a long time. I've never had that happen. That was weird. Anyway, I don't blame them. It's a smart move. I'm there. Are you there? Why are we paying into a system that we don't benefit from? If we complain about what's going on, we're a racist. If we complain about what's going on, we're a xenophobe. If we complain about what's going on, we're a misogynist. If we complain about what's going on, we're fascist or we're Nazis. If we complain. But we're the ones paying for all the bills. The fucking bitch out of Minneapolis that they had up there with that Trump bandage on the side of her head. I mean, she's got a 5 head, right? I don't know if you've noticed this, but the majority of Somalis, they have a 5 head. You and I have four heads. They have a 5 head. A 5 head is one bigger than a 4 head. They have 5 heads. She's got this big bandage up here. She wants to talk about rice and bananas, that there's more to being a Somalian than eating rice and bananas. And then she can't name one thing more about being a Somalian. And what do they all do? They all talk about Somalia, Somalia, Somalia. They talk about their home country. They don't talk about making this country better. They talk about how they can make Somalia better. Ilhan Omar talks about how you make Somalia better. When she goes back, she talks about how she loves Somalia. How she's, still working to make it a better place. Folks, if this stuff doesn't stop, why would I ever go to work? Why would I ever go to work? Why would I ever pay another dime in taxes? We're not paying our fair share, and then we find out $19 billion got sucked the fuck out. I'm done paying. It's like when I took all my money out of the stock market. We'd put several $100,000 into an account, and 2 days later, 30% of it gone like that. You told me that that's where we should put it, that it's a sure thing. And now 30%'s gone. We're not talking about, we're talking over $100,000 gone in 2 days. And you said it was a sure thing. So where's my sure thing? Are you going to put that money back in the account? No, he goes, well, I told him I can lose money like that. I can go to Vegas and lose money that fast. Have a lot more fun. I mean, I got taken advantage of, and I didn't get any hookers, and I didn't get any blow. So fuck this. I can do this on my own and have more fun doing it. We're done. And so I left the professionals and started doing my own thing. And guess how I've done? I've done better. And now I've got all my money out. Well, Kramer, why have you got all your money out? Why do you think I got all my money out? That stock market you're watching, that ain't real. You seen the economy? This ain't a real economy. You got more money or less money in your pocket? You got more debt? You got more debt, don't you? Everybody's credit cards are higher. Nobody's got $400 in the bank, but they got $20,000 in credit card debt. Can't figure out how to make that monthly nut, right? They're trying to get ahead. I want to pay the $75 this month. If you paid $1,500, I can't afford $1,500. I got my phone, I've got my internet, I've got my streaming services, I've got my coffee, I've got eating out, I've got all these other things. No, I can't afford that. So you're living paycheck to paycheck, renting everything. Meanwhile, the Somalians, they're living hand to mouth, literally eating rice and bananas and sucking every dime out of this culture they can get and sending it back home. Do you realize that the moment that USAID was shut down, communities around the world completely came to a halt? Their entire business was based on that money. Without that money, they're broke. What Trump did you hear the inner workings of how Trump got Greenland? Didn't cost us a dime. They gave everything to us. Everything that he wanted, he got for free. No military invasion, no problems. We get it all for free. Oh, it's not all worked out. It's worked out. We're talking about the minor details. The big moving parts, done. Why? Because Trump went down and grabbed Maduro. He showed people what he was willing to do, how he was willing to act, and how efficient we are at doing it. Scared everybody on the planet. You see, even Putin's afraid that Trump is going to bring his soldiers in and drop down and grab him. Everybody's afraid. Why? Because we're the big bad stick. We've got more technology and more capability than any other nation on the face of the earth. We are the bullies of the planet if we want to be. We got to use that for good, though. We can't be using it for bad like the CIA and the Democrats and the rhinos and the neocons and all the other bad people in our government have been using it to make themselves wealthier, make their friends wealthier. That's what Trump is trying to do. It's one thing at a time. I keep telling my friends it's a process. This is what I do for a living. You don't go in and just get everything done in one day. There's a process to things, everything. I was trying to tell my buddy about him understanding this, and he doesn't get it. He just doesn't get it. That everything is a process. It's not the speed that you want to do it at. I'll give you an example. You go to mow the lawn. Before you can start mowing the lawn, before you even get the lawnmower out, you got to prepare the property. If you've got a large property, if you've got flowers and you got flower pots, you got to go get all that shit moved out of the way so you can mow first. You got to go trim before you can mow. There's things you've got to get ready before you can actually start mowing. We're getting ready. Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, I was blowing them steam for a long time until they hired the assistant AG. When they hired a new attorney general to help Pam Bondi, that's not been done before. Why hasn't it been done? Because they're doing something big, folks. This is a big case. They went after James. They went after Comey. What did the judges do? The judges turned that away. Don Lemon got charged. What did the judges do? The judge turned that away. What Trump has realized is the judges are corrupt and ideological. They don't act on law and law alone. They're political. They're owned. Folks, I hate to say it, but it's my opinion that the only way that we get out from underneath this is in the event that a cop gets shot. That's the only way we get out from underneath this. Trump is playing a dangerous game here. Everybody's asking, I see in the comments, why hasn't he invoked the Insurrection Act yet? Why? It's a question I was asking too. Why hasn't he done it? Because he has to have absolute right to do it. The judges right now won't do that. They won't go along with him. He has to wait for a soldier to die. He has to wait for one of these agitators, professionals or otherwise, to pop a cop. It's going to happen. It's going to happen sooner than later, and when that happens, that's the justification to do everything that he needs to do next. As I tell you, folks, everything is based on justification. Trump can't justify going in there and being the dictator that they're calling him. His agents are in there acting lawfully. You may not like it, but that's the way things are. Biden did the exact same thing. Obama did the exact same thing. Trump did the same thing during the first time. Nobody was out in the streets stopping it then. They are now because the paid agitators are in the streets. But they need Trump to step down. That's what it's all about, pressure, right? Trump's exerting pressure, they exert a little bit more, and they're justified. Well, these are all fucking Nazis down here, and we have the right to do it because we can punch a Nazi in the face. They've been programmed that what they're doing is all right. It's justified because these people down here are Nazis, so they put a little bit more pressure on. What happens? Trump puts more pressure. Why? Because it's dual escalations until somebody does something that steps over the line. Brene Good dead. What did the left do? Did they learn their lesson and stop getting in the way of the cops? No, they escalated it. Now they're walking around armed. You all saw the videos of the fat little fuck that's out in his front yard with the fingernail polish on with his AR. Isn't it amazing how these weapons of death, these kid killers, right, these guns are suddenly, these are the tools that you keep an oppressive government back with. These aren't deadly weapons that you take into schools and that we should take off the shelves because they're so fucking dangerous. This thing right here is going to save democracy. That's what you hear the left saying. They're justifying it. They're convincing themselves that they're right to do what they're doing. So they escalate and they escalate. We had a gentleman killed today. Why? Because he showed his gun. He tried to intimidate cops. That's how it started. He tried to intimidate them that he's just as armed as they are. What happened to him? Dead. Why? Because they're playing a game and these law enforcement officers aren't. These soldiers aren't. That's what they are, folks. Our police officers are all military, right? They got out of the military. You go straight into law enforcement. You're going to get a job almost guaranteed. And a lot of these guys, they spent time overseas, Afghanistan, Iraq, right? Different places around the world. I've got a buddy who was a special forces special operator for a number of years. Little badass. I would not mess with Charlie. I would not mess with him at all. He's a little guy. He's smaller than I am. I ain't going to fuck with Charlie. Nope. Charlie's a badass. Why? Because his job was killing people. He was a special operator. They sent him in and his team in, like SEAL Team 6 and others. We need this bad guy dead. Did you know that the CIA, that they have a Tuesday kill meeting? It's a kill list. Here's the people that are going to be killed this week or we need dead. Every Tuesday. I'm not making this shit up. Every Tuesday there's a kill list that comes out. Here's who needs to be dead. Charlie Kirk, killed on a Wednesday. Weird, huh? I've been telling you for the last 5 years, there's no reason for me to lie about the things that are going on. The things that are going on sound horrific and impossible because your government's doing that to you. The government who tested on the Tuskegee Airmen, they're the ones who put a kill switch in your car. The people that lied to you about how safe and effective thalidomide was, they're spying on you and building a database on you. The government that lied about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, those same people, those same bureaucrats, they're still in power, folks. The people that in the government that killed how many men, women, and children in Waco and justified it, that if we, I want you to think about this from a founding father's perspective. Men, women, and children were burned alive because the government said they didn't have the right and authority to have those kind of guns. That's what it was about. That they had too many guns. That's what it was about. What do you think our founding fathers would have to say to a government that said you have too many guns, and for that, we're going to burn you and your men and women and children alive for doing that? What do you think the founding fathers would have done back then? You think it's going to get any better? I don't. I think it gets only worse. It only gets worse. Why? I'm not a pessimist. I'm a realist. I'm a pragmatist. They just put a kill switch bill in front of Congress, and Democrats and Republicans came together to make that one happen. That means somebody is buying off a lot of Congress members. When you can get 211 Democrats and 57 Republicans to come together on a bill, somebody's been spreading some cash around D.C. Who's been doing that? Why is it important for the U.S. government to have the authority, the capability of shutting down your car? You see, they passed the bill today. Didn't affect you. Your car doesn't have that. But it does your kids. You're enslaving your kids, folks, because you're too fucking lazy to do anything about it. You keep thinking that somebody else is going to do something about it. Nobody's going to do anything about it. Who's going to do it? Who's going to fix it? Tim Burchett out of Tennessee is probably one of the best hopes that we have at doing this kind of thing, and he's disgusted about his inability to get anything done. Why? Because it takes more than one person. One person alone doesn't do it. A lone assassin can make a big difference. We've seen that happen. But a lone person screaming at the system saying it's all wrong, it's all wrong, it's all wrong, and it needs to be changed, no hope at all. How did the system get changed last time? Do you remember how we changed the system last time when it was too corrupt and we didn't like it? And they weren't abiding by the Constitution that we wanted? What happened the last time we didn't like it? We ripped them all out of power. You see, that's what it's going to take one way or the other. I don't make the rules, folks. Trump is trying to fix it from the top down. It's impossible. It's too entrenched. The deep state, the people that run everything, there's too many of them. There's too many Karens. There's too many Kins. They're not going to change. A buddy of mine said, and I love him to death, he's the same guy that I tell from time to time, you can't do this, you can't do that. Dan was on with the phone with me a while ago, and he's right. It's going to take 128 million people being killed in this country. He's right. We can't compromise with these people anymore. They want to kill their babies the day that they're born. Yeah, I know I want the full 9 months, but it's still in there. I've decided I don't want it. I'm done. Go, yeah, rip it out, kill it. They don't have a problem with that. They're evil. They're inhumane. Let's go into this. Let's see what this time is. Here we go. Oh, where is he? Why isn't he there? Oh, there it is.
I have formally requested assistance from the National Guard to support the limited number of officers that we have in the Minneapolis Police Department. We have around 600 officers in total. Days off have been canceled. Our incredible Minneapolis police officers have been working tirelessly to do their day-to-day work, and simultaneously, they are put in the middle of these chaotic situations. We will not be able to do this on our own, and so we are getting assistance from both mutual aid jurisdictions as well as the request to the governor for the National Guard, and we're appreciative of the assistance. Our community is tired. Our officers are tired. Our businesses are tired. and this additional support is necessary. And again, the chaos that we are seeing is caused directly by ICE, Border Control, and this federal administration. Our top priority is keeping our neighbors and businesses safe, and the additional support will help us do that. Our community service officers are helping to deliver food to families that are in need. Community members are out there peacefully protesting, making sure that their voices are heard. They're escorting workers to their jobs. They're taking care of daycares. It has been extraordinary how people around our city have stepped up during this difficult time, and there is an incredible group of leaders in senators and members of Congress that are here with me to deliver a powerful message in just a couple of minutes. We're also working closely with our immigration task force to make sure that clear and transparent information is coordinated. We'll continue to do everything in our power to keep our neighbors safe and to stand up for our immigrant communities. Most of the protests that we've seen have remained peaceful. Let's keep it that way. Let's not counter Donald Trump's chaos with our own version of chaos here. I understand that people are angry. I'm angry. I understand that people are experiencing trauma. It makes sense. Our communities have been placed on the very front line, and this has been ongoing now for weeks. It must end. Remember, it's only our city that will suffer if there is damage or destruction that is done. Finally, to the victim's family and friends, our hearts are with you. Our love goes out to you. I know that there is nothing that I can say right now that will ease the pain. But I hope you know that Minneapolis cares deeply for you. There are 435,000 residents that will do everything possible to stand with you. With that, I'll turn it over to Chief O'Hara, who will give more of an update on the plans for tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. I'm going to provide a brief update on the events today and our plans to maintain order in the city. I recognize that this is a volatile and emotional situation, and our focus remains, as it always has been, on de-escalation, slowing things down, and maintaining peace and order in this city. The situation is stable right now, and it is peaceful, and we intend to keep it that way. After our last press update, additional residents and demonstrators gathered today, and the situation deteriorated. Local and state law enforcement officers were surrounded on multiple sides by a mix of protesters and also agitators who engaged in unlawful acts. Individuals began erecting barricades, throwing glass bottles, ice chunks, and at least 2 separate fires were started in the immediate vicinity. Minneapolis police had to escort firefighters so that they could safely extinguish those fires. The number one priority of our police officers is to protect life and maintain public safety for all people in our community. And so given the volatility and rising public safety risks for residents, for demonstrators, and police officers, state and local law enforcement did deploy less lethal and gas munitions at that assembly in order to allow for a safe egress of law enforcement and to prevent further violence and damage. We do everything that we possibly can to de-escalate whenever possible, and the actions that were taken today were in response to a dangerous and escalating situation that already had multiple confrontations. The gathering at the scene now is peaceful, and we need everyone to respect the lives and property of all people in our community. In order to maintain that peace, we have established a vehicle exclusionary zone in the affected area. That zone has allowed traffic to be safely managed and has significantly reduced the risk of escalation, ensuring access for emergency vehicles, for residents of the area, and for lawful, peaceful demonstrations. This zone will be maintained by uniformed police officers of the Minneapolis Police Department, working alongside members of the Minnesota National Guard. National Guard members will be wearing fluorescent yellow safety traffic vests and will be working alongside uniformed Minneapolis police. In addition to the Minnesota State Patrol and Hennepin County Sheriff's Office that assisted at the scene, the St. Paul Police, Ramsey County Sheriff's Office, and numerous Hennepin County suburban police departments are assisting with answering 911 calls in the city of Minneapolis today. The loss of human life, yet again, is a tragedy. We pray all people can recognize that, and we extend our condolences, as the mayor has said, to the loved ones of the deceased. To the people of our city, we understand that the pressure has been building for weeks. We understand the hurt and frustration that this causes. But again, if you choose to come out, if you choose to demonstrate, peacefully assemble, do so lawfully, and understand that the men and women in this uniform standing here tonight are committed first and foremost to protecting the lives of every single person in this city. We will continue to monitor the situation and provide updates as needed. Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for your strong leadership during this crisis. I'm joined today by Senator Smith, as well as Representatives McCollum and Morrison, and joining us in a statement are Representatives Craig and Omar. Our message is really clear and straightforward. We need ICE out of Minnesota. They are not making us more safe. As the tragic killing this morning, as people saw it viscerally on that video, shows us they are making us less safe. With 3,000 agents, which of course includes border control, outnumbering the sworn police officers in Minneapolis and St. Paul by 3 to 1, and even larger than the 10 metropolitan police departments, this is completely out of whack, completely out of balance, and now 3 people have been shot, 2 resulting in death. 1, Renee Good, mother of 3, and now Alex Preddy, a 37-year-old Minneapolis man, a citizen, also a nurse. They both have families that love them very much. This city has been under siege, and I want to make something clear. As the mayor and the police chief are doing their job for this city, it's not just the cities. It's not just Minneapolis and St. Paul, as you'll hear from the members of Congress. It is the suburbs where...
All right, this is a Fox News alert. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem is speaking after this fatal shooting, CPB-involved shooting in Minneapolis earlier today. We'll listen in to her.
Central Time, the Department of Homeland Security law enforcement officials and officers were conducting targeted operations in Minneapolis against an illegal alien whose criminal history included domestic assault with intentionally inflicting bodily harm, disorderly conduct, and driving without a valid license. An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently. Fearing for his life and for the lives of his fellow officers around him, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics were on the scene immediately and attempted to deliver medical aid to the subject, but he was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 magazines with ammunition in them that held dozens of rounds. He also had no ID. This looks like a situation where an individual arrived at this scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement. About hundreds of protesters then showed up at the scene. They began to obstruct and to assault law enforcement officers. We saw objects being thrown at them, including ice and other objects, and a rampant assault began, and even an HSI officer agent's finger was bitten off. Crowd control measures were deployed to bring safety to the public and to law enforcement at the scene. And once again, I want to remind everybody that this situation and this tragedy did not have to happen. Our law enforcement are doing everything that they can to protect the public. We're praying for this deceased loved one's family and friends, but we also recognize that the Minnesota governor and the Minneapolis mayor need to take a long, hard look in the mirror. They need to evaluate their rhetoric, their conversations, and their encouragement of such violence against our citizens and our law enforcement officers. I'll remind you that Governor Walz today in his press conference said that our officers were not even law enforcement, which is a lie. He's called them Gestapo. He's encouraged residents and citizens and violent rioters to resist. He's doxed their identities, putting themselves and their families' lives in jeopardy. He's refused to turn over murderers to federal law enforcement officers. He's protected illegal criminals and protected them from being brought to justice, and even overseen a historic, unprecedented theft of American taxpayer dollars. Tens of billions of dollars were stolen under his watch, and he allowed it to happen, and in some instances may have even facilitated it. In other cities and states across the country, we don't see this happen. Local, state, and officials work with us to make sure that we're making their streets safer. I'll point to the city of Memphis, which is where there is a Democrat mayor in place. He worked with us and our federal law enforcement officers, and we saw murder rates drop by 50% because of that partnership. We've seen historic lows in the criminal acts that have happened in that city. We've had the same amount of law enforcement officers there, but a very different result because of the leadership in place. Last week, ICE did over 2,000 different operations, and we saw people be brought to justice and the American people made safer because of that work. We don't have this problem in Texas or in Florida because those individuals in those states work with us, and they make sure that they keep peace and calm while they bring criminals to justice. In Minneapolis, Governor Walz and Mayor Frey, they instead choose violence. They instead choose to encourage the destruction of their city and the crime against their people. It appears that they want this lawlessness to continue. It appears that they want chaos to distract from the theft and the fraud and the corruption of their city. I'll remind you that this city has been corrupt for years with what we've seen with people that have been stealing taxpayer money, all under the leadership of Governor Walz and Mayor Frey. I'm asking for all the authorities in Minneapolis and the leaders to work with us, and there are two things that we have repeatedly asked the governor and the mayor to do. Number one, all we want them to do is that when they are going to release a dangerous criminal from their jails, turn them over to us so we can get them out of this country as soon as possible. Since we have been back in the White House with President Trump's leadership, they have released over 490 criminals onto their streets rather than allow us to get them out of the country to keep families safe. The second thing that we have asked the governor and the mayor to do is to help us keep people safe. Just give us backup on the streets while we do our targeted operations to get illegal criminals out of our country, and then we wouldn't have to be there facing these types of situations that we face with violent rioters who are impacting and attacking our law enforcement officers. That's all. Those are the two requests that we've asked of them. We've asked them to help us do that so that we can continue to see success in Minneapolis like we see in so many other cities and communities across the country. But they have refused because they want us talking about attacking law enforcement officers instead of the fraud and the theft that they facilitated in Minnesota. One thing I'd like to do before I take your questions on that situation on the storm is give you a few facts about the storm and what we're facing here in the coming days. This storm is going to produce heavy snow. It's going to produce dangerous freezing rain and ice and life-threatening wind chills that will be sustained for days. Power outages, road closures, and other impacts have already started to impact the Midwest, the South, and the East Coast. The most important thing that people can do across this country is to please stay off the roads, to stay home when possible, unless you absolutely have to be out and about. That will not only ensure that you and your family are safe, but that emergency responders aren't out there trying to rescue you when they could be out doing other work to proactively keep people safe and at home.
We're going to continue to monitor Secretary Noem's comments. Of course, the storm is also a big story tonight. A lot of people are looking for information on that. Fox Weather and Fox News will cover the storm, of course, tonight. But to just discuss what we just heard from Kristi Noem about the situation in Minneapolis today.
You're watching the CramerSez Project.
Global news with local views.
CramerSez returns after this message from our partners.
For decades, the Smith-Mundt Act protected Americans from U.S. government propaganda meant for foreign audiences.
But in 2012, the Modernization Act gutted those safeguards, allowing taxpayer-funded misinformation to flood our media and minds.
Over the last 10-plus years, we've seen the damage.
Take COVID-19 messaging as an example.
The government pushed relentless vaccine campaigns and lockdowns, often suppressing dissenting science, leading to widespread distrust and division.
Election narratives.
Federal agencies amplified Russia collusion stories and censored social media, influencing public opinion and elections under the guise of fighting disinformation.
Climate change agendas.
Billions in funding promoted alarmist green policies, downplaying economic impacts and alternative views to push globalist initiatives.
This isn't freedom, it's manipulation.
Urge President Trump to overturn the Smith-Mundt Modernization Act and restore protections against domestic propaganda.
Take action today. Sign the petition now and make your voice heard while you still have the chance.
To learn more about the CramerSez project, our mission, and how you can become a part of it,
please visit thecramersezproject.com.
Woohoo! We are back. We are back. We are back. Hi, my name is Kramer. This is the CramerSez Project. And, it's interesting. Hopefully we've got audio here. Something weird happened. Did I just lose everything? Hopefully. Can you hear me? See if you can still hear me here. What's interesting is we're seeing a color revolution play out in our own backyard. We've watched it happen everywhere else on the face of the earth. We saw it happen in Ukraine. That's what happened with the... There we go. There we go. We got audio. I don't know what happened there. All of a sudden my audio went out on my end. But I think it's interesting as we're watching this color revolution try to play out. The difference is that these countries that the color revolutions have been used in over the years, folks, they had no idea that it was happening. We see it happening in real time, and that's why the CramerSez Project is here. See, my background is radio, TV, media, entertainment, public relations, marketing, advertising. Since I was 16 years old, this is all I've done. And so when I see these tactics being used and the techniques being used around the country, I go, okay, I know what's being done here. I know what's being done there. And 4 years ago, I started talking about that I wanted to create something that was different than what everybody else was doing. Everybody's wanting to be a news service, but they're not wanting to be truth. They want to tell you what they think, but they're not worried about the truth. I'm worried about the truth. The truth is what unites us. If it's harmful to me, it's harmful to you. Don't you want to know that what I found that's harmful to me? Don't you want that information? Don't you want to share that? Well, that's what we've been looking at. What we found is that there's not a major investigation in the mainstream media news into any of the most important things that we're looking at today. Nothing in the last 10 years. There's been no major investigations of any pharmaceutical company in the last 10 years. None. The moment that pharmaceuticals were allowed to advertise on radio and TV, they stopped investigating pharmaceuticals. Now, folks, I can say this because I was part of investigations back in the 80s and early 90s into these companies. So I know what was happening back then, and then suddenly one day it just stopped overnight. We can't trust the mainstream media. We go to our TV and our radio and we watch what's happening, but we don't even trust what's happening. Are they using AI? Are they using footage from today? Or like CBS, are they stealing footage from some firefight event that happened in Kentucky and telling us this is what's going on right now someplace else on the planet? That's what they did. They lied directly to our faces. They didn't say sorry. They didn't say, oops, we made a mistake. They called us conspiracy theorists. We caught them. Well, that's what the CramerSez Project is about. It's about bringing truth back to what we want to know. You don't get truth from people that are willing to lie to get their agenda passed, or lie that Trump is the greatest person ever on the face of the earth. He's good, but he ain't the greatest. He's only human. And yes, he's going to make mistakes. And when he makes mistakes, we got to call him out for it. I don't like this thing that just happened in Congress, why it just happened, and nobody in the Trump administration is screaming and yelling that they just put a goddamn kill switch in our cars. If you're driving erratically, your car should be able to just shut down, you know. If the car thinks you're drunk, shuts down. What's the problem? It's for everybody's safety. What's the problem there? If it shuts down, you just come back to the government and you ask us to turn it back on for you. We'll turn it back on for you, no problem. Mistake? Yeah, we'll do that. We're the government. We're here to help. Folks, that's why I don't trust any of this. Do you know why I don't trust these fuckers? The biggest reason I don't trust these people? Not because they're in the government. That's the second reason I don't trust them. The first reason I don't trust them is because they're people. People act as if the government is some beneficial group of humans get together to do what's best for everybody else and forego their own wants and desires. It's not. These people go to gain power so that they can control lives, not make lives better. Name one government program that's ever gotten smaller. Name one. They don't happen. Why don't they happen? Because more is better. Well, I got paid this much last year. If I had 10 more employees, I bet I could justify getting paid just a little bit more. Yeah, we need 10 more employees in this department. So to get to that pay rate, I got to do this, this, and this for the next years to make it. And if you don't think that that's the way these people think, then, folks, it's why I'm really good at what I do with inside what I do. Because I see how they think. Do you know how I know? Love her to death. My mom. That's the way my mom, she was a schemer. A schemer, right? She could think long term, and these are the things that I want to do. And if I do this, 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 and this, I can nudge these things just enough to get my way 6 months, 8 months, 10 months down the road, or 5 years down the road. A schemer. Takes one to know one, right? When you've seen it in your life and you know how it's used, you see it and you recognize it when other people are doing it. They're schemers. Now, luckily, I got that same trait from my mom. I can do the exact same thing. But it's different when men do it than women. How? Because I'm not scheming to get even. What I do is I strategize to make an end goal happen for clients. Right? They want to have a certain sales position down the road. That's what I've done my entire life. So I would strategize on how to get there by nudging and pushing and doing what I need. Same exact tactics, different outcome. I'm not trying to get even with somebody. I'm not trying to hold someone accountable. I'm trying to make money for my client. Same capabilities. And when you recognize them being used against you or others, it's really easy to see. And that's what our government has been doing. That's what the NGOs have been doing. That's what our politicians have been doing. That's what the mainstream medias have been doing. They've been schemers moving here and here. Why is all of this happening just in Minneapolis? 670,000 illegal immigrants removed from the country last year. Why only in Minneapolis are we having this problem? Think about it. Yeah, you're right. Because it's only in Minneapolis and Minnesota where we have an issue with $19 billion missing. All the other states are being quiet. You notice that? All the other blue states are keeping quiet. Why are they keeping quiet? As I've been telling you, when there's that level of corruption in your state, the governor knows. I can guarantee you, if there's billions of dollars moving through the banks of a state, the governor knows. If there's a lot of money moving through the system in the state, a lot of taxes coming from a certain group of people, the governor knows. If there's suddenly a lot of money available from a group of people for donations to political causes, the governor knows. They know everything that's going on with money in that state. Trust me, I've worked in politics for almost 20 years. I can tell you, I've worked from the governor's office down. They all fucking know. There's no way of hiding it. They can't deny it. They know. That's why it's only happening in Minnesota. It's not happening anywhere else in the country. Nowhere else in the country is it happening right now. Nowhere. One place. It's happening in Minnesota because that man, Tim Walz, his staff, his administration, Jacob Fry, Ilhan Omar, I mean, you know she's being investigated, right? In fact, we've got a petition. If you go to the NLPC.org, go to NLPC.org. In the middle of the page, there is a petition to deport Ilhan Omar. Get her the fuck out. We know she's guilty. We know what she's done. We've investigated it. We broke it. If you go NLPC, by the way, is a great fucking source. If you want to know what's going on, they are months ahead, years ahead of what the next thing is going to be. They're going to tell you what's coming down the road. When I tell you I got an idea that this and this and this is going to happen, a lot of that comes from that organization. They've got investigators and researchers. That's all they do. And they just release it to us in Congress for free. You don't have to sign up. You don't have to pay. It's all free. Why? Because they want the truth out there. I find them as a great source. You should too. NLPC.org. Go check them out. But if you go there, you'll find out that they've been reporting on Ilhan and what her husband's been doing for the last several years. Sending little letters to Congress. Hey, you might want to be aware of this. One of your members is doing this. We found out that she married her brother. You might want to look into that. You might want to look into the fact that her dad committed immigration fraud. You might want to look into that. You might want to look into the fact that she married her brother. You might want to look into that. You might want to look into the fact that she's a Somalian, she's a refugee, and suddenly she's worth $30 million. That number that they're talking about, that they keep spouting off, they keep talking about, that $30 million that her husband is somehow worth $30 million, where do you think they got that number from? The NLPC. The NLPC is used by reporters and journalists as a source. They've got a huge archive of all these articles and all these stories that they've written over the last, since 1991. They've been doing this since they busted Hillary Clinton. That was their first big bust. They found out that Hillary Clinton was having secret meetings for her new health care system, and so they busted her. They exposed it. Charlie Rangel got in trouble. They've sent Boeing executives to prison. Their investigations, it's the truth. It's the truth. That's all, folks, that's all that matters. The narrative doesn't matter. Nothing matters but the truth. They will lie to you. They will tell you lies, and they will try to cover up those lies with other lies. That's what's going on in Minnesota right now. Why? They know what they did. These are the actions of guilty people. They don't want anybody looking into the fraud. They would rather have a civil war. They would rather have an insurrection, right? They would rather have that so they can point to Trump and say, see, he's the dictator we told you he was. Now rise up against him and take him out. That's exactly what they're trying to do. If you don't think that that's the case, you haven't been following along, because people who really care about their people don't let the harm that's happening in their city continue. The reason ICE is having to do what they're doing and going door to door is because the officials in Minnesota will not release criminals. They're not asking the Minneapolis police to go door to door with them. That's not what they're asking. ICE is only asking, let us go into your jails and take out the criminals that you've already got here. Let us go into the prisons that you have in your state and get the illegals that are here in your prisons. Let us take them. Let us export the people that you've already locked up for hurting Minnesotans. And the people, the leaders of Minnesota are saying, fuck you. You're the problem, you fucking Nazi. No, these people that are here, that we've got in our prisons, we know that they hurt Minnesotans, but it'd be racist of us to allow you to have them. That's what they want you to believe. When in reality, they're hiding billions of dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse and corruption. And that's what's really going on. I told a friend of mine recently that saying the truth, sometimes you got to be subtle in the way that you do that. You can't tell the honest truth all the time, right? Sometimes you got to be subtle. And what I mean by that is if your wife asks you, do these jeans make my butt look fat? Well, come on. You know how to answer that, right? I mean, hopefully you're married. If it's just your girlfriend, you're going to learn how to answer that, right? If it's somebody you just met, you're just going to learn how to answer that. You've been married to somebody for a while, and she asked, does this make my... Baby, it makes your butt look perfect. Love it. Really? Honestly, yeah. Can't get enough of that. You better hope that her girlfriends feel the same about it. I learned to be more subtle about it. Wow. I love it. How's it make you feel? You feel good in those? Get into their feels, and they start talking. I'm done. I don't have to give my opinion anymore at all. That's called subtle truth-telling. Yeah, I've been doing marketing for a long time. My wife hates it. Hey, you didn't ever tell me what you actually thought. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Nope. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. My wife is just the opposite. It doesn't make her butt look big. Everything makes her butt look. She got a little tiny butt, so she's trying to make it bigger. Does it look good? It looks like your butt. It's the best I can do. Anyway, folks, this is what they're doing in Minneapolis right now. They're trying to bend the truth in such a way that it benefits them and it hurts their enemy while covering their ass. As I've told you over the years, one of the reasons that I know what I'm talking about here is if I haven't experienced it, where it's been something that I've seen or done, right, and learned a life lesson from, it's my experience myself. I understand what Tim Waltz and Jacob Fry, I understand what their problem is right now. I get it because I've been in the same exact situation. When I was a kid, my mom and dad gave me a credit card to get gas on if there was an emergency. And I took that credit card, mobile credit card, and I got $1,500 worth of work on my car. Didn't tell them. Went to the mailbox every month for 3 months and got that bill. Thought if I could just take that bill and make it disappear, the problem would disappear. I didn't have any plan to get that money paid back. I just had to keep it away that they didn't know. I did that for 4 months. That was a fraud that I perpetrated on my parents for 4 months. There was a day, though, that it all caught up with me. And when that happened, my dad is forcing me to drive down to this car dealership or this gas station. It was a mobile gas station. And go down and talk to this guy to confirm that it wasn't me. Now, I knew that it was me. I knew I was guilty. I knew that I was lying about it. I knew that. Nobody else did. My dad suspected it. But they didn't know for sure. Only I knew. Only I and that guy at that gas station knew that I was a liar. Only they knew that. Only I knew that. So I did everything. I did everything in my power not to have to go. We're driving down the road, 465, headed down to the south side of Indianapolis. My car kept having problems. Dad, my car's dying. I don't know what the problem is. Well, get in my car. So we left my car on the side of the freeway. Now I'm fucked. We get closer. Finally, I said, Dad, I'm sorry. And he asked me, why did you put me through this? This is what the thing of Minnesota, the people of Minnesota must be feeling right now. They've got to be asking their government, why are you doing this to us? Why are you allowing this to happen? The answer is simple. Their guilt. They know what they've done. They don't want to be investigated. They would rather lie and hold it off as long as possible. They don't care how many people get hurt. Doesn't matter to them. They'll use that to their benefit. That's exactly what they're doing. These people coming in and killing our Minnesotans. And if you just cooperate and do what you're supposed to do by law and by charter, it would all take care of itself. But they can't, folks. They can't. And the reason they can't is because they're corrupt. As I've said in my content, I was not a good kid when I was a kid. I was a terrible kid. I put my parents through hell. I've said it time and time again. I was going to do what I was going to do. Nobody was going to stop me. That's a good trait and a bad trait. I've learned how to manage that. Got in trouble by the law. I kept pushing the boundaries, kept pushing. I kept fucking around. Guess what? I found out. I fought the law won. So what do? I've got a choice. Sitting there in jail. What am I going to do? See, I'm a hustler, right? I'm always going to that next thing. I built a whole career, a whole business on being excited about new things that were coming into my life and how to monetize that. And I've done that my entire life. So I'm going to reinvent myself. Let's redo this. Let's try honesty this time. Let's try truth this time. Let's try not getting in trouble again. Let's try staying out of this fucking shithole. Do you know what I realized? None of the people I was with had the capability that I did. None of them. I was the smartest guy in there. What's that say? I can tell that they're all dumbasses. They're idiots. They're dumb criminals. They're there because they have no other option. I have options and I'm there. What the fuck does that say about me? You see, one of the things that I learned in that 7 days is introspection and how to look into my life and who was to blame for what was going on. Why was I sitting here? I made decisions. Nobody else did that. My parents did some stuff that I didn't like, but they didn't force me to do anything wrong. They wanted accountability. I'd borrowed some money from them, wasn't able to pay it back. They pushed the issue. So I went and burglarized a store. I can't even hardly say that. Yeah, I was a bad kid. I made bad decisions. I hurt people. These guys that are out in the streets today, these little pansies, there's a few badasses out there. I can see the badasses aren't the ones on the front line screaming and yelling. It's the ones standing along the back waiting for his opportunity to pop somebody or knife somebody or blow his gun into somebody's head and get away with it. That's who you have to watch out, not the guy on the front line. I don't look for that guy. He's not the one I'm concerned about. It's that silent little fucker in the back. That's who I was. I was strategic. If I was going to pop you, I didn't do it in front of everybody. I didn't have to be a hero. Nobody had to know, except you and me. See, it was a different way of thinking back then, for me at least. And I justified. I keep talking about it in my content. I justified everything that I did. Everything that I did. If I stole, well, I had to do that. If I hit somebody, well, I had to take it because I need to eat today. They don't need that. They got enough money. Look at that nice car. I could justify it all of it. And then I bit off more than I could chew. Folks, I've never pretended to be the perfect human or the perfect presenter or influencer. I'm just one of you. I'm an American that has made mistakes. I've tried to pay for my mistakes and move past them, but I've never forgotten them. I'm not ashamed of them, right? They taught me what I needed to learn, made me who I am today, to where now I can sit in judgment of these men and women who are corrupt. I've said it before, if I don't get to do it, you don't get to do it either, right? If it's against the law for me to do, then you don't get to do it either. And if I find out you're doing it, I'm going to tell everybody. Why? Because if I don't get to do it, nobody gets to do it. That's why I'm a big tattletale. Don't be corrupt around me. I don't want to go to jail again. I've got a virgin asshole. I do not need anything in it. So no, I don't need to go to jail. I don't want to go to jail. And if you're trying to make me go there, I'll be the first one to tell everybody what you're doing. That's why I love what we're doing right now. Exposing on a daily basis the corruption that we thought was happening. That person's corrupt, that person's corrupt. And now we know this connection between Dominion and Smartmatic and Venezuela, all of it being exposed. That's why they're fighting back. That's why it's getting so violent. Folks, so much is going to be coming out in the next few weeks. I want you to stand by because it's going to diminish the Democrat Party and the Republican Party, the rhinos and the corrupt within inside the conservative movement. You can't trust anybody. Very few people within inside either party can afford to live within inside glass houses. I can. This is my life, folks. This is what I do. It's all I do. I research, I watch, I make videos, I write white papers for groups. That's what I do. I don't go out. My days of clubbing and my days of all the stuff in the backgrounds and all the sins that I committed as a young man, far in my past. Why? Because when I had my run-in with the law, I was smart enough to realize that I was the one in error. It wasn't them. Was the system just? No, it was corrupt. I got fucked. Because I didn't know the system. I didn't know what I was playing in. I knew what I'd seen on TV. I knew what I had seen from the movies, but I wasn't a part of that system. Go to jail. You go to jail, you talk to anybody that's in jail that knows somebody else in jail, they know the system better than the system knows. They can tell you when you're going to eat, how much you're going to give you, when you're going to get bail. They can tell you everything about the system. They know the system. They know how to play it. Oh, what do you want to do? You want to stay in here? Right? You got somebody out there trying to hurt you? Well, you can just stay in here. I'll show you how to stay in here. Now, you got to buy me a pack of smokes a week. And if you miss it, I'll beat your ass. How is that any different than the outside? It's no different, folks. It's everywhere. You go to jail, there's a monetary system built into that system. You go to prison, there's a monetary system built into that prison. And everybody in that building is corrupt in one way or another. They're all getting a piece of that fucking pie. Don't care where you go. You keep talking about fixing the swamp in D.C. You can't do that until you fix your prisons. You can't fix D.C. until you fix your jails. You can't fix D.C. until you fix the sheriff's departments around the country that are corrupt. We had a sheriff in Oklahoma that was going to kill a reporter and bury him in his backyard. It was caught on tape. That's how corrupt our system is. You think you're going to fix D.C.? You think Trump's going to fix D.C.? No. Indiana has the Indiana Economic Development Corporation. It is a fascist organization. Why do I say that? Because it is quasi-public-private. There's no such thing in America under capitalism, under the Constitution, as quasi-private public. That's fascism. When a corporation is given taxpayer funds, and once that money goes in to that group, it never gets counted again. We don't get any accountability once it goes inside. Once that happens, that's fascism. This is what I'm working on next. It has to be eradicated. It's unconstitutional. They don't have the authority to take my money, give it to a private corporation, whether they're calling it quasi-private public or not, give it to those people, and then no accountability. Poof, it's gone. They don't give it in one line or two lines. They give one lump sum. You've got $68 million. Go play with it. Illegal, folks. Fascism. That's how we get here. Now, for those of you saying that nothing will ever be done, you're absolutely right. Nothing will ever be done. Trump's trying to do it. He's got a group of people at the top are trying to do it, but he's got a bunch of people right below that that are slow rolling everything. Why? They're the molasses, right? Or the witch hazel. Really fast moving, molasses, very slow moving, of bureaucracy. They can speed things, slow things down. They can make things disappear. They can make things go through at the speed of lightning. Just depends on what side you're on. So you got a group of people at the top that are trying to make this thing work. We can see that they're taking effort. The only thing that aids them, folks, is you. You're the secret weapon. You have to want it more than Trump does, but you don't. Most people on the right are waiting for somebody else to go out and protest for them. My dad was a minister. He said the hardest sermon to give is the sermon where you're telling the congregation what they're doing wrong. Well, this is that part of the speech where I tell you, you've got to be willing to risk everything if you want your life to go back to the way it was. There's a group of men and women, not just here in this country, but around the planet, that want this nation to fall for a number of different reasons. The elites in Mexico want it to fall so that they can get their old land back. You think that's crazy? Go read Invisible Coup. It's the first part of the book. That's just one of the things that's going on in this nation right now. Democrats are more than willing to help that happen. They don't care. They're going to be rich wherever they are. We just found out that everything that we said about Hunter Biden's laptop and everything that was happening in Ukraine and Burisma and all of that, that yes, it was 100% correct. We were not lying. We were not spreading misinformation, disinformation. The Hunters or the Bidens are fucking corrupt as fuck. I don't need to lie. I've got the truth on my side. ICE is under siege right now, folks. Our nation is under siege. We've got people, enemies inside the gate. They are attacking us from every angle. They do not care about the Constitution. That does not bother them. They have the authority, the justification to do whatever they need to do because they're fighting fascism. So what happens next? Trump knows what happens next. Anybody who's a strategist understands what happens next. There's only a couple plays that they've got. They could step down, just stop. Maybe the weather will come in and slow everything down to the point where we can all take a breath, right? Maybe give it a couple of weeks where things have got to be not cooled down, what is it? Slowed down enough by the ice and the snow to make everybody kind of reflect. They go inside, maybe people Netflix and chill for a couple of weeks. You know, take 2 weeks just to flatten the curve. Let things cool down for a moment. Let people start thinking about it. Maybe they can spend enough time getting a retrospective. When people are in the streets and they're mad, they're not looking at the facts. They're just hearing what's going on the streets. When I was in D.C. on January 6th, once things started, the rumors that were flying throughout the crowd, amazing. It's all bullshit. None of it happened. But people start saying, I heard this, I heard this. Yeah, the Army's coming in. The Army's coming in. All these weird claims of what was going to happen, what they were hearing on the ground. None of it was true. It was all fake. Telephone game. None of it happened. But today we got the ice under siege. Why? Because of liars in the media. Lying about this little kid being abandoned. Lying about the shooting today. Escalation is happening. They need it to justify it. Hopefully this storm will come in and slow this whole thing and kind of remove some of the pressure from this deal. Well, we've got an analyst saying that Trump is going to take action within the next 72 hours within Iran. He's got his ships over there. He was just waiting for the carriers to get into the canal. A lot of moving parts right now, folks. A lot of moving parts. Let's take a break, and then we'll come back and we'll check in on what's happening in Minneapolis.
You're watching the CramerSez Project.
Global news with local views.
CramerSez returns after this message from our partners.
For decades, the Smith-Mundt Act protected Americans from U.S. government propaganda meant for foreign audiences.
But in 2012, the Modernization Act gutted those safeguards, allowing taxpayer-funded misinformation to flood our media and minds.
Over the last 10-plus years, we've seen the damage.
Take COVID-19 messaging as an example.
The government pushed relentless vaccine campaigns and lockdowns, often suppressing dissenting science, leading to widespread distrust and division.
Election narratives.
Federal agencies amplified Russia collusion stories and censored social media, influencing public opinion and elections under the guise of fighting disinformation.
Climate change agendas.
Billions in funding promoted alarmist green policies, downplaying economic impacts and alternative views to push globalist initiatives.
This isn't freedom, it's manipulation.
Urge President Trump to overturn the Smith-Mundt Modernization Act and restore protections against domestic propaganda.
Take action today. Sign the petition now and make your voice heard while you still have the chance.
To learn more about the CramerSez Project, our mission, and how you can become a part of it,
please visit thecramersezproject.com.
Welcome back. My name is Kramer. This is the CramerSez Project. We are kind of tracking what is going on here in Minneapolis. Let's check in real quick.
And agents?
I also think there's been a lot of pressure on these businesses to shut down, especially smaller businesses, things like coffee shops. There was pressure for a general strike on Friday, and more than 700 businesses went along. So there's a lot of pressure not to deal, not to sell, not to work. They're planning another general strike on Monday. So the hit on the economy here is going to be serious. Already some hotels have shut down, some restaurants have gone under. This kind of turmoil, certainly not good for business.
Well, Steve, it's Joe Concha. Just given that point, I was trying to squint there before in terms of it is going to be in terms of the real field temperature in Minneapolis once the sun goes down, which will be very soon by you, somewhere around -15, -20 degrees. So at least around this area, are these businesses open at this point? And are they allowing people to go in and out to use the bedroom per se, or to get coffee, hot chocolate, use the bathroom? Or are they all boarded up at this point because of the threat of violence spilling over into their businesses?
It's interesting. A lot of them are shut down because of what's going on, but we have not seen boarded up windows. And I think while there has been violence in the protests and certainly harassment targeted at federal agents, we have not seen violence targeted towards businesses. We have not seen the broken windows. We have not seen businesses on fire. This is different than previous major protests I've been to, George Floyd and Ferguson, where really the cities and the businesses burned. They are not burning here now yet.
Steve, I want to go back to what you were saying about local law enforcement, the local cops. Do you see any police officers within the vicinity of this protest, or have they essentially ceded the streets to these protesters?
They have ceded this area where the shooting took place pretty much to the protesters who are here and speaking through megaphones and planning events for later in the week. But 2 blocks in the distance, there are police cars with very minor wooden roadblocks set up, really just to keep traffic out of here, to keep the conflict at a minimum.
Steve, quickly before we let you go, I know that it's daylight there now, and it's so cold. It's only going to get colder. But the tendency is when the lights go out, the crazy turns on. Do you have any semblance of feel if you feel like that'll stay the way it is, or if more agitators will come in, or if there's enough energy there to get more ruckus as the night goes on?
You know, Joey, I'm really baffled by how they do it, by how these people are out here hour after hour. Maybe they're used to it. Maybe it's a kind of toughness. Maybe it's passion. I don't get it. I don't get how you can stay out here at minus 15 for hour after hour. And when it gets even colder tonight, wind chill, minus 30, minus 40, it's baffling to me.
Well, I hope that you don't have to be out there in that later tonight. But if you are, I know you'll be ready to report. Thanks, Steve. All right, Attorney General Pam Bondi spoke to Fox earlier today and revealed her office has been in contact with Governor Tim Walz.
We sent Governor Walz a very strong letter today. We had been working on this letter. We got it out saying that he better support President Trump. He better support the men and women in law enforcement, because if he doesn't, we are. And that's what we're doing right now.
Were there any consequences in this letter?
Well, we'll see. This is fluid. Let's see how Governor Walz responds. Let's see what he does based on this, based on what's happening right now. But this administration is going to support the citizens. We're going to support our great men and women in law enforcement.
Yeah, I don't think we had to wait long to see, because Governor Tim Walz's comments today, it looks like he doesn't appear to be willing to work with the Trump administration at all. Neither does Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey.
Not a single broken window, not a single injury. Those peaceful protests embody the very principles that both Minneapolis and America was founded upon. Conversely, the mass militarized force and unidentified agents who are occupying our streets, that is what weakens our country.
Joining us now is Paul Perez, president of the Border Patrol Union. Paul, from what I understand, the agents involved today were Border Patrol agents, not ICE agents. Obviously, same department, slightly different. I know that Border Patrol agents were brought into Minneapolis because there's no local law enforcement help, no state police help. They had to. I would love your thoughts on that aspect of it, that Border Patrol agents, maybe this isn't normally their responsibility, but they're prepared for it, and then today something tragic happened.
Yeah, of course. Our agents are very well trained. They've received some of the best federal law enforcement training, which is better than most police departments and many federal agencies. So our agents know exactly what they're doing. In this case, one of the agents involved, he was a firearms instructor. He was a use of force instructor, which means he had even more training than the average agent. He's actually an instructor for those programs. And so he knew exactly what he was doing. He did what he needed to do to protect himself and his fellow coworkers this morning. And so we back him. We stand by him 100%.
Thank you so much for being here, and the job that you guys are carrying out is heroic in my mind. I want to talk a little bit about the tactics, whether it's ICE or Border Patrol or other DHS agencies wrapped in there, because we were talking earlier on the show, under President Obama, we had mass deportations. I'm assuming we had Border Patrol and ICE acting with a law enforcement function, but we didn't see this kind of mayhem, and not to my knowledge, under President Obama. Can you speak to us a little bit, Paul, about the tactics and if in fact they have changed? Because that's all we're hearing from the leadership in Minnesota, is that the tactics of Border Patrol, federal agents, ICE, that these tactics are so savage and that they're so different.
Well, our tactics haven't changed. They're protective in nature. And the reason they're having to go out there and be protective is because of the fact that the mayor and the silly governor that they have, who should both resign in shame, they refuse to allow law enforcement, local and state, to back our agents and officers up. Our agents were out there doing a targeted enforcement operation to take some scumbag off the streets, and they were attacked, and they were, because of the villainization going on, they were attacked. These people came to impede and interfere with their operations, and they have to go into a protective mode to protect the agents that are doing the enforcement operations, which is something that we've been trained to do.
And Paul, this is Joe Concha. From a media perspective, how many stories have you seen just as a news consumer, right? You scroll through your phone or maybe through a paper you get delivered to your house or just some websites that you visit. As far as the arrests that are being made by ICE and by Border Patrol of, say, murderers or of rapists or of child molesters or sex traffickers, I'm not seeing a lot of stories in terms of, I see a lot of stories about ICE in these confrontations. I barely see anything in terms of the people that are being taken off the street. And that appears to be the big story to me in terms of not so much ICE and what's going on in Minneapolis compared to the rest of the country where everything is relatively peaceful, but the arrests that are being made of the worst criminals that enter this country illegally.
Well, the problem, Joe, is that the media on the left, they're skewing everything. They don't want the public to know the good job that our agents and officers are out there doing, arresting these criminals, these murderers, these rapists, these robbers. Instead, what they want to do is, put out this rhetoric that causes these agitators to go out there with a false narrative that we're pulling people off the streets, kidnapping U.S. citizens, arresting U.S. citizens. We're doing none of that. We're going after the worst of the worst, and they come and they interfere, and those where the videos and the cameras and all these paid agitators and protesters come out. And unfortunately, they keep running with that same narrative, and it makes our agents and officers look bad, and in turn, they get assaulted. They just bit the finger off of an HSI agent. Come on, that's what we're coming up against.
Paul, in your opinion, why do you believe that these leftist activists and even some of these Democratic politicians have zeroed in specifically on Border Patrol, on ICE, on the work that immigration enforcement officers are doing? You don't see them going after any other government agency in this way. So why ICE? Why Border Patrol?
The American public voted for President Trump because they wanted him to launch the largest mass deportation effort in the history of this country, and he's fulfilling that promise. They go back, anything that President Trump wants to do, they want to come after him because they want to try and show a united front against Trump. It doesn't matter what he does, they're going to go after him because they know everything he's doing is being done to secure the border, to protect Americans, and they hate that. They're anti-law enforcement, they're anti-ICE and Border Patrol, we know that, but they hate everybody.
Paul, quickly before I let you go, do you know what percentage of Border Patrol agents are of Hispanic, South American, Central American descent?
Well over 50%. A majority of the Border Patrol agents are Hispanic.
I think that speaks for itself with some of the attacks being levied. Paul, thank you so much for the job you've done for this country, what you're doing for Border Patrol agents now. We really appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Tommy, I'm not exactly sure what we're looking at right now. I believe it's a protest. I'm not exactly sure where it is other than in Minneapolis. We had Steve Harrigan on just before Paul. Seemed pretty quiet around there. And, of course, Paul seems to, the head of the Border Patrol union seems to support Border Patrol being a part of these operations. And I point that out because it's his job to take care of them, to make sure they don't get put in unnecessarily dangerous situations, that they're doing the job they're supposed to do, not someone else's job. He's fully supportive of it, says they're fully trained for it, says one of the people involved in this was an instructor. And so whatever facts come out from this, the argument that they're running around willy-nilly, they don't know what they're doing, they're too zealous, they're too aggressive, that really doesn't hold water, because I think Paul Perez would be the first one to want to pull them out. I mean, just for his own job.
A lot of people are confused about Border Patrol, ICE, and the different and various jobs within DHS. I've spent a lot of time with Border Patrol over the years, and it's always been majority Hispanic, by the way, when I've gone out with them during various administrations. But I will also say this, Border Patrol, they're highly trained, and for the last 4 years, because of the invasion, or I guess the previous 4 years because of the invasion, their work had to be babysitting. They were down at the border, just, punching people in. All right, here's another one, here's another one, here's another 1,000. That's what they had to do. They had to take care of unaccompanied minors. They had to act as babysitter, and that was their job. basically, attendance. Now they're actually able to go out and assist ICE agents in their mission. They're actually able to go out and do their job. They've secured the border, and now they're able to be a force multiplier in other situations. God bless the men and women that are doing this. Highly trained. They are finally able to protect and defend their country. They weren't able to under the Biden administration. They are now.
Joe, I can't help but go back to these press conferences that the mayor and governor keep having. And I just can't help but point out, they're not even attacking Trump anymore. They're attacking the men and women on the streets doing the job, the ones taking the risk. 50% Hispanic, more than in Border Patrol, that framed them as racist and hateful and out to kill. If you've ever spent one day with Border Patrol or in a situation, I've been in situations where Border Patrol was involved near the border, you understand the amount of scary situations they go in. If they were trigger happy, we'd have something on TV every single day. That's not the case.
Great point, because everybody now is a journalist these days, citizen journalism, because we have these things called phones that all have cameras in HD. So if ICE agents were doing all these horrible things, it would be captured in some way, shape, or form. And Joey, I swear, I'm grading all of you right now tonight. And your question to Paul Perez of the Border Patrol Union, in terms of, I didn't know this before, that more than half, a majority of ICE agents and Border Patrol are of Hispanic or South American descent. You don't hear that narrative very often in the media because they all think it's like white guys out to get the minorities that are out there. And I'll leave it here, Tommy, because I know you want to jump in. How many other aerial shots are we seeing? Because somebody very important in this business once told me that television is absolutely a visual medium that can tell a story without any of us talking. How many other cities are we showing tonight outside of Minneapolis? And ICE operations are going on in cities throughout this country. But for whatever reason, we only have Minneapolis here because of Jacob Fry and Tim Walz and Ilhan Omar and the rhetoric that they are pouring gasoline on this fire right now, Joey and Tommy.
Kayla?
Yeah, but at least Pam Bondi has sent Governor Walz a strongly worded letter. I mean, I'm sorry, what are we doing here? The Justice Department needs to do a whole lot more than that. And if I'm frustrated by this, it's because, to me, we really have one shot at this. Because if the Trump administration does not get a hold of this situation now, you can forget any sort of at-scale deportation operation moving forward, because we will have essentially communicated to the left that they can shut down deportations by violently rioting in the streets, and then you will have also communicated that they can continue to import tens of millions of people every single time they get control of the White House, because we won't be able to do anything to stop it or reverse it. This is a really important precedent that the Trump administration has to set here.
Well, let's just hope that if there's any fires in Minneapolis tonight, it's so they can sing Kumbaya around it while they're peacefully protesting and not burning down innocent people's businesses like the last time. Yep. All right, still ahead on the big weekend show, continued coverage of the deadly Border Patrol involved shooting as thousands of protesters take to the streets of Minneapolis. That's what you're seeing right there. Texas Congressman Chip Roy will join us with a reaction to Democrat rhetoric attacking Customs Border Patrol agents. Plus, former acting DHS Secretary Chad Wolf also joining this hour with a reaction to the deadly shooting. Stick with us.
Hey guys, Viagra is not your only option. Rose Sparks act fast and stay active longer. They aren't pills. Sparks dissolve under your tongue to reach your bloodstream for speedy results. Sildenafil starts things off strong, and Tadalafil stays in your system for longer. Rose Sparks, 100% online, delivered to your door. Connect with a provider at ro.co/sparks.
Let's say you woke up with a sore throat and fever. You can wait to see a doctor, or you can sit in a crowded urgent care, or with the medical emergency kit, just match your symptoms to your prescription with your guidebook to feel better fast. Prescribed to you online, your kit treats dozens of common and serious medical issues like strep throat, sinus infection, vomiting, UTIs, and much more. It is like having an urgent care in your home.
Visit urgentcarekit.com/USA. Promo code USA.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can it keep me warm when I'm cold?
Wait, no, I'm always hot.
Sleep Number does that.
Can I make my side softer?
I make my side firmer. Sleep Number does that. Your ideal firmness and effortless comfort all night.
Can I help us sleep better and better?
Please.
Sleep Number does that. And now, the more you buy, the more you save on beds, bases, and more. Check it out at sleepnumber.com or at a Sleep Number store near you.
So we actually known for the spiced rum. Yeah, man, this is a local thing, man.
There's way more stars in this section. That's the top
The Winter Blues sale is now on. Visit sandals.com today.
The Jack Smith testimony. James Comer and Marsha Blackburn react. Plus, apprehending the worst of the worst. Kash Patel talks his strategies with the Bureau on Sunday Morning Features with Maria Bartiromo.
Finance the old way. Finance the ramp way.
I'm stoked about Roku in 2025. They just started focusing on the self-service ads manager. It used to be a managed service, or you have to go through one of the large agencies. So I'm very excited for this.
Airwick's vibrant fragrances are infused with 2 times more essential oils. The advanced plug-in with a boost button and anti-fade technology can keep your home always inviting for up to 70 days. Airwick, always fragrant, always inviting.
This is Alex. Alex needed help investing his savings.
You're watching the CramerSez Project.
Global news with local views.
From the halls of Congress,
Across the nation.
and around the globe. You're getting the latest news and conservative views.
You're watching the CramerSez Project.
Global news with local views. CramerSez returns after this message from our partners.
They lied about it. They tried to hide it.
It was 100% unconstitutional. That's what we were saying in 2024.
I could have sworn that yesterday we learned that the FBI tapped my phone.
And today the NLPC has been vindicated by Senator Grassley's document dump, revealing Jack Smith illegally and unconstitutionally spied on American citizens.
Jack Smith spied on members of the United States Senate. What is this, East Germany?
Grassley's document dump has revealed that Jack Smith's team illegally seized call logs from Ron Johnson, Lindsey Graham, Mike Lee, and Josh Hawley in the unconstitutional 2023 Arctic Frost Probe.
From the outset, we said Jack Smith's appointment was unconstitutional. A federal judge vindicated that view. Now we see the connection between unconstitutional prosecutions and illegal evidence gathering.
The NLPC has been on top of this story from the beginning. Follow or subscribe to the NLPC on this platform for more, or visit the National Legal and Policy Center at nlpc.org.
To learn more about the CramerSez Project, our mission, and how you can become a part of it,
Please visit thecramersezproject.com.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. My name is Kramer. This is the CramerSez Project. It is Saturday night, right? It's Saturday, right? Yeah, still Saturday. Sorry, I had to confirm that. It's been a long week. Saturday, the snow's coming down here in the Midwest. I'm in Indianapolis, and woo, it's getting cold outside. It was 6 when I went out earlier today, and it's gotten even colder now. I had the window open because all the gear in here makes it a little hot, and my Tootsies got a little cold there. So we went to commercial and all of that to be able to do that. Folks, the question you got to ask tonight is, you're seeing all of this stuff happening around the country with what's going on in Minneapolis and Minnesota, is you got to ask, why is it only happening in one place? ICE is using the same process around the country. They're surging in different cities around the country. There's only one city, one state, that they're having a problem to the point where it may be, the Insurrection Act may have to be invoked. Why is it that there's just one state? Why is it there's just one city? Because there's only one state and one city that has $19 billion in fraud exposed recently. If you're not thinking that that's the cause, if you're thinking that it may be something else, you're being childishly naive. It's what my dad used to call a special kind of stupid. The issue that we have at play here, folks, is what I've been talking about in my content for the last several years. I draw from personal experience, the things that I've done myself, what I was willing to do and justify, what I've seen other people be willing to do and justify, and tried to learn from those. I learned really early in my career. It was really early. And I got a taste of the law. I fought the law and the law won 100%. nope, don't try and do that. You'll get screwed every time. And so what I did is I decided to, sit up and fly right. And so in that process, folks, I wouldn't say set a set of rules, but I set a set of rules for myself. And the first rule is, if I can't do it, nobody can do it. If it's wrong for me to do it, it's wrong for everybody to do it. And if I find you doing it, I'm going to tell everybody that you did it. Don't do it, I'll tell. That's the first thing. The second thing is, if it's wrong for me and it's wrong for you, then there's no way you can ever justify that it's not wrong for you and still wrong for me. You can't do that. If it's supposed to be wrong for all, you can't justify it. We just saw Hunter Biden do that. We just saw the Bidens do that. No one's above the law except Hunter Biden. The cokehead, I've seen his laptop. If we finally get accountability in these issues, folks, if they can get accountability for just what happened on that hard drive, and I'm not talking about the pictures, that's what everybody, the salacious stuff. I'm talking about the crimes, the actual crimes. What he was doing at Burisma. Anybody, if that had been a Trump kid, the left would have eviscerated him. They would have investigated him time and time and not the left for Hunter Biden. No, they give him these, really easy interviews. Hey, you want to come in and tell us what happened? And he gets to sit down and say, I don't even remember that laptop. Listen, I went through enough of the paperwork on those hard drives and looked through the financial crimes to understand what the Bidens were doing. I built a very successful company. One bank, right? One lawyer, one CPA. That's all it took. I've got one corporate name. We've got a couple of DBAs, but that's because we changed the name of the company. We changed from being something that we started as an audio company, became an advertising company, advertising group, and then we went to an advertising agency. So as we went through that progression, we changed the name, but our corporate beginnings are all the same. They're all tied together legally. You can go boop, boop, boop. You want to know what I got paid in 1989? I probably can't tell you 89. That was a long time ago. But I can tell you what I made 4 years ago. I can tell you how much we charged every client. I can show you every asset that we delivered to make that money. When I was making, there was a point that I was making about almost $1 million a year. I was making about $700,000 a year. All the money that I made, I can show you exactly how I made it. Every dime. One corporation, one lawyer, one CPA, one bank account. We have 2 corporate bank accounts, but that's actually for, we have a personal, then we have a private or a corporate. There's a legal reason for that. But in all of that, folks, I can tell you, I've got paperwork that shows that this money is going to be transferred from this point to this point to this point. And this is what you get. Here's our invoice. Thank you for the check. We received it. Here's a cash check. Do you know what the Bidens don't have in any of their documentation? They don't have any of that. Not one. Do you know what they have? I'll have a conversation with my dad about that. I'll get back with you, the big guy. That's the kind of conversation that you see in there. It's coded so that if they want to use plausible deniability, they can. As I told you, folks, when I was a kid, I was a bad kid. I was a criminal. I was very bad when I was a kid. I gave my parents a big headache. And I turned that around a long time ago, but the way that criminals think, I still think that way. What's the easiest way out? How can I get what I need? How can I convince that guy right there that I'm his answer? How can I do that? Now, in the old days, I would just lie to him. Oh, yeah. We can do whatever you want. Those qualities. The yes man, you ever seen Tim Walz? He's a yes man for somebody. I don't know who it is. There's somebody that's got their stick or their dick up his ass because he's a puppet. That boy is too forgiving for everybody. He's a yes man, but he's somebody's yes man. because he feels like he can do anything. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah. Just give me your money. Just give it to me. Just give it to me. Just give it to me. That was the old days, right? And when I say old days, it was when I was a kid, back in my 20s. I would promise you anything. And then I'd run off with your money. Yep. Like I said, I did it to my parents. I did it to everybody around me. Didn't have a drug problem. Nope. I just liked to party and didn't want to work, and that's who I was. I see the same habits, and everything that I did wrong was somebody else's problem. It wasn't something I did. They did it to me. Or they wanted everything to fail. They didn't help me enough. If they had just given me more of this and given me more support here, I would have made it. If just somebody else had done more than I did. You see, I wasn't holding myself accountable. So when I see these traits in other people, I recognize it now. I can call it out. I can sit up there in my chair above them and go, yeah, I remember the day when I was like that. I remember when I was a criminal, when I was corrupt. I remember that. I cleaned my life up. I chose to live differently. I didn't ever want to be in jail again. 7 days in jail cleaned me up. That was it. I never wanted to be the smartest room in a group full of people that would kill you. I never wanted to be there again. I had options. They didn't have options. That was going to be their life the rest of their life. These people that were in jail with me, they could tell you everything about the jailing system. They could tell you everything about the penal system. They could tell you everything about the judicial system. They knew it all, inside and out. They should have been fucking attorneys. They're not dummies. They're smart. They're just lazy. They don't want to work. They want to find the easy way in everything. I saw the same thing. I go, Jesus Christ, I can't do this. I cannot be here. There's no value to anything. If they're in jail, that's fine. If they're out, that's fine. They don't care. They're criminals. That wasn't me. I had ability. There was no reason I should stay here. Why should I stay here? I've got capabilities. I've got options. I'm doing this to myself. Poor choices. So I start making better choices. And I started setting down these rules for myself of how I'm going to live my life. Did I always accomplish that? No. But the rules got me back on my path. Some people, they go to Christianity. Some people go to Buddhism. Some people go to whatever other thing that saves them. Me was to look inside and say, you know what? Regardless of what religion I may practice or what political ideology I have, everything that's going to happen to me is based on the decisions that I make. Everything. I have little time for people that complain. Do something about it. Change it. That's what my message has been the entire time when I've been on social media. You keep waiting for somebody else to hold these criminals accountable. The people that are the criminals are the people we put in charge to hold everybody accountable. So who's going to hold them accountable? There's only one group of people that can do that. Us. That's it. We're the only ones that can do that. That's what George Washington and his boys did. They held the British government accountable. They said, we're not going to do this anymore. And the British government says, well, yeah, you are, or we'll kill you. And they go, okay, I guess you'll try. Let's go. That's what happened. Now, the difference between what happened back then and what's going on now, these idiots in Minneapolis and around the country, they have confused themselves thinking that they're saving themselves from oppression, that they're living under tyranny. Okay, I don't know if it's the green dye or the blue dye or the gray hair. I don't know if it's because of your age, Granny. I don't know what your fucking problem is there on the left. I know a lot of it probably has to do with an estrogen level problem, both in the men and in the women. There's something that needs to be adjusted. You've gone cuckoo in the Cocoa Puffs, right? You're going through a mass formation psychosis. That's what's happening right now. You believe that you're on the same par as George Washington and the gang. We're fighting for oppression. We're oppressed. Let me explain what oppression is. when you're living under oppression, I'll give you a recent example. Let's just take 2021, for example. Let's say that you wanted to go out on a beach without a mask on. Nope, can't do that. That's oppression, right? You want to go to church, but you're going to have more than 50 people there. Nope, can't do that. That's oppression. Your dad is dying. Your mom is dying in the hospital. And you want to go visit them as they're dying. You want to hold their hand so they don't die alone, so they don't die in a room of strangers. You want to be that person with them. And the government tells you, nope, you can't do that. That's oppression. Being censored online for telling the truth, that's oppression. Having your business shut down because we got to flatten the curve to save everybody, that's oppression. Being told that you can't tell the truth because it's misinformation, disinformation, that's oppression. Being silenced by your government. Yes, we've had it FOIA'd. Yes, my name is there. Yes, they are being sued. Yes, we're done with this bullshit. That's oppression. When your government comes in and says, this little bald dude sitting in his basement in Indianapolis, Indiana, can't fucking speak, that's oppression. Do you know what isn't oppression? The government enforcing the laws that both sides of Congress, Republicans and Democrats, came together to say, we think this is best for all of us, that these people not be here. That's what's happening right now. And the morons in Minneapolis are equating that with fighting the fucking British. The people that just wanted to kick your door down and take your kids if you didn't get them vaccinated, they're the ones that think that they're the heroes in this story. They're not. They're the villains. They're the morons. They're the useful idiots that Lenin counted on. And the NGOs and the world leaders, that's exactly what they're counting on right now, is these fucking morons to continue down this path. You're not living under oppression if you can get on social media and say, hey, meet us in Minneapolis. We're going to start the Civil War. You've still got your free speech. Where are you being oppressed? And now we're seeing all these little fat fucks with fingernail polish come out, and what do they got? They got their new Daisy Barbie, AR-15. It's all, it's all painted up in My Little Pony colors, right? They're ready to go pew pew with the ice. I don't recall tyrants allowing you to go buy the weapons that you're going to need to go take them on. Tyrants don't let you do that. Dictators don't let you do that. Fascists don't let you do that. You can only do that in a nation where you're exercising all your rights freely, you fucking dumb fucks. You want to be a victim, you're going to be a victim. Renee Good wanted to be a victim. She's a victim. This young man today wanted to be a victim. He's a victim. Keep playing adult games, and you're going to get adult prizes. Sometimes that makes you the victim. Who's going to be next? Right now, the left is justifying that they're going to kill an ICE officer. I can guarantee you that. They're already using the term pop a cop. That's what's happening online. Somebody's got to pop a cop. They keep saying it over and over and over again. Why? Because they want to make it normalized, that's okay, like punch a Nazi. Well, they've been punching Nazis. That's not doing what they want. So what do they got to do? They've got to escalate. I keep telling you, it keeps going, right? Trump's got he's got a trick card up his sleeve, one that they don't have. They're called Marines. We'll be right back.
You're watching the CramerSez Project.
Global news with local views.
From the halls of Congress
Across the nation.
and around the globe.
You're getting the latest news and conservative views.
You're watching the CramerSez Project.
Global news with local views.
CramerSez returns after this message from our partners.
They lied about it. They tried to hide it.
It was 100% unconstitutional. That's what we were saying in 2024.
I could have sworn that yesterday we learned that the FBI tapped my phone.
And today the NLPC has been vindicated by Senator Grassley's document dump, revealing Jack Smith illegally and unconstitutionally spied on American citizens.
Jack Smith spied on members of the United States Senate. What is this, East Germany?
Grassley's document dump has revealed that Jack Smith's team illegally seized call logs from Ron Johnson, Lindsey Graham, Mike Lee, and Josh Hawley in the unconstitutional 2023 Arctic Frost Probe.
From the outset, we said Jack Smith's appointment was unconstitutional. A federal judge vindicated that view. Now we see the connection between unconstitutional prosecutions and illegal evidence gathering.
The NLPC has been on top of this story from the beginning. Follow or subscribe to the NLPC on this platform for more, or visit the National Legal and Policy Center at nlpc.org.
To learn more about the CramerSez project, our mission, and how you can become a part of it,
please visit thecramersezproject.com.
You're watching CramerSez.
Welcome. My name is Kramer. This is the CramerSez Project. If you're liking what you see tonight, we're trying to do more of that. Not just me. We're trying to get other creators to join what we're doing and join a network. Hopefully, you can help us out. Go see if you're interested in helping. We're not asking for money. We're asking for your time and energy. We're trying to grow a grassroots news service. We want professionals. We want people that know what they're doing, and we need your help over at thecramersezproject.com, thecramersezproject.com, thecramersezproject.com. Let's check in real quick and see what they're saying here on Fox. It looks like we're headed back to, it's gotten dark there in Minneapolis, and it's starting to heat up. Let's see what's going on.
So despite the immense pushback from the far left, 7 Democrats crossed party lines to join the GOP in voting to continue to fund DHS. Now, Democrats are trying to exploit the shooting incident in Minneapolis.
Congress cannot fund DHS, cannot fund ICE and CBP because they are operating as a lawless, unaccountable force that is killing people.
I voted against funding for ICE just this past week. I voted against the entire appropriations bill for the Department of Homeland Security because of exactly this stuff going on in our streets.
Other party members are taking to X to say we should withdraw funding. Oh, defund the police. It's back again. Joining us now is Texas Congressman Chip Roy. Congressman, you know, we didn't think the left would be dumb enough to try this again, but they're back on the defund the police, abolish ICE. Right back, I guess, where we started. What do you make of this? And do you think that some sensible Democrats, or I guess maybe Democrats who are concerned about their seat, might see the light and fund DHS as they should?
Well, remember, we funded Homeland Security, DHS, this past week, as you're pointing out, but that's also in a package that includes the Department of War. So it also includes our men and women in uniform. It is a significant funding package. So Democrats are going to threaten to shut down funding for the Department of War and for Homeland, then they want to risk endangering the people of our country so they can carry out this continued political rhetoric. Now, let's also remember why we're here. You saw today Governor Walz. What did he do again? Inflamed tensions again, saying that ICE, they're not, quote, law enforcement. Yes, they are law enforcement. He continued to stoke the flames and encourage resistance. The extent to which there have been problems over the last several weeks with the agitators, that has been stoked by Governor Walz and Democrats and the mayor of Minneapolis. It's not a product of ICE. It's a product of their inflaming the situation. ICE is going about doing its job to keep the streets safe. You've had many witnesses on today, or guests on today, talking about the bad actors who have been taken off the streets of Minneapolis, the murderers, the rapists. Pam Bondi, she talked about the individuals that have been pulled off the streets because ICE has been doing its job. So I think we need to focus on doing our job. Congress should pass these funding bills this week. If Democrats choose not to, then they're risking the security of the United States, including the Department of War.
Congressman, I know we're talking about funding right now, but you understand firearms from the great state of Texas. The Second Amendment culture is a part of Texas. We've had that kind of creep into this conversation today because this individual had a loaded gun. We believe it had a gun and 2 magazines is how it's been framed. We don't know any other details than that. And they've kind of, we even have this AG from Arizona talking about basically if you shoot somebody, just act like you thought it was an ICE agent, I guess. This idea that Democrats are using the Second Amendment loosely to I guess, prop up some of these agitators that are doing things that are unlawfully. I don't think that's going to fly with Americans. How do you feel about it?
Well, first of all, I think there's two things. One, as a former federal prosecutor, I'm trained to wait for the facts to come in, and I'm going to let the law enforcement officials do their after-action review, follow all the procedures to make sure they know the facts that led to the shoot, right? We need to study that. I do not like to judge these things independently. I'm talking about what led to them. And it is very clearly the Democrats in Minneapolis and Minnesota, Democrats across the country, that are inflaming tensions that led to the situation where these agitators put themselves between ICE and carrying out their job. But I do want to make one point. I think it was a United States attorney out in California that said that simply if you're armed, that might cause a justified shoot. Look, I am a Second Amendment supporter, and I want to say I don't agree with that sentiment.
Exactly.
You can be armed. You can be in public. We are Second Amendment supporters, so I disagree with that. But I will say this. As someone who has a concealed carry permit, as someone who carries a weapon in Texas, if I'm in front of law enforcement, or if I get stopped, or if I've got law enforcement that I'm dealing with, I tell them that.
Yes.
I tell them that I've got a concealed carry permit. I show them my ID. I tell them where the weapon is in the vehicle, because that's what we're supposed to do under the law in Texas. And so we need to be very smart here. We do have the law, the right under the Second Amendment and under our state laws to carry weapons so we can defend ourselves. But when you're going to go agitate with police, when you're going to go create an environment like that, then you have a duty to make sure you say, hey, guys, I've got a weapon. Let's figure this out. I don't like what you're doing. If that's what his belief is, then just say that and do it peacefully. But that's not what I think I saw here. But I'm going to let them judge all of this. I just want everybody to focus on the tensions here are high because of Governor Walz saying that ICE is not law enforcement and that the people of Minnesota should stand against them. He's creating the environment. So is the mayor of Minneapolis. So are my Democrat colleagues who are saying they want to defund ICE. They're doing it.
And Congressman, you not only have Democratic colleagues who are calling to defund ICE, but you also have some colleagues introducing bills to abolish the agency entirely. And I find their new passion for legislation on immigration a bit ironic, because if they had such a problem with the way that immigration law is enforced and the federal immigration law is already on the books, why didn't they do anything about that when they controlled Washington during the Biden years?
Let's go just a little farther back to the Obama year. President Obama literally a medal around the neck of Tom. And now these radical leftists want to call my good friend Tom Homan a Nazi, right? Look, this is all politics, right? They had massive deportations under Barack Obama. Now, Joe Biden and Alejandro Mayorkas were a different story altogether. The current crop of Democrats are all about open borders because they've decided that it is necessary for their political interests. They don't care about the danger that creates, and they don't care the danger that they're creating right now by stoking the flames to have people oppose ICE. And in doing so, they're siding with the violent, illegal aliens, the violent offenders who are here that ICE are trying to take off of our streets and creating this climate. And that's what's actually going on. And it's hypocritical. And no, they don't want to actually protect us. And by the way, remember in 2020, that's when my Democrat colleagues went to the floor of the House of Representatives calling to defund the police. I went down to the floor of the House and argued with them. We fought off their efforts to defund the police. We did it here in Austin, Texas, where there was rampant efforts to try to.
Congressman, we may have lost you for a moment, but if you could hear me, Kelly brought up the stat before. It's worth asking you. As far as the ICE arrests that are happening right now in the country, about 25% are occurring in the state of Texas, only 2% in Minneapolis. And it looks like we've lost Congressman Chip Roy at this point. So we'll thank him for joining us now at this point. And Joey, let's bring it back to a discussion around the table.
Yeah, Tommy, as we know with Congressman Roy.
Let's go ahead and jump at it. What's interesting, folks, is as you heard Chip Roy say there, what Homan and the group are doing around the country is the same thing. They're doing the exact same thing everywhere. We've had ICE agents here in the city of Indianapolis, throughout central Indiana. We're aware of what's going on. Nobody's having a problem with them. They're not having any issues. They're making the arrest in and out. Why? Well, because they're not they don't have protesters around them. They don't have groups of people trying to show that they're trying to save the country. As I said before we went to the break there and so on, that these idiots seem to believe that they're the heroes in the story, that they're fighting some opposition, this oppression or tyranny. I don't know where the oppression and tyranny is. If you can go to social media and say, hey, meet us here, we're going to go kill a bunch of ICE agents, you've got freedom of speech. You're not being oppressed. If you can go buy a weapon, you're not being oppressed. What are you fighting for? No one's being oppressed. The people that are being kidnapped, they're here illegally. They're not supposed to be here. That's who you're fighting for? That's who you're willing to die for? People who would not even come out of their house for their own child? Do you think that in the moment of need, they're going to come out of their house for you? You fools. This is where we've gotten in our nation. The progressive ideology that you can treat everybody the same. No, you can't. You can't. We're all equal under God's eyes. We're all equal under the law. But people are not equal. Cultures are not equal. No, 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 no. You cannot believe that. Only morons believe that. You believe that, you will end up dead. Why? Because tolerant people are always taken advantage of by the intolerant. The bullies will always take advantage of the weakest person first. They don't start with the strongest person. They start with the weakest person. How do I know? I keep telling you guys I'm a bully. I was a bully for a long time. I know how to do it. It's not that hard. Most people, if you yell and scream at them, they will back the fuck off. Why? Because they didn't expect it. They've never had that. The next level is getting a slap in the mouth. You don't have to beat them up. You don't have to bruise them. You don't have to make them bleed. All you have to do is make their stars, the stars in their brain bounce around a little bit and their lips sting. That's all you have to do. That's what's happening right now in Minneapolis. They're getting smacked around. They're acting the fool. They're getting smacked around. What's happening is the universe is saying, hey, you got it coming. We told you what the rules were. These are the rules of the playground. We're out doing our job. Leave us alone. Let us do our job. If you don't let us do our job, oh my God, there's a gun. Boom, you're dead. What the fuck? This is how stupid this is. Here's what's going to happen. This dude is dead. I reported earlier that he was 51. He's actually 37 years old. I'd heard earlier that he was 51. He's 37. This dude is dead. What a waste. 37 years old. That's 2 years older than my oldest son. What a waste. For what? He died defending what he believed in. Open borders? That's what you believe in? That's what you gave your life for? Open borders? Not a better life for the people that live in our country, but open borders to the rest of the planet? There's a line of thinking. Now, I'm a Gen Xer. There were a ton of fucking boomers. A ton, right? Their daddies went to war. They came back and they fucked like rabbits. And they produced a lot of fucking kids. There were a lot of fucking boomers. So they could be stupid as fuck, and it didn't matter. There were still going to be a lot of them. A lot of them. Gen Xers, man, there was less of us. Not nearly as many of us. And we were reckless as fuck. Right? But we got these new kids that are stupid as fuck. Why? We've got a bunch of stupid kids. Why? Because they didn't do all the stupid shit that the boomers and the Gen Xers did. They didn't jump off of buildings just to see if they could do it. Parkour kind of died out. You know, oh, that hurts. You can get hurt doing that. They stopped doing that shit. Right? And then when they did it, when their mommy got them a bike, they got everything. They got the pads. They got the helmets. We didn't have any of that shit. You know how many friends I lost a major head wound as a child? It was traumatic. The stupid kids died when I was a kid. The stupid people died when the boomers, were kids. Today's kids, they're all padded up. They survive. And they don't see any damage. They don't see any consequences of their bad actions, and so they just continue to do it over and over and over again. They've been protected on all sides. Nothing bad has ever happened to them. I've got a buddy, love him to death. He's traumatized. He's ready to blow his brains out. I keep telling him, don't do that. That is a permanent solution to a temporary problem. Don't do that. But he's lived a charmed life. He's pretty. Oh, he's pretty. Yeah, the girls love him. He's been through, I don't know how many marriages, probably 7, I would say, safely. 7 or 8, somewhere in that ballpark. Got a bunch of kids, right? He's successful. He's one of those guys that he walks into a room and closes a deal, doesn't have a problem with it. He's good, like I said, he's a good-looking guy. Okay? And to this point, he's never had any problems. Life has given him everything that he's ever wanted. It's been easy. He's never been smacked in the face. And in the last couple of years, on a number of different levels, he keeps getting slapped in every way. You can't help him. You can't jump in. There's nothing I can do for him. I can't help him. I can just tell him it'll come to an end at some point. It'll stop. It'll get better. He doesn't see it getting better. He's never seen it this bad. He's never been in a hole this deep. He doesn't understand. All he sees is that little dot of light at the top, and it just gets smaller and smaller and smaller. The hole gets deeper and deeper and deeper. Keep telling him it's going to get better. Eventually, the hole will drop out from underneath you. I mean, you're going to come out in China, man. At some point, you'll be on the other side of it. That's how it works. But if you blow your brains out now, that's not going to do you any good. That's not going to do anybody any good. It's a permanent solution to a temporary problem. I know it's painful, but that's where you learn all your lessons. Everything that I ever learned that was of any value, right, that was a lesson learned, it was painful. You don't learn anything from doing it right. Nobody learned any lessons from doing it right. All the lessons learned in engineering, I mean, the building is doing this. Oops, we fucked up. There's a building in New York I heard about. It's swaying. They're trying to figure out what the fuck they're going to do with it. They may have to take the fucking thing down, right? They did everything right, they thought. Nope, did everything wrong. That's what the kids of Minneapolis are about to learn. They're about to get that slap in the face, like my friend's been getting. They've lived in a culture. Their culture is different than the culture that I was raised in. You see, that's what we don't understand is we've got Americans that live among us, but they live in a completely different culture, in a completely different bubble, and they don't believe the same things that we believe, but they live among us. They're walking among us. They get to vote just like you do. They got free speech just like you do. They got all the rights that you got, but they think that you're evil. They've been taught that that we're evil for some reason. In particular, white people are evil. If you're conservative, even worse. By the way, if you're a black conservative or a Hispanic conservative or an Asian, you're just confused. And if they would, get the opportunity to speak with you long enough, they could convince you to come to their side, to cult. I'm sorry. That's who we're dealing with. And this culture, one of my sons is part of it. Can't convince him. He thinks that Dad's a conspiracy theorist. I keep saying it's going to get worse before it gets better. He says, oh, you're a doom and gloom naysayer. No. That's not what I do. I'm successful. You're the one that's always begging for money. I'm successful because I look at the shit and go, oh, wait a minute. I better buy some silver at 85 before it hits a buck 13. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. Paying attention to the writing on the wall. That sometimes it ain't reading the tea leaves. They tell you what they're going to do. They're telling you. Tim Walz is telling you what he's going to do. Trump is telling you what he's going to do. What's he going to do? Well, I think he's going to wait for one of his agents to get shot. That's what I think. I hope they're not killed, but I think that's what they're waiting on. I think that they're waiting on ultimate authority to go in and say, this is what an insurrection looks like. When federal agents are harmed. Now, we had one today that got his finger bit off. Not sure if you heard about that. Yeah, a federal agent was trying to take someone in, and a protester came in, and not sure what the entire story is, but at the end of the day, the HHS is, I think it's HHS, one of the people in HHS are saying that the protester, a protester, not the person being rounded up, but the protester, bit the tip of this agent's finger off. It's not protesting, folks. I was at J6, didn't bite any police officer's fingers off. Not a single one. As tasty as they looked, I didn't do it. Folks, this is what we're up against. The media has a vertical, the left has a vertical insertion into all forms of all of these cultures through their channels of media. Everything. This is the world I came from. This is why I understand it so well. When I understood that we're not talking to the same people in the same way. My son was raised, let me step back. I've talked about it many times, but I was raised poor, not my children. Now, my oldest son, he kind of floated between, he never knew hard times, right? We got through that, and he was in that stage of his life where he didn't remember shit, right? That early childhood, 1 to 5, 1 to 6, right? Where they don't remember shit. He didn't know he was poor, right? But by the time he started remembering shit, we were doing pretty well. But my youngest son, he was raised in wealth. Lived in $1 million home, went to an established school, Zionsville, Indiana, right? It's one of the best high schools in the country. You go there, you are going to college. 98% of the kids graduate from high school at that high school. 92% go on to go to college. It's expected. You don't have a choice. The parents expect it. I gave him a choice. I said, you don't have to go. He chose to go. He went to IU. I don't know if it happened there. I don't know if it happened when he got married. I don't know what happened. But somewhere in his head, things switched, and all of a sudden, the guy that made everything in his life possible, somehow the enemy, the Nazi, the fascist, the dictator. But I've never asked him for money, not one time. Ever. Didn't have to. Because I was paying attention to the writing on the wall and reading the tea leaves. Not a conspiracy theorist. You want to get ahead, you got to take every advantage you can. What do you mean that silver's popping up there? What do you mean that there's a shortage and this bank and that bank ain't going to be able to deliver on their 90-day notice? What do you mean that means there's going to be a run on silver? Ooh, I better get me some silver. It's not reading the tea leaves. That's being at the craps table and knowing that here we go. We're on a run. Let's jump on it. Ooh, it's starting to slow down. Let's get the fuck off. Now, the reason that I say all of this is because these kids in Minneapolis, they don't have this experience. They don't understand how the world works. They understand everything from theory and what they've been taught in school. They've never been slapped upside the face. They live in a culture that is different than mine. In my culture, when I was raised, if dad didn't pop you in the mouth for something, for smarting off, some bully did. It was commonplace. That's why we're so give a fuck. We don't give a fuck what the fuck you say. I'm going to say whatever the fuck I want to say. I got all the pops in the mouth that I needed throughout my life. I've beat up all my bullies now. You want to have a problem? Let's have a problem. But you're not going to tell me what I can and can't say. I've earned the right to say everything that I want to say. Because what we're getting to in this nation is the or what stage of bullying. I told a buddy of mine that we're a tolerant people. Wow, we've been tolerating people. We're lazy no, we're tolerant, right? We're tolerant and we're lazy. He's right, but we're tolerant. We allow people to come to our shores and do whatever the fuck they want to do as long as it doesn't affect us or cost us, right? I don't think that you should be able to arrive on our shores and then say, give me help. No, I'm sorry, buddy. No, this land was based on people arriving here with 14 cents in their pocket and just making it. If you can't make it here, you can't make it anywhere. You got to go home. Sorry. Your dream's over. American dream isn't for everybody. American dream is, I got to put a lot of work in and a lot of time in, and maybe I'll be lucky, but maybe I won't, but I'm going to do it. What the majority of the world wants is they want to come here and put their hand out, and they want you to work so that they can experience their American dream. And the Democrats are making that happen. And right now, what's going on in Minnesota, what's going on in Minneapolis, is they've let it run amok. They've let it become the funding source for who they are as a party. Now they're in trouble. Like I was saying earlier, I understand why they're doing what they're doing. I get it. The guilty understand what they've done. They know the sins they've committed. They know the weight that they carry, the cross that they bear. They understand that. They get it. You don't know that. They can lie to you all day long. They know they're telling a lie. They know that they're lying straight to your face. You don't know it. The vast majority of people trust everybody else until they learn not to trust them. Anybody who's in a position of power should not be trusted in any way, shape, or form. People in power always have an agenda. Always. It's good. It's bad. Doesn't matter. Trump, do I trust him? Trust him about as much as I trust everybody else who's a politician. Is he delivering on promises? Is he overstepping his authority? Don't like the fact that they had 57 Republicans jump on board and get this bill passed that puts a kill switch in cars. We're doing it for you, baby. It's for you. It's all you. We're gonna make your car safe in case you get into it drunk, you know. And the car senses that you're driving erratically. Well, what if I was just looking for something in the back seat and it thinks that, well, that's AI. Yeah, it's in there for your safety. You probably shouldn't be looking in the back seat for something, but yeah, you're going to have to come down to the government. You're going to have to pay us $50 or $150 or $250 or $2,500 to get your car restarted. Shouldn't have been fooling around in the back seat. Don't drive drunk. I wasn't doing any of those things. This is the world that they're creating for you. How do I know? Because it's the world that they imagine and control. See, what I've done in what I do for business is, you go to my website, and I'm not advocating you go there for business, but what we did, we leverage technology. That's what we've used for years as a tagline. We leverage technology to build brands, right? We find new ways of getting messages out. And the ways that we've done that over the years has been very creative. They're not using creative ideas anymore. The last creative idea that they had to push their agenda was when you saw that fucking idiot in New York, you know, slamming those fries in his mouth, trying to get you to slam the vaccine into your arm. Hey man, if you go get this, we'll give you a burger and some fries, baby. You want some burger and some fries? They were mocking you. That's what the bullies do. They were out of marketing ideas. They were done. They just decided to start fucking mocking you. That's when I realized we're in fucking trouble. That Hunter Biden's laptop. That was enough for me. I've only cried as a man, an adult, a few times. That night I cried. Why? Because I knew where we were going. Not for me. I'm old. My wife is dying. I'm dying. I'm at that age, right? Cried for my children and my grandchildren, the world that they'll live in. The FBI had seen the same thing that I'd seen, and Hunter Biden and his dad were sitting in the White House trying to figure out who dropped the coke. My business had been destroyed. Luckily, you know, as a conservative, I wasn't leveraged. We were in a position to where when COVID happened, I was kind of like, okay, we'll take an early retirement. The bucket list that we'd had planned is kind of dead, but that is life, right? You move on, you adjust. I'll have other joys. There's other things. If I can go fishing at least, you know, once a day for the rest of my life, I'll be satisfied. Not just fishing. It's got to be someplace that actually has fish. That would be hell, right? You can fish through eternity in a pond with no fish. That sucks. No, that's not fishing. That's casting a line. Anyway, when I realized where things were going to go, I went to my wife and I said, it's going to get bad. She thought I was crazy. You know, our marriage at that time was suffering. We were in a bad position. And now, in hindsight, with her health being the way that it is, and that COVID allowed us to get our marriage in line, COVID worked out for me, you know, in a weird way. Lost a lot of money, but saved a marriage and got closer to my best friend than I've been to anybody in my life. And our marriage has been stronger in the last 4 to 5 years than the previous 32 or 33. But when I told her what was going to happen, she went crazy. She thought I was insane. She thought I had lost it. And I said, listen, I said, it's going to get bad. And I said, I walked her through. I said, you're going to see all these little signs. You're going to see things for sale, luxury items for sale in people's front yards. And it's going to start popping up. And it'll start in the weirdest places. You're going to see BMWs for sale in the yards of $1 million, $2 million homes. It's starting to happen. We're up where I live. You're starting to see it. Why? Because it ain't what they selling us. What they're telling us ain't happening. Real life ain't experiencing it. I said, you're going to start seeing reporters and judges and AG shot. What have we seen more of in the last few years? You'll start seeing assassinations. You'll start seeing all these other things. You'll start seeing people justifying vigilante justice. We're seeing it already. People are tired of it. Now, not all of that is happening here. The entire world, folks, is on fire all at the same time. Europe is on fire. What Trump is doing to get out of NATO, Europe unlocked its back door and was invaded by the hordes that the Crusades held back for hundreds of years. They were taken over in a matter of 30 to 40 years. London is gone. Trump is building the Golden Dome to protect us from the crazies around the rest of the planet. Getting Greenland is to protect North America and South America. That's what he's trying to do, is to protect our hemisphere from the rest of the fucking globe that has gone crazy. And what is he getting fought by? Our people inside. Citizens that think he's the enemy. There has been a push for the last 50 years by Mexican elites to retake the Southwest. Are you aware of this? No? Well, you should read more and post less then. There's a new book called I knew I'd forget it. It's Kurt Schweitzer, The Invisible Coup. I knew it'd come to me. The Invisible Coup. It's amazing, folks. The things that our nation is fighting on a daily basis. The things that you'll never know about, the wars that are happening behind the scenes that you're not privy to. Because if they try to explain it all to you and let you know everything, by the way, you're too bored. You don't give a shit. You don't want to know. Because if you wanted to know, you'd already know. How do I know? Because I research it. I'm reading it. Most people don't do that. They wait for somebody else to tell them. By then, it's too late. That's where we've been for the last several years in this nation. As I said earlier, my dad said the hardest thing to tell the congregation, he was a minister, he said the hardest thing to tell the congregation is that the congregation is screwing up. You have a culpability in your own freedom. There's nobody on this planet that has any responsibility to go fight for your liberties or freedoms any harder than you should. Nobody. You think the soldiers go do that? No, they're fighting for their freedoms. The freedoms of their family. That's who they're fighting for. They couldn't give two fucks about yours. You get your freedoms and liberties as a side effect of what they're willing to sacrifice. But your freedoms and liberties are yours to defend. When your rights are being infringed upon, right there, then in the moment, who are you waiting on? You waiting on the cops to come show up and defend those rights? Or are you going to defend them yourself? I'm armed. I defend them myself. Your rights are your individual rights. That means you have the individual responsibility to defend them. Now, here's the core thing that you have to understand is that rights they're made up. They don't exist, right? It's in the ether. It's this fugazi. I have rights. Really? When somebody smacks the taste out of your mouth, tell them again how many rights you have. Tell them. What'll happen? They'll slap you in the mouth again. Tell me again about your rights. Keep telling me. Tell me one more time. Tell me one more time. You know how I know how this works out? Because I'm a bully. That's what I'd do to somebody who told me they have rights. You don't have any rights. Years ago in an interview, there was a group of us. We were on the stage and somebody told me they had rights. I said, you don't have any rights that you can't defend with your life. Yes, I do. No, you don't. You think you have the right to live? You don't have the right to live. I've got a knife in my pocket right now. If I walk across the stage and slit your throat, there's nothing that you can do to stop me. You don't have rights. It's imaginary. Right? You have the right to defend yourself. That's all right. But you don't have the right to life and all that bullshit. No, a bully can come take that from you. And he has the right to do that? She has the right to do that? No. But that's what's happening around the planet. Why? Because you don't have rights. If you think you have a right, you have to be willing to defend it with your life. That's it. That's how easy it is to understand what's going on. There are people around the globe that are saying that they're going to assert their rights over our rights. Why? Because we're a tolerant people. We've invited the entire globe. If you come and do it right, you can join our party. There's a few rules, but you can join our party. When you come in, make sure that you assimilate. Become one of us. We don't want you having a religion or a belief that is counter to what we do here at this party, right? If you don't want to eat pork, probably not the right place to come to. If you don't want to drink or take a toke from time to time, better stay where you are. But if you come here, and you become one of us, and you join the picnic, and we're all getting along, and you're not start spouting off about how great the shithole you just came from is, and how we should change shit here to be like what you did back there, if you can keep your fucking pie hole shut about how much you like where you came from, right? If you keep your fucking flag inside your house, don't care how many flags you got on the fucking walls, but you don't get to fly your flag outside, sorry. That's the shithole you left from. You know who I'm talking about, Mexico? Mm-hmm. If you love your country so much, go back. If that flag's so important to you, go back. We want Americans here. Americans through and through that bleed red, white, and blue. Not red, white, and green. Go home. This isn't your home. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is, man. Yeah. Oh. We took it from you? Yep, now we know who you are. Kurt Schweitzer's right. That's why you should read more and post less. I'll be back after this.
The CramerSez Project will return
after this important message.
Introducing Tusk.
With Tusk, you get uncensored news and secure browsing,
all while protecting your privacy.
Choose the news you trust and take control of your internet.
Join the free speech revolution with Tusk.
Download Tusk today at tuskbrowser.com.
Are you frustrated with the opinions and agendas the mainstream media calls news? Join the CramerSez Project, a grassroots movement to save free speech and deliver unfiltered truth powered by everyday Americans. We're building the first people-powered news network, 24/7 streaming, citizen journalism, and real facts without spin. If you're ready to dive in and fight for liberty, head to thecramersezproject.com today and sign up to become part of the team or put your name on the list to be notified when subscriptions are available. Join us today at thecramersezproject.com.
To learn more about the CramerSez Project, our mission, and how you can become a part of it,
please visit thecramersezproject.com.
You're watching CramerSez.
Let's take a quick moment and jump back in and see what they're doing over on Fox News. Let's see if there's here we go.
Every major city right now does not have uprisings except in Minneapolis because guys like Tim Walz, a heartbeat away from the presidency, if they won a couple of swing states with Kamala Harris, called obviously ICE agents and federal law enforcement the Gestapo, and he did it at a college commencement speech, and that's why you're seeing what we're seeing on our screen today. The leaders, I say that in scare quotes, like him and Jacob Fry, fueling this fire, while other leaders in other cities, including Democratic mayors, ain't doing the same thing.
Yeah, Joey, the more that we learn about this situation in Minneapolis, I'll be really curious to see if there are any communications that come out from state officials like Tim Walz or city officials like Jacob Fry to local law enforcement. Steve has been on the ground and has said that cops are basically ceding the territory to protesters. Do you think that that's because they've received orders to do so?
I think absolutely that's what they've received orders to do. And I don't think that's going to be hard to find.
Well, coming up, thousands of protesters took to the streets in Minneapolis. How dangerous could this situation get? Former NYPD inspector and Fox News contributor Paul Morrow joins us after a quick break.
You're watching CramerSez.
Okay, well, we'll jump back in real quick. It's interesting what we're seeing happening nationally. We'll go back here in a second, and can I do that? I think I can. We're not seeing the same thing happening in all the other cities that ICE is operating in. There's been a surge nationally, but we're only seeing this problem in one area. Where are we seeing the problem in? It's in the area that has all of the issues with this corruption, with the Somalis and the $19 billion gone. So, I think that what we're going to see here shortly is we're going to see, sorry, I had a belch there. I took a drink while we went to break, and there we go. There, Ed, come on. I'm so sorry about that. Yeah. Anyway, live. What we're seeing in the nation is what I predicted. There was a piece that I wrote on Twitter a few months ago where I went down and I broke down what was going to happen and how. And for the most part, it's about 98% correct. And the reason that it's correct is because the process is the process. I was telling a buddy of mine that was upset that things weren't happening at the pace that he wanted them to happen. And I said, well, there's a reason for that. And I said, the reason that, it's not happening is because we're not at that part of the process yet. So what Pam Bondi, I know that there's a lot of people that are upset. Folks, there's a reason why they asked for an assistant AG. Now think about this. Why would they have somebody come in that could be the assistant AG unless they needed somebody who could look at stuff that was the day-to-day stuff, as Pam Bondi was looking at more, important stuff? Did you watch what Trump said at Davos? I keep telling you, it's important to understand the game that's being played here. It's bullies talking to bullies. One of the clients that I have, it's very interesting. It's basically I get paid by billionaires to make fun of other billionaires. That's what the job is. It's a job, folks. Don't laugh at it. It's a job that pays well. But that's basically what it is. And what we're seeing right now is the bullies among the billionaires going in and saying, I've got the U.S. military. I can do anything I want. I can go anywhere I want. I've got secret technologies. You can't stop. There's nothing you can do to stop me. That's what he just told the fucking world. Did you see it that way? No? Well, you're not a bully. I'm a bully. I heard what he said. That's why he's telling Mark Carney, don't fuck with China. Fuck with China, you're fucked. We will take you. That's what he's telling Mark Carney. There's other solutions. You don't have to do what you think you're doing. Just bow, right? That's basically what's happening here. Trump got Greenland. It didn't cost us a dime. How did we get that? The way we got it was that he told them we're going to drop out of NATO. What did he tell them in the speech to their face? You can't survive without the U.S. Everybody laughed and mocked him. Then he went behind the scenes and he said, we're going to pull out of NATO. And suddenly, all their pants dropped. Where do you want to fuck us, Donald? Go ahead. Take your pleasure. That's what he did to them. That's why the deal was done. That's what bullies do. They always tell you what they're going to do to you first. They let you know what the consequences are going to be. It rarely comes out of, the thin air. You generally know exactly what the bully's going to do. And if you read the writings of what these leftists and globalists have been telling us for the last 50 years, we're at the part where they start smacking on us. All the tools that were learned and perfected by the CIA and the deep state and the intelligence system over the last 60, 70, 80 years, all of that they perfected around the globe is now being focused squarely on us, the American people. The gaslighting on a daily basis. They lied to you about Leon Ramos. I think that's his name, right? Leon Ramos. The little 4-year-old. They detained the 4-year-old. Oh, what has our nation come to, you fucking lying cunts? That's what it's come to. We don't trust anything that you say. His daddy ran. His mom wouldn't come out of the house to take him. Oh, if I come out, they'll arrest me. I'm illegal too. So they abandoned their son. He wasn't detained. He was abandoned, then saved by ICE. ICE saved that young man from two parents that cared more about their freedom than about the welfare of their own son. This is who the left is defending right now. So since they couldn't tell the real story, they told you a story in such a way, it's legally true. I guess he was detained. He was taken, into custody. I guess you could say that's detained. But they want you to believe that he was detained, that little boy was somehow detained for some crime. Oh no, they're rounding up 4-year-olds. Yeah, Leon, he's known for coloring outside the lines. He's a real problem out there at the luring center. They will tell you any lie possible. They will tell you the truth in such a way to make you believe a lie. The lie that you make up in your own head. And then when you say, well, wait, you said this, they go, no, that's what you believed. Like when we said it was mostly peaceful. You could clearly see that the whole city was on fire. What the fuck are you talking about? Are you insane? Yeah, it was a fucking riot. We couldn't say that. They would have fucking killed us. That's the media today. You can't believe anything because everybody wants to belong to a clique. They want to be part of the group, right? They want to go in and they want to feel special, feel virtuous, feel righteous, feel belonging. They don't want to do anything for it, but that's what they want to feel. Today, what you're seeing is a ton of influencers that are flying out to Minneapolis. Why? So they can be part of Woodstock. That's what it is. Fear of missing out. Oh, everybody's getting a lot of clicks and a lot of likes on this shit. I'm going to take off to Minneapolis. Nope, not me. If I head to Minneapolis, I head to Minnesota, it's because I'm talking to officials going, okay, here's what we got on you. When are you going to give your resignation? Thank you. Those are the kind of games I play. I don't play the games in the streets. Those are for young men that can withstand the cold. No, I would rather do the cold revenge in the dark shadows. It's coming, folks. I know that you don't think so. And there's some of my listeners who go, well, nothing's ever going to happen. I think we've gone over that. Things are happening. But we need more support in what we're doing. The support, folks, I don't ask you. I don't ask for money. Everybody asks for money. I don't ask for money. Like, share, click that shit through. I don't care. I found out the other day that General Flynn took one of my videos and somebody downloaded it and then re-uploaded it to his on X. Perfect. Nice. I don't give a shit. Well, aren't you upset that he didn't even put your name in there, Kramer? I don't give a fuck. It was the message. Listen to the fucking message. Do you know what that does? Flynn sending out what I claimed was going on. If you go back and listen to the video, listen to what my claims were. They were very specific. What he's doing is reconfirming what I'm saying. That's why I don't give a fuck. The people that are trying to make money, they're trying to get the likes and clicks, and we're going to get to Minneapolis, and we're going to get there, and we're going to go down there, and we're going to interview this, and we're going to interview that. It's part of the process, folks. There's a process. We're headed toward civil war. It's coming. We're waiting for the Fort Sumter moment. That's right around the bend. Fort Sumter is right around the bend. That's when the rebels, that's when they fired, right, on the Yanks. We got our national anthem out of that. That's what's about to happen. I can only imagine that if there's a new national anthem after the next Civil War, that it'll be rap, with some K-pop and maybe some. I don't know who would write it. I don't think it'd have to be country. All right. I mean, there's very few pop idols that are out there writing political stuff or would. Anyway, our conservatives, folks. It's funny to think about. I go down these avenues and I think about it from a funny vantage point. The sad part is that what I'm talking about is happening in real time. What we're seeing is we're watching a Fort Sumter moment. Will it or won't it happen? will they fire on those agents? If someone or a group of people fire on those agents, it is game on. The governor, the mayor, the chief of police, the sheriff, they're all culpable. They could stop this right now. They've chosen not to. It'd be easy. All they have to do is allow ICE to go into the jails and take the criminals that are already there out. They can't. Why? Because their ideology says they can't. They can't follow the law because their liberal progressive ideology, their Marxist ideology says they can't do that. If that's the case, then those people can't be in power anymore. We're a land of law and orders, right? Nobody's above the law. Nobody gets to pick and choose which laws we... When did all of a sudden they get to do this? This is what Trump is waiting on. There needs to be the next moment of escalation. He needs to have 100% justifiable force to go in and do what he's about to do next. Sadly, I think that it means that we're going to see more from ICE. Let's jump in. Fox has jumped in. It seems that they've taken to the streets. Let's take this real quick here. Do I do this?
Probably from residents who live in these areas are terrified. You have them not doing their sworn duty and, in fact, impeding it. You get into civil rights issues there where essentially the local law enforcement is being told not to do their jobs. I'll tell you someplace else this could go that you're not hearing about. The local judges. We saw in the Don Lemon situation that the local magistrate wouldn't even entertain the case. As a result, there's no case to appeal. Right? They're becoming the safeguard against anything like that going forward. What do you do in a circumstance when the judiciary there, we had a ruling by the local judge who said that ICE can't use tear gas or arrest protesters that they're characterizing as quote unquote peaceful but are impeding operations. This has been underreported. That got overturned already. All right. That's been stayed by the circuit court, the 8th Circuit. So my point is this. What do you do when the grand jury population will almost certainly be against you as the federal government, but so will the judges be? What recourse does the federal government have? Is Donald Trump going to have to say, hey, judges there, if you're not going to do your job, we're not going to pay you because this is constitutional? I don't know where this goes, but speaking as a lawyer, you're in very dangerous territory when you have a state and the federal officials in the state essentially saying, we're not going to listen to Washington.
Paul Morrow, thank you so much for joining us, bring your expertise. I could ask you 100 more questions. I've heard you on the network today. Oh, yeah. We're going to let you go and discuss it. Thanks, brother.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Tell me, on that last question that Joe asked about the legal ramifications of things, and well, I think it was Paul that was on the channel earlier today, and he explained that Tim Walz, getting in front of the microphone and saying, Minnesota will handle this. Well, even if the state does bring charges against this federal officer because of the immunities clause or supremacy clause, basically all the officer has to do is say, I'm appealing to a federal court, in which case it goes to Pam Bondi to make a decision.
You're right. And it was Paul that said that earlier. I listened to it as well, and I thought he made a great point, always making great points. And again, I just want to point out how ridiculous it is that you've got Governor Walz and Jacob Frey and others saying that we want to be part of this investigation. Minnesota, we want to either work with the feds or we want to do it ourselves. If you worked with the feds and you did your job in the first place, maybe we wouldn't be in this situation. So now it's interesting that now you want to be the saviors. Where have you been? They wouldn't be there if you could handle your state. So I find this to be incredibly frustrating. To Kaylee's earlier point, though, about Pam Bondi. Listen, I like Pam Bondi, but it is a bit frustrating when you're seeing this chaos in the streets and you're seeing ICE agents and Border Patrol agents being actually put in harm's way, and you hear about a strongly worded letter. Now, I don't know how much more she could do. I'm not a lawyer, but I think we're going to need more than a strongly worded letter to make it known that you're not going to flout federal immigration law, you're not going to flout the federal government, and just get a strongly worded letter.
Joe, that is something a lot of Americans don't have an opportunity to sit and think about, is like who has jurisdiction, who can do what. But it seems to me like the citizens of Minneapolis, even if there's just a few, maybe those in that church can file a lawsuit against the city simply for not keeping them safe, for not doing the job they're elected to do, paid to do, and mandated to do.
They should. And Lemon, I find, to be unintentionally hilarious when he says, "Oh, I was just doing journalism."
Yeah.
This guy who has, basically his own area code on Long Island on the water suddenly had this urge to fly to Minneapolis and found the one church where this was going to happen. Of course, he interviews the person beforehand, gives her a kiss in the cheek, serves donuts and coffee, then goes in. To your point, there was no protection there. Most churches, at least in my neighborhood, you always see a cop car outside either a church or a temple. They were able to go there, and again, chaos is a ladder. They obviously were very, very rude and right up in these people's faces. And now 3 are at least facing charges. Don Lemon should be a 4th, no question.
Kelly, we talked earlier about how these Democrats are attacking ICE officers specifically and like how that must affect them. I can only imagine how Minneapolis police officers feel right now, feeling absolutely unsupported themselves and like they can't keep their own city safe.
Yeah, and like I said, it'll be really interesting to see if there are any communications that come out, any orders that have been given to those police officers in regards to how to handle the situation. I want to touch on a point that Paul made towards the end, which is the breakdown of the trust in the judiciary and its ability to actually handle these cases in a neutral and fair manner. In Trump's first term, we saw the breakdown of trust in the media. This is the breakdown of the judiciary in Trump 2.0. And quite honestly, that has far more troubling implications for our society, because if you cannot trust the arbiters of justice to actually apply the law neutrally, then we don't have law anymore. And that's what the Trump administration is up against. So they're going to have to do something. And you know what? They're going to have to rely on congressional Republicans to pull their weight here and start impeaching some of these judges who refuse to do their jobs.
All right.
Don't hold your breath, Kate.
Yeah.
Don't hold your breath.
All right, still ahead. Thousands of protesters in Minnesota take to the streets after a fatal ICE-involved shooting. A live report on the ground in Minneapolis next.
You're watching the CramerSez Project.
Global news with local views.
From the halls of Congress
Across the nation.
and around the globe.
You're getting the latest news and conservative views.
You're watching the CramerSez Project.
Global news with local views. CramerSez returns after this message from our partners.
They lied about it. They tried to hide it.
It was 100% unconstitutional. That's what we were saying in 2024.
I could have sworn that yesterday we learned that the FBI tapped my phone.
And today, the NLPC has been vindicated by Senator Grassley's document dump, revealing Jack Smith illegally and unconstitutionally spied on American citizens.
Jack Smith spied on members of the United States Senate. What is this, East Germany?
Grassley's document dump has revealed that Jack Smith's team illegally seized call logs from Ron Johnson, Lindsey Graham, Mike Lee, and Josh Hawley in the unconstitutional 2023 Arctic Frost Probe.
From the outset, we said Jack Smith's appointment was unconstitutional. A federal judge vindicated that view. Now we see the connection between unconstitutional prosecutions and illegal evidence gathering.
The NLPC has been on top of this story from the beginning. Follow or subscribe to the NLPC on this platform for more. Or visit the National Legal and Policy Center at nlpc.org.
To learn more about the CramerSez Project, our mission, and how you can become a part of it,
Please visit thecramersezproject.com.
You're watching CramerSez.
Woo-hoo! It is Saturday night and the riots are starting in Minneapolis. Welcome to the show, everybody. My name is Kramer. This is the CramerSez Project, and we are having a blast tonight watching these idiots up in Minneapolis try to burn our nation down. Let's see if we can go over here real quick. They're still in commercial, so we'll just go ahead and silence this for a second. And there we go. Folks, it's interesting in what we're watching. If you go back and read the post that I was making going into the election of 2024, going into the fall of 2024, if you go back to the podcast that I was doing and the videos, if you can catch them, if they're still up on TikTok, I know they're gone, but on Instagram and so on. If you go back to that period of time, what you'll see is that I was predicting that we would be right here where we are. By the way, the rioting, I guess, they're starting to chant and do all their bullshit. It's gotten dark now, so we're going to go back in and check in on that in a moment. We'll get back to that here in a moment. But I was predicting that what we're going through right now was going to be here. How did I get here? Well, they don't have any options. If they lost in 2024, they had the opportunity to rig it or steal it again. They chose not to do that. It was unbelievable. They weren't going to be able to do it that way. And so what they tried to do is they tried to, and they're going through it again. You're seeing it right now. All the crazy women on TV. Oh, Trump's got something wrong. He's not right in the head. This is the new narrative they're trying to build, that somehow Trump is making all of these weird, oh, that looks gorgeous. My wife just brought me, look at that, pecan pie. Yeah, we're going to have to take a break to dive into that. She made a homemade pecan pie. Very nice. Anyway, they didn't have any options left. The Democrats only had violence available to them. They have no power. They have no leverage. They have no money. The DNC is in trouble. Kamala didn't do anything for them. And then, all of a sudden, Trump comes in and starts shutting down all the channels on the outside. USAID is a part of funding, right? That's what we're finding through research, is that money was coming out of USAID back straight into the DNC. That's why they don't want investigations. These aren't actions of people that are doing what's best for you and I and our nation. These are the actions of people that are protecting the crimes that they've committed. They know what they've done. I keep talking about that. I know that from personal experience. I know what I was willing to do to hide what I had done. So I know exactly how they feel right now. They see their lives dwindling away. Have you seen the videos of the guys that get picked up by Chris Hansen or some of these other pedo busters, right? They go out and they find the child sexual offenders. What do these men always do? They deny, and then they cry. They see their lives disintegrating in front of them. Well, Tim Wall sees that. Jacob Fry sees that. The rest of them see that. Why? Because they know what they've done. They know their guilt. Innocent men don't do what these men are doing. If you don't have anything to hide, why try to start a civil war? You don't go in front of a podium and say that the federal government is an enemy inside your state. You don't say that you're at war with the federal government. You've got AGs around the country. I thought it was the governor of Arizona. It's not. It's the AG of Arizona saying that if you can't tell if it's an ICE agent or not, yeah, you can draw your gun and try to kill them. You know, because they're wearing masks and they may or may not identify themselves as ICE. So yeah, that's all right under the Second Amendment. That's what's going on in Arizona right now. Folks, it doesn't get any better anytime soon. As I've been saying for the longest time, it only gets worse before it gets better. It gets worse before it gets better. A lot worse. Let's jump back in with Fox and see what they're having to say right now. Keep forgetting to hit that.
An organic protest. People are being sent by other organizations whose only goal is leftist revolution. It doesn't really matter what kind of form it takes. That's what they are there for.
And Joey, I asked the question earlier when it seemed like a couple of weeks ago it was mainly liberal wine moms that were out as far as the protests were concerned. Now this appears to be mostly men, young men. The dynamic has changed. And to Kaylee's point, how many is this in terms of it being organic people of Minneapolis out in minus 15-degree weather, real feel? And how much of this do you think is organized from outside agitators?
Well, I mean, there's no such thing as an organic protest anymore because social media exists.
Great
Facebook
point.
groups exist. People communicate. Yeah. People associate online. That's how they become friends and become groups. But the question is any of that pushed by groups with an agenda outside of being upset about this? I mean, what happened today was tragic. I think everyone across the board has at least said that. Nobody wanted that young man to die today, to include the person that shot him. I've seen plenty of videos from different angles, see new ones almost in every commercial break. There's a lot of theories out there, a lot of possibilities. At the end of the day, Chaos led to that person getting shot, and that chaos was unnecessary. That chaos was avoidable. That chaos would have not been there had local law enforcement had a cordon for that operation that, from everything we know, was completely justified, going after someone with a criminal record who is not in this country legally. And if your stance is you're willing to let people who care, regardless if I agree with them or not, but people who care in their community, if you're willing to let them die because you don't want to pick up a finger and help make this happen, get bad people out of your community, then you need to reevaluate your priorities. Maybe it's less about your political future and more about the lives of the people in your city.
And this chaos, Tommy, appears to be fueled by the rhetoric of Tim Walz, the governor, and the mayor, Jacob Fry, maybe to distract from other problems in the state. 9 billion reasons to distract in terms of the fraud that we're seeing out of the Somali community.
Yeah, we just had Dr. Oz and some other folks on the ground there saying, hey, there's more where this is coming from. We got a lot. Unfortunately, we're being distracted by all of this. We're not talking about the fraud and the waste of the American tax dollar. I would just say, to the point that Paul made earlier about the police chief, and I asked about it because I think it's very important. When you see these people in the vests that have decided that they are the de facto law enforcement, you've neutered police in that city.
Yeah.
And I don't care if you're the leftiest left of the police chiefs that ever existed. You got to care about your officers out there, and you got to care about the fact that you look like a neutered little wimp, that you've got people, rotund people, sitting out there in their Patagonia with their vests saying, we control this city.
You can say fat.
Well, rotund sounds better, Joey, more politically correct.
Go with supple, actually.
You've got
I go
fat
supple.
people, as Joey wanted me to say, out there in their vests, deciding they control that city. So the police chief there, I don't care if you're the liberalist, lefty, you love Jacob Fry, I don't care. You look ridiculous when these people are out there controlling your streets.
Plenty of men out there that look like they're in their second trimester. And where'd the shiny vest come from exactly? That's what I want to know, controlling traffic. Anyway, up next, controversy over the fatal boarding patrol involved shooting is already spreading into the investigation. We'll discuss that next.
I can confidently say that as of right now, Sunday, 5:20 p.m. Central Standard Time, that we are not going to have a once-in-a-400-year event. We're not going to have a country collapse. With all the unifying happenings that have been going on, we've moved way back up here again. Like, we've had so many cooling measures take place that we're starting over again, which is exactly where you want to be. You want to start over. You don't want to be down here. Once-in-a-20-generation events are unbelievably rare. They're unbelievably rare. And thankfully, it takes a lot. It takes a very specific set of circumstances to be able to have one of those events where an entire country implodes. That peace treaty that Trump just had a hand in, that is a cooling measure. That's a unifier. Cooling measures are unifiers. That's what you want. And that's what happened. You want to talk about, like, getting control of the division in the nation and having everybody focus on something that brings people together. That's it. That's unpredictable. But it's that kind of stuff historically that stops impending civil war, that stops impending revolutions. That's the kind of stuff we're talking about. Again, we're looking at all of this from a very high level. We're trying to track patterns through history. And when you're tracking things across hundreds of years, it becomes infinitely more difficult to be able to predict. I'm telling you, that peace treaty, that did something. That resettled a lot. Now, I'll be curious this week to see if there's any kind of like rebound reaction to it, whether or not there's going to be a renewed interest in violence. It's possible. That could actually happen. But as of right now, with the timestamp I just gave everybody, we're good. We're good.
You're watching the CramerSez Project.
Global news with local views. CramerSez returns after this message from our partners.
Franklin D. Roosevelt said,
In politics, nothing happens by accident. If it happens, you can be sure it was planned that way.
I don't make a habit of quoting FDR, but on this point, he's 100% right, which makes Vice President Vance's comments from last night even more important to pay attention to.
The only way to honor Charlie is to get to the bottom of exactly how this person was radicalized and who else was involved in it.
Hi, I'm Peter Flaherty, chairman of the National Legal and Policy Center. Since 1991, the NLPC has investigated and exposed the high crimes and misdemeanors of politicians and corporate leaders alike. Our mission is about one thing: accountability, not partisanship, just like Vice President Vance was talking about last night.
That is political terrorism. But it's not just the people who are killing the cops. It's not just the people who are engaging and throwing the Molotov cocktails and in the riots. Where was the money coming from? Who was organizing this violent activity? That is not going after Democrats unless, by implication, you're saying every single Democrat is involved in planning political violence.
For the past several years, NLPC is focused on who's funding the violence on our streets and the radicalization of our kids. Oddly, the same names keep popping up. Names like Soros, Hoffman, and Gates. The protests and the riots aren't happening by accident. The violence is not spontaneous. The left strategy is clear. Encourage arson, vandalism, and looting, and then blame the violence on the law enforcement response. The protesters are well-funded and equipped, and the NLPC is digging deep into exposing those responsible for supplying these groups with the masks, shields, and other devices being used to perpetuate violence in the name of social justice. To learn more about our mission or to join it, follow and share us on this social media platform or visit our website, nlpc.org.
To learn more about the CramerSez project, our mission, and how you can become a part of it,
Please visit thecramersezproject.com.
You're watching CramerSez.
Welcome. My name is Kramer. This is the CramerSez Project. It is Saturday night, and the riots are getting underway. It looks like things are starting to pick up there in Minneapolis. We're going to go back into Fox here in just a moment. And let's see if we can do this here real quick. I'm going to see if I can do this. I don't no, I haven't done this one yet. We'll see if I can do this. I actually want to go over and see what they're saying on CNN. One of the things I like to do is I don't like just to stick with one group and just listen to one side. I like to see what the other guys are saying too. So let's jump and see if they're not in commercial break. We'll jump in there. Yeah, let's see. They're there. Let's go ahead and take that feed. Let's see. Here we go.
Pull a weapon like that and threaten somebody. That's not something you see in a movie. That's not something that you actually see in real life and with the trained American Police Department.
The issue, John and Commissioner Davis could talk about this. These individuals are not trained for this kind of an environment. I don't care what Kristi Noem says. Every law enforcement official will say this. All the ones that have spoken publicly over concerns with their tactics will say to you that they are not trained for these kinds of environments. The protesters have gotten under their skin and have irritated them, and this is how they have been reacting to them with such force and just indiscriminately with the tear gas and the pepper balls and the flashbangs. And then Kristi Noem will stand and she will tell us that they are responding according to their training. And so then you have to question their training.
Well, you do.
Oh, my God. Are
please,
you listening to
John.
this? I mean, can you believe that these idiots, have you seen what they've been going through? Have you seen what these leftists have been doing? Imagine. I mean, here's what I like to see. I would like to see a patriot go up to one of these CNN feeds as it's going on and get in their face with a bullhorn or whatever and blow. Now, you got to have your MAGA gear on. You got to let them know that you're MAGA, right? You got to let them know that you're a conservative and blow the horn in their face as they're trying to do their job. And when they finally say, "What the fuck are you doing?" you say, "That's the same exact thing that's happening right now to our ICE officers." You find it a little hard to do your job? You little snippy there, Bob, Carla, Marla. Yeah, we're done with the bullshit. We are now back in adult times. This is what's going on right now. We are done with the games, the little girl games that we're seeing across our nation, because that's exactly what it is. As I've been talking about for the last several months in my content, this is the feminization of our country, the feminization of our nation. Rush Limbaugh warned us about it. He called them feminazis. He said they would be the downfall of this country. He was absolutely right. He called it 30 years ago. He got called a misogynist for that, but he was right. It's feminism that got us here. You see the crazy fucking bitches out in the street? It's not men out there. It is tonight. They got the men out there now. But it's been the women. It's been all women. Because that's the suffragette. No, it's because they're going through a mass formation psychosis. They're in a downward spiral, no different than what happened when they were drowning women that they thought were witches. It only stopped when they started saying the men were witches. The men let it happen. Let it happen when the women were doing it to each other. When they started blaming the men goes, okay, we're no witches here. Nope, that's not happening. Nope, you're not putting me on a fucking end of a chair. I will kill you first. That's why that shit stopped. The same thing is happening now in our nation. It's happening worldwide, in fact. Not just in this country, but worldwide. Why? Mass formation psychosis. Same thing happened during COVID. These same exact idiots. The ones with the worst cases of TDS, the ones that were the biggest Karens during COVID, are the ones out in the streets now. They're lonelier, angrier. They finally realized that their life is not going to turn as they thought, so they're bitter and angry at everybody, and they want to suck the life of anybody that's having any fun at any party. They are fucking Karens. You know who you are. They're in the streets. Them and their beta cuck men. Yep. You know who you are too. I'm out here fighting the fight. I'm a feminist with the women. No, you're not. You're trying to suck up close enough and hoping that one of them will lower their standards enough. That's the problem with all these women. Their standards are so high that no man can possibly meet them. That's why so many of them turn to lesbians. Yeah, I said it. Why? I got it in my family, folks. I've known these people for years. I've heard their reasoning. I tell you, everything I talk about is in my family. It's in the world that I live in, the world that you live in. And to ignore it and say, oh, you can't say that because that's hateful. It's not hateful. You may hate to hear it. Facts are facts. Sorry for what they are. The problem we have in our nation right now is the feminization is off the charts. We're so deep into the feels, right, that we can't get real shit done. We can't get the real things that need to be done in our nation because the women and the feminine men are so deep into their feels. Now, it's not all women. It's on a spectrum. Where are we having the majority of our problems? Who's shooting up our schools? Who's doing that? Those trans people. Why? They're confused. It's their only way of lashing out. Oh, Kramer, that's a trope. No, it's not. Look at the records. Oh, well, you don't know what you're talking about. That was a conservative. Give me a fucking break. You can lie to yourself. You can't lie to me. I know what I saw. Just what I saw on election night in 2020. Same exact thing. The truth. I saw the truth. I don't know what you saw, but I saw the truth. We've got a problem in our nation because people are allowed to lie to themselves. And they've been convinced that we have to believe that lie or we're the problem. They want us to jump in and ride aboard their psychosis. I ain't going to ride down the fucking hole with you. I ain't doing that. No one should do that. What we should do is have the balls to say, you're fucking insane. You're crazy. You should be in a loony bin. Did you hear what Trump said? We're bringing them back. Why? Because we need people that are crazy and a threat to society to be locked up. Yes, it may be against their will. Are they listen, do you know what the threat when I was a kid was? We didn't have the threats that we have on the streets. When I was a kid, you know why? Because they had insane asylums. That didn't really start happening until the 80s. By the time the 80s hit, I was out of that phase where I was going to be a potential victim of one of these crazy lunatics. We didn't have that problem. We had insane asylums, right? The biggest threat that we had back then was from our government, still is. But then they started closing all of the insane asylums. Why? Because there were horrific conditions. The system that we had in place was horrific. right? The government that was supposed to take care of these people, they weren't. And so the answer was release them onto the streets. We have medications. The pharmaceutical companies came in and convinced government, you can let these people go. We've got things that manage it now. Yeah, shouldn't be a problem. Do you remember when the first mass shooting, the real first, there was a 1 in 60, there was a dude that had a brain tumor in a gun tower. They made a movie about him. This is how rare it was, folks. A guy had a brain tumor. He was a sniper. He got in the bell tower on, I think it was TCU, and I could be wrong about that, don't quote me, but it was down in Texas, and he started firing at people on the campus. He dissected his brain, he had a brain tumor, had a problem. By 72, it was starting to become a norm. That was in the 60s. By 72, the first big one happened. Remember that? I think it was 72. 72, it could have been 74, 75, but I think it was 72. The guy walked into the McDonald's and blew all those people away. That was the first big one. Mm-hmm. And then the bill carriers went crazy, and they started doing it. Folks, we started to see this downward spiral. We've been in this spiral. We've had guns in our nation for a long, long time, and we didn't have any problems until they closed up the insane asylums. They closed up the insane asylums. They trusted these drugs to be able to keep people, peaceful enough to live among us. They can't. I'm sorry, they just can't. They're too dangerous. So Trump realizes that. They're on our streets right now. They're walking among us. We didn't have people setting people on fire, for waiting, on a bus. We didn't have women with their slits, their throats being slit on buses by strangers. We didn't have that when I grew up. Why? Because the insane were insane asylums. It was very rare. You seen any movies about some insane person doing something crazy? No. It's become so commonplace, we walk past it. Young lady gets her throat slit on a train and nobody does anything. Why? We're immune to it. It gets a lot worse before it gets better, folks. It gets a lot worse before it gets better. You better get ready to suffer, and you better get ready to say, this is exactly what I voted for, because what's going to happen next to clean this up, what has to happen next, is going to be very painful for everyone. Everyone in this nation. No one is going to come out of this without loss. What I mean by that is your families are going to divide. It's going to get worse. They're going to say Trump's a dictator. He's going to have to put the Insurrection Act in place. When it happens, it's going to happen because they killed one of his. They harmed one of his. They shot one of his. If that officer had been seriously wounded, the Insurrection Act would have happened with Renee Good. The protesters, they're not using cars anymore, folks. They're armed. Those aren't protesters. Those are insurgents. Those are rebels. Those are a threat. Like I said, it's going to get a lot worse before it's any better. Thanks for watching. We will be back again soon, and I will see you then. Thanks so much.
Thank you for watching Kramer Says Live.
This concludes this broadcast.
Please follow, like, and subscribe to be notified the next time
The Kramer Says Project goes live.